This audiobook contains 51 censored sentences and 247 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Save me some for when I get back. Of course. She nodded so eagerly her ponytail bounced. I'll make extra blueberry ones. Those are your favorite. I was aware I had a pancake preference, but I nodded anyway. Thanks. Who are you running with? Skylar's voice came from behind me. She lounged against the wall, headphones around her neck, wearing black leggings and an oversized purple hoodie. Isabel. Skylar's eyebrows shot up. The Queen asked you? Interesting. Probably just desperate. Or smart. She tilted her head. You do have a habit of surviving impossible situations. It's just a C rank. Everything is just a C rank until it ISNT. She pushed off the wall and walked past me. Try not to die. You still owe me dessert. I made it to the South Dock with 2 minutes to spare. Isabel already waited there, her back straight, her wine-red hair catching the morning light. She added forearm guards and a utility belt since I'd last seen her. You're on time, she noted, sounding mildly surprised. Don't act so shocked. Most men I know operate on their own schedules. She turned toward the waiting boat. Let us go. The ferry ride to the mainland was quiet. Isabel stared out at the water, lost in thought, while I ran through my available abilities. Lightning Rod would be useless unless we encountered electrical monsters. Steel Body gave me 10 seconds of invulnerability, but the cooldown was brutal. Kinetic Absorption would help in a sustained fight. Shade Cloak for mobility. Not a bad toolkit, but not ideal for unknown threats either. When we arrived at the Eastern District docking area, a VHC representative met us with paperwork. He wore the standard black and gold uniform, complete with the overly stiff posture they all seemed to share. Guild affiliations? He asked without looking up from his tablet. Onyx Hounds, I replied. Onyx Hounds, Isabel echoed, which surprised me. The rep looked up then, recognition dawning. Wait, Okoye? I've made a temporary arrangement. She signed the digital form with a flourish. The gate location? Warehouse District, Section E7. Follow the markers. He handed us both tracking bands. Standard protocol. Extraction team is on standby. We headed toward the Warehouse District, moving through the gradually waking city. Morning commuters gave our combat gear a wide berth, some taking photos with their phones. After the Hydra incident and the duel with Reyna, I was becoming recognizable. Not a good thing for someone with as many secrets as me. Chapter 485. Standard operating procedure for two prodigies. I followed Isabel through the Warehouse District. Cinchuredo, it doesn't suit you. She glanced back at me, those wine-red eyes dancing with amusement. Natalia, the blue-haired healer, the illusionist, the president's sister, and that loud blonde one who always finds an excuse to leave the room when you walk in. You've been watching me that closely? I observe everything. She shrugged one elegant shoulder. It's a habit. It is friends. And I'm just a humble peasant girl. She snorted softly. Please. The temperature drops 20 degrees whenever Natalia sees another woman touch you. I couldn't argue with that. Natalia's jealousy could probably solve global warming if we could harness it properly. What's your point? I asked, hefting my bat onto my shoulder. No point. Merely curiosity. She paused at a street corner, checking the directions on her tracker. Left here, and do try to keep up. We turned down an alley lined with rusting cargo containers. The smell of salt water mixed with old metal hung in the air. Does it bother you? I found myself asking. Your many admirers? Why would it? It's not I stopped myself. Never mind. Isabel laughed, a sound so unexpected and charming it made me stare. She almost never laughed. For someone managing 5 different friendships, you're remarkably reserved about acknowledging it. I'm not reserved. It's complicated. Life is always complicated, Nakano. The difference is how we choose to navigate it. She stopped suddenly, raising one hand. We're close. The air had changed thicker somehow, with a faint electric charge that made the hairs on my arms stand up. Reality sickness, the first warning sign of gate proximity. We rounded the corner into an empty lot between warehouses. There was a shimmering vertical tear, in reality about 15 feet tall, its surface rippling like oil on water. The gate's blue coloration confirmed the standard classification. 2 VHC guards stood at the perimeter, looking bored. One glanced up as we approached. ID and clearance, he demanded. We showed our temporary authorization bands. The guard checked them against his tablet. Standard C-rank blue. Spawns are primarily brute type, with moderate carapace protection. Single humanoid boss-class entity at the core. He rattled off the information like a grocery list. Your team designation? Just us, Isabel replied. The guard frowned. Minimum team size for C-rank is 4. Exception Protocol 7-3, Isabel said smoothly. Check your database. The guard tapped on his tablet, his frown deepening before he sighed. Right? The abdicated queen. Your exception is noted. He jerked his thumb toward the gate. You've got 7 hours before pressure buildup reaches critical. Happy hunting. As we approached the gate, I glanced at Isabel. Exception Protocol? I ran solo operations for 2 years before entering the academy. She adjusted her gauntlets. My record speaks for itself. And they call you the abdicated queen? A flicker of something passed across her face. Merely a nickname. Are you ready? I gripped my bat tighter. Ready. Stepping through a gate was always disorienting, like diving into ice-cold water while being spun in circles. For a moment, reality blurred, senses scrambled, and then we were through. The inside of the gate materialized around us, a vast cavern system with walls that pulsed with faint blue light. The air was humid and thick with the smell of wet stone and something faintly rotten. Charming, Isabel murmured, unslinging her spear from her back. With a flick of her wrist, the weapon extended to its full length, almost 6 feet of lethal metal topped with a wicked point that gleamed in the blue light. We moved forward cautiously, the only sounds are footsteps and the occasional drip of water from the ceiling. Let me take point, I said. My Regan is better than yours. Isabel raised an eyebrow. Is it now? I don't recall you listing enhanced regeneration among your registered abilities. Darn. Shed caught me slipping. Figure of speech, I backpedaled. I just meant I'm better at taking hits. That single syllable carried a mountain of skepticism, but she allowed me to move ahead without further comment. The tunnel widened as we advanced, opening into a larger chamber with multiple pathways leading off in different directions. Standard gate architecture, a maze designed to disorient and separate. Left or right? I asked. Isabel closed her eyes for a moment, her head tilted slightly as if listening to something I couldn't hear. Left. The air current is stronger from that direction. It suggests a larger space ahead. I nodded, impressed despite myself. It wasn't aspect-based detection. She simply trained her senses that well. We'd gone maybe 50 yards down the left tunnel when I felt that prickle at the base of my skull that warned of incoming danger. I stopped, raising my hand. Isabel froze instantly behind me, her body tensing like a coiled spring. How many? She whispered. Can't tell for certain. I murmured back, my voice barely above a whisper. But they're definitely close. Multiple targets, judging by the sound pattern. As if the universe itself had been waiting for those words, a chorus of skittering sounds erupted from the darkness ahead. The sharp, rhythmic click-clack of hard, chitinous limbs striking stone in an unnatural cadence. The acoustics of the tunnel amplified the noise, making it impossible to pinpoint exact numbers. Step aside, Isabel said quietly, moving forward with the unhurried grace of someone entering a ballroom rather than a combat zone. The air around her began to shift, almost imperceptibly at first, a faint shimmer, like heat rising from summer pavement. Then the wind came alive, coalescing into threads of visible, viridian green energy that spiraled around her body like living silk ribbons. Her aspect Fujin was waking up. The first creature emerged from the gloom ahead, and I immediately understood why these dungeons had a 93% fatality rate for unprepared civilians. It was a beetle, but calling it that felt like calling a tiger a big cat. The thing was the size of a full-grown mastiff, its segmented carapace gleaming with an oily, wet sheen under the pale light from our gear. 6 serrated legs each as thick as my forearm supported a bulbous armor barado that looked like it could shrug off small arms fire. At the front, 2 massive pincers opened and closed with an audible snap, 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 the jagged inner edges glinting like organic saws. And then it wasn't he alone. 5 more of the monstrosities scuttled out from the shadows behind their leader, their movements disturbingly coordinated as they fanned out to form a semicircle that completely blocked the tunnel's width. Their compound eyes reflected our lights like dozens of tiny, malevolent mirrors. Gate beetles, Isabel identified, her tone as steady as if she were commenting on the weather. The wind around her continued to build, a low hum filling the air. Des honks individuels, simple-minded creatures. But their pack tactics and those pincers make them considerably barado dangerous when grouped. I've seen them take down full-grown men. Wonderful, I muttered, adjusting my 2-handed grip on the bat. The weight felt reassuring in my hands. What's the play? A standard flanking formation would be most appropriate. The green aura around Isabel intensified further, her wine-red hair beginning to float upward as if suspended in water, defying gravity entirely. She looked like some ancient war goddess preparing to descend upon a battlefield. I will engage the 3 on the right flank. You will handle the left. We converge in the center once our respective sides are cleared. She paused, her crimson eyes flicking toward me with something that might have been actual concern. And Satori, try very hard not to get pinched. Their mandibles generate approximately 12,000 newtons of force per square centimeter. They can shear through standard-issue hunter armor as if it were wet paper. I barked out a short laugh despite the situation. Yeah, I'll do my best to avoid that. Noted and filed under things I don't want happening to me today. The beetles charged all at once, their legs a blur of motion against the stone floor. I activated kinetic absorption silently, preparing to let the first hit land to power up. The lead beetle lunged at me, pincers spread wide. I sidestepped, letting it crash past before swinging my bat down hard on its back. The carapace cracked with a satisfying crunch, but the creature merely staggered rather than collapsing. Tougher than they looked. The second beetle caught me in the side, its mandibles scraping against my armor, but not quite penetrating. The kinetic absorption kicked in, converting 15% of the impact into temporary strength. I felt the familiar rush of power like caffeine hitting my bloodstream all at once. My next swing was faster, harder, catching the damaged beetle right between its antennae. This time, the carapace split completely, dark ichor spraying from the wound. One down. From the corner of my eye, I saw Isabel dancing between her opponents, her spear a blur of motion as she stabbed and slashed with inhuman precision. The green wind surrounding her deflected the beetles' attacks, turning their mandibles aside at the last second. My remaining 2 beetles circled me cautiously, apparently learning from their fallen comrade. They were coordinating, trying to flank me from both sides. I grinned. Perfect. I let one charge me head-on while the other moved to attack from behind. At the last second, I activated Shade, Cloak, momentarily dissolving into shadow. The beetles crashed into each other with a harsh crunch. As I rematerialized, I brought my bat down on both of them in a single, powerful stroke that struck them hard. A strange fluid spattered across the stone floor, hissing faintly where it landed. I turned to help Isabel, only to find her standing calmly amidst 3 beetle corpses, not a single strand of hair out of place. Her spear dripped with the same dark fluid that covered my bat. Adequately handled, she said, her tone suggesting mild approval. High praise coming from you. She smiled faintly. I reserve my highest compliments for truly exceptional performances. I'll have to try harder next time. See that you do. She flicked her spear, sending drops of ichor spattering against the wall. Shall we continue? Chapter 486. You see too much. My queen, we pressed deeper into the gate, encountering scattered resistance, more beetle clusters, some acid-spitting spiders, and what looked like mutated bats with too many eyes. Nothing we couldn't handle. The deeper we went, the more I noticed Isabel watching me, not just my back in combat, but my movements, my reactions, my abilities. She was studying me like a puzzle with missing pieces. After we cleared a room of spider-like creatures, she paused to take a sip from her water canteen. I gave a non-committal shrug, acutely aware of how dangerously close she was circling to uncomfortable truths. The less I said, the better. I pick things up here and there. You know how it goes. That skeptical hum of hers was becoming familiar, the sound of a brilliant mind cataloging inconsistencies for later analysis. I could practically see the gears turning behind those wine-red eyes. And the baseball bat you're so fond of. Why use such an unconventional weapon when there are countless proper armaments designed specifically for hunter combat? Swords, spears, axes, all of which would objectively provide superior reach and cutting power. It works for me, I said flatly, hoping the curtness would signal the end of this particular line of inquiry. Indeed it does. She tapped one elegant finger against the shaft of her spear in a slow, contemplative rhythm, her gaze never leaving my face. Though I must confess, I find myself wondering why it works so effectively in your hands. The weight distribution is all wrong for combat. The striking surface lacks an edge. And yet, she trailed off, clearly filing away her observations for future consideration. Before I could deflect with another evasive non-answer, salvation arrived in the form of a deep, resonant rumble that shook the very foundations of the tunnel around us. Small fragments of stone and crystalline dust rained down from above, pattering against my shoulders and hood like the prelude to a cave-in. "Boss must be awake," I said, unable to keep the note of genuine relief out of my voice. Thank goodness for impeccable timing. Isabel's attention immediately snapped away from her interrogation, her bravado shifting from curious academic to focused warrior in the span of a heartbeat. She gave a single, crisp nod. We must be approaching the core chamber. The oppressive tunnel walls suddenly fell away as we emerged into an enormous cavern that stretched out before us like the throne room of some underground cathedral. The space was vast, easily 100 yards across, possibly more, with the ceiling soaring so high overhead that it disappeared entirely into a vault of impenetrable shadow. Jagged formations of luminescent blue crystal jutted from the walls at irregular intervals, their pale, ghostly radiance casting the entire chamber in an eerie, otherworldly light that made everything look slightly unreal. And there, standing perfectly still in the geometrical center of the vast chamber, like a nightmarish sculpture waiting to be unveiled, was our target. It was vaguely humanoid but stretched all wrong, too tall, too thin, with limbs that bent at impossible angles. Its skin was a patchwork of chitinous plates and exposed muscle. Where its face should have been, there was only a smooth, featureless expanse with a single vertical slit running down the center. Skin Weaver, Isabel identified quietly. C-rank boss. It collects parts from other creatures to add to itself. The thing's head swiveled toward us, the slit in its face widening to reveal dozens of needle-like teeth arranged in concentric circles. "That's disgusting," I muttered. "Focus, Nakano." Isabel's aspect flared brighter, the green energy forming a visible aura around her. "It's fast and regenerates quickly. We need to hit the core, the glowing spot in its chest." I saw it, then a pulsing blue light beneath the creature's ribcage, visible through gaps in the chitinous armor. "Got it. You distract. I'll go for the core." "Agreed." The Skin Weaver let out a sound like metal scraping against glass and charged, its limbs blurring with speed. Isabel leapt forward to meet it, her spear glowing with the same green energy that surrounded her body. She moved with the grace of a dancer, each step precise and deliberate as she slashed at the creature's limbs, drawing its attention. I circled around, looking for an opening. The Skin Weaver was focused entirely on Isabel, its strange mouth opening wider as it tried to bite her with those circular teeth. Isabel's spear caught it across what passed for a face, leaving a deep gash that leaked black fluid. The creature howled, lashing out with elongated fingers that ended in wicked claws. The green energy surrounding Isabel hardened, forming a shield that deflected the attack. She countered with a powerful stab to its midsection, narrowly missing the core but driving deep into its abdomen. The skin weaver lurched back, giving me my opening. I darted forward, bat raised high, aiming directly for the glowing core visible between its ribs. At the last second, the creature sensed me. It spun with unnatural speed, one arm elongating impossibly to swat me aside like a fly. I went flying across the cavern, smashing into one of the crystal formations with enough force to shatter it. Pain exploded across my back and shoulders, but kinetic absorption kicked in immediately, converting the impact into raw power. "Satori," Isabel called, concern breaking through her usually calm demeanor. "Mi fine." I pushed myself up, feeling the familiar rush of strength flooding my muscles. "Keep it busy," Isabel nodded, refocusing on the creature. Her movements became more aggressive, her spear slashing faster as she drove the skin weaver back toward the center of the cavern. I circled again, feeling for the right moment. The creature's attention was fully on Isabel now. Its back to me as she forced it to defend against her relentless assault. Perfect. I activated Steel Body, feeling invulnerability wash over me like a cold shower. 10 seconds. That's all I had. I sprinted forward, moving faster than should have been possible, my bat held like a spear. The skin weaver must have sensed me coming. It started to turn, one arm already lashing out to intercept me. Too late. I drove my bat straight through its back with every ounce of strength I had, punching through the chitinous armor and into the glowing core beyond. The creature went rigid, a high-pitched keening sound escaping its mouth slit. Isabel didn't waste the opportunity. Her spear flashed forward, driving into the creature's chest from the front, meeting my bat in the middle. The core shattered between our weapons with a sound like breaking glass. Blue light exploded outward, temporarily blinding me. The skin weaver's keening rose to an unbearable pitch before cutting off abruptly. When my vision cleared, the creature was dissolving into black mist, its body breaking apart from the inside out until nothing remained but a small, glowing blue crystal, the monster core. Isabel picked it up carefully, examining it in the light. C-rank core. High quality. Should fetch a decent price. I lower my bat, letting the adrenaline drain away. Steel Body had faded, leaving me feeling the aches and pains from being thrown across the room. "Nice spear work," I said, rolling my shoulders to work out the kinks. "Nice batting." Her lips quirked in that almost smile again. "Though I'm curious how you survived that impact. It should have broken several ribs at minimum." I tapped my chest. "Good armor." "Of course." She clearly didn't believe me, but she let it slide. "The gate should begin closing soon. We should head back." As if on cue, the cavern trembled slightly, the blue crystals dimming as the gate entered its decay phase. We made our way back through the tunnels, which were now empty of threats. All remaining monsters would have been vaporized when the boss died. Standard gate mechanics. "I must admit," Isabel said as we walked, "I had ulterior motives for asking you on this run. Beyond needing backup, I wanted to see you fight without the pressure of an audience or the chaos of a full team." She glanced at me. "You move differently when you think no one important is watching." I kept my expression neutral. "And what did you see?" A contradiction. She studied me openly now. Someone with the experience of a veteran, but the official record of a novice. Someone who fights with the desperation of a cornered animal, yet the confidence of an apex predator. She paused. "It's quite fascinating. I'm just a guy with a bat." "No." She shook her head slowly. "You're something else entirely. Satoru Nakano." I haven't decided what yet, but I'm getting closer. We reached the gate exit, the shimmering portal that would take us back to reality. Isabel stopped before stepping through. "Your women," she said abruptly. "What about them? They see it too, don't they? Whatever it is you're hiding." Her crimson eyes seemed to look straight through me. "That's why they're drawn to you. Not despite your secrets, but because of them." I didn't answer. Couldn't answer. Isabel's laugh was soft, almost sad. How interesting it must be to inspire such devotion while being fundamentally unknowable. She turned toward the exit. Come on, we have reports to file. She stepped through the gate, disappearing in a flash of blue light. I followed a moment later, thinking about her words. Fundamentally unknowable. Maybe that was the problem. Maybe that's why keeping all these plates spinning felt so exhausting. Or maybe I was just a scumbag with a system and a bat, playing at being human. You're thinking too much again, Nell whispered in my mind. It's boring. Get out of my head. I thought back, stepping through into the sunlight of the real world, where 5 women waited for me to return, each believing they knew who I really was. None of them did, and that was probably for the best. Chapter 487. Post-traumatic stress massage. Isabel made me file the gate report myself. Some nonsense about learning proper documentation procedures while she lounged against the wall with that almost smile playing on her bravado. I knew what she was really doing watching me wrestle through VHC bureaucracy, looking for bravado, tiny inconsistencies to add to her mental dossier on me. You missed Section 8C, she said, pointing a perfectly manicured finger at the tablet. Estimated monster population density. How am I supposed to know that? I growled, scrolling back up. I didn't count every single beetle in the dungeon. Approximately 23, she supplied without hesitation. Plus the boss entity. I gave her a flat look. You counted? I always count. She said like I asked if she always breathed. The ferry ride back to the academy was quiet, both of us lost in our thoughts. Mine mostly involved imagining creative ways to escape if she ever cornered me with her growing suspicions. Hers probably involved complex mathematical equations about how my nonsense didn't add up. We docked at the academy pier just after noon. The sun beat down mercilessly, turning the white stone pathways into reflective bands of heat. Students milled around in their guild colors, most giving me a second glance as we passed. Famous now, aren't you? Nell's voice teased in my head. All it took was nearly dying on live broadcast. Shut up. Isabel stopped at the fork in the path that would take her toward the administrative building. Thank you for your assistance today, Nakano. Anytime. It wasn't entirely a lie. Despite her uncomfortable perceptiveness, fighting alongside someone that competent was actually refreshing. Those wine-red eyes lingered on me for one more evaluating moment. Be careful with what you're doing, she said finally. Secrets have weight, and yours seem particularly heavy. She turned and walked away before I could respond, her posture flawless, like she had an invisible string pulling her spine toward the sky. She's dangerous, Nell commented. Tell me something I didn't know. I headed back toward Onyx House, my bravado aching but functional. The dorm building loomed ahead, a brutalist concrete rectangle that had become something close to home over these past months. I was halfway across the courtyard when I spotted a familiar figure leaning against the bravado. Skylar straightened when she saw me, violet eyes narrowing slightly. She wore black shorts and a casual bravado, and a loose purple tank top with the Onyx Hounds logo. Her headphones hung around her neck, as always. You, she said as I approached, owe me dessert. I raised an eyebrow. Right now? Yes, right now. I want ice cream. I want to hear about your little adventure with the Queen. She fell in a step beside me as we entered the building. Did she try to recruit you for her philosophical debate team, or whatever? We just ran a gate, I said, heading for the stairs. Basic C rank. Nothing special, and yet you smell like a fight. Ich glänzte her. Sometimes I forgot that Skylar had senses nearly as sharp as Sumin's. Boss at the end. Standard stuff. She hummed non-committally as we reached my floor. So you're fine? No injuries? No need for Emmy to fuss over you? I'm good. I paused at my door. Let me shower, then we can go get your ice cream. Fine. You have 15 minutes. She headed toward her own room. And you're buying. I unlocked my door, expecting Maki to be waiting for me, but the room was empty. Unusual. The familiar was typically glued to my side when not explicitly ordered elsewhere. The shower felt amazing against my battered muscles. The hot water washed away dried sweat and dust from the gate, and I took a moment to inspect the damage. A large purple bruise bloomed across my right shoulder blade where ID hit the crystal formation, but nothing was broken. Kinetic absorption and steel body had done their jobs. You know, we could optimize this build further, Nell mused as I toweled off. That girl that queen her spear technique was incredible. We should learn that. I'm not taking spear lessons from Isabel, I muttered, pulling on clean clothes. Centuredo, pushing past me into the room. With Isabel Okoye. I closed the door, bracing myself for the storm. Good afternoon to you too. Net don't at me. She spun around, frost literally gathering at her fingertips. What were you thinking? You just fought Reina yesterday. Your body needs rest. It was a C rank. Barely a workout. That's not the point. Frost crept along the floor from where she stood. The point is you didn't tell me. I crossed my arms, leaning against the door. I didn't realize I needed your permission. Wrong thing to say. The temperature in the room plummeted. Permission? Her voice was deadly quiet. Is that what you think this is about? I sighed, uncrossing my arms and taking a step toward her. No, that's not what I think. I know you were worried. Worried doesn't begin to cover it. She advanced on me, jabbing a finger into my chest. I woke up and you were gone. Centuredo. I caught her wrist, gently pulling her finger away from my sternum. Sorry. Okay. It was last minute. She asked, I went. Natalia's eyes narrowed. Why did she ask you specifically? Hell if I know. Maybe she was impressed by my performance against Reina. Or maybe she's suspicious, Natalia said, echoing my own concerns. She watches everything, analyzes everyone. She's dangerous, Satori. I know that. Do you? She searched my face. Because you keep taking unnecessary risks. The Hydra, Reina, now running gates with someone who might expose everything we've built. I still had hold of her wrist, and I used it to pull her closer. I'm being careful. No, you're not, she said, but she didn't resist the pull. You're reckless and arrogant, and I bravado her, partly to stop her from continuing. For a moment she remained rigid, still furious. Centuredo, but the words carried zero weight. No, you don't. I released her wrist, letting my hands drop to my sides. Fine. She exhaled through her nose. But I'm still furious with you. I know. I pressed my forehead against hers. Close enough to feel the warmth radiating off her flushed skin. I should have at least sent a message. Left you something so you didn't spend the morning panicking. Yes, you should have. She pulled back just enough to look at me properly, her hands sliding up to grip my shoulders. Her expression shifted immediately, eyes narrowing. You're hurt. Just sore I said too quickly. Got thrown into a stone column during the fight. It's nothing. The concern in her eyes hardened into something sharper, that familiar blend of anger and protectiveness that always left me tense. Take off your shirt. Natalia, I'm fine now, Satori. I knew better than to argue when she used that tone. I pulled the hoodie over my head, then tugged off the shirt beneath, letting her see the damage. The sharp intake of breath told me it looked worse than it felt. Just sore, she repeated flatly, her fingers hovering over the massive purple-black bruise that wrapped around my left side like a sash. When she finally touched it, her fingertips were impossibly gentle, tracing the outer edge of the discoloration with clinical precision. This is from blunt force trauma. High impact. You could have broken ribs. But I didn't. That's not the flex you think it is, she muttered, but her touch remained gentle as she probed the area. At least nothing feels broken. Told you. She tugged my shirt back down. Sit on the bed. Face the wall. I raised an eyebrow, but complied, settling on the edge of the mattress. What are you? Shut up and don't move. The bed dipped as she climbed on behind me. Then her hand around my shoulders, thumbs digging into the tense muscles with surprising strength. Holy wow, I groaned as she found a particularly tight knot. You're a mess, she said, working methodically across my upper back. Careful to avoid the bruise. What was the last time you stretched properly? Dunno. Before the tournament prep, maybe? She made a disgusted noise. Idiot. No wonder you're all locked up. But despite her harsh words, her hands moved with amazing skill, finding each point of tension and systematically destroying it. I let my head hang forward, relaxing as she worked the tension from my shoulders. Chapter 488. Everyone thinks they're the favorite. Where did you learn this? I managed after she eased a stubborn knot near my neck. Hunter training, she said, moving to a different spot. Basic field first aid and recovery techniques. They taught you massage? They taught us how to keep our teammates functional when medical resources are limited. Her thumbs pressed firmly into my lower back, making me wince as the tension released. Muscle fatigue can get you bravado in the field just as easily as an injury. We lapsed into silence after that. Centurado. Then back up. Good. A knock at the door made both of us jump. Jo, Nakano. Skylar's voice called from the hallway. 15 minutes is up. Let us go. Natalia's face darkened. Where are you going? I promised Skylar ice cream, I said, wincing internally. Ice cream. Natalia's tone was flat. Yeah. She stared at me for a long moment, then sighed. Fine. Go. But we're not done talking about this morning. I nodded, relieved she was pushing it further. Fair enough. She climbed off the bed, straightening her clothes. And make sure you stretch tonight. I don't want to hear you complaining tomorrow when everything locks up again. Yes, ma'am. She rolled her eyes and headed for the door, opening it to reveal Skylar leaning against the opposite wall, scrolling through her phone. He.S. all yours, Natalia said coolly, brushing past her. Skylar watched her go, then turned to me with a raised eyebrow. Trouble in paradise? She.S. not thrilled about this morning, I said, standing and grabbing my jacket. The unauthorized gate run. Skylar pushed off from the wall. Ready for sugar and interrogation? Can't wait. We headed out of the dorm and across campus toward the small commercial district that served the academy. The sun was still high overhead, the heat making the air shimmer above the stone pathways. So, Skylar said after a few minutes of comfortable silence as we walked the sunlit path, her voice cutting through the ambient noise of distant training grounds, you and the Queen. I kept my gaze forward, watching the shimmer of heat rising from the stone. What about us? Nothing about us, she corrected with deliberate emphasis, her tone turning slightly sharper. Just you and her. She glanced sideways at me, one eyebrow arched with that particular brand of skeptical curiosity that she wielded like a scalpel. Interesting pair for a gate run is all I'm saying. I shrugged, keeping my expression neutral. She asked. I said yes. Simple as that. Nothing ever simple with you, Nakano. She nudged my arm with her elbow, a casual gesture that somehow felt like an accusation. Come on, what did she really want? And don't give me that simple favor nonsense. I sighed, feeling the weight of her attention. Skylar was too perceptive for her own good, and trying to deflect her was like trying to hide from someone with thermal vision. She was curious, I admitted, letting a thread of truth slip through. About me. About what I can do. Aren't we all? She smirked, but there was genuine interest flickering behind those gradient purple eyes. So, find anything interesting in the gate itself? Standard C-rank stuff? Mostly, I said with practiced boredom. Beetles the size of dogs, spiders that thought they were clever, and some weird-ass boss creature at the end that looked like someone's fever dream of a mantis. Sounds boring. It was, I agreed easily. Then I paused, choosing my next words carefully. Except she spent the entire time analyzing me like I was some kind of lab specimen under glass. Every move I made, every skill I used, she was taking mental notes. Skylar snorted. That's just how she is. Back in my old guild, she used to attend all the strategy meetings even though she wasn't officially part of the leadership. Never said a word, just watched. Made everyone extremely nervous. We reached the ice cream shop, a small place with colorful awnings and outdoor seating. The line was short despite the heat. Most students were probably in afternoon training sessions. What'll it be? I asked as we approached the counter. Mango sorbet. Double scoop. She flashed a rare, genuine smile at the server. With extra spoons. I paid for her sorbet and got a simple chocolate cone for myself. We found a table outside under the shade of an umbrella. So, Skylar said, digging into her dessert. Want to make a bet? I raised an eyebrow. About? About when Isabel's going to make her move. What move? Oh, come on. She waved her spoon at me. She is interested in you. Not romantically, she added quickly when I opened my mouth to protest. But she is definitely fascinated by whatever she thinks you're hiding. And you want to bet on when she, what, confronts me? Exactly. She took another bite of sorbet. I say within the next 3 days. She'll corner you somewhere private and demand answers. I consider this. And what are the stakes? If I win, you have to be my personal assistant for 24 hours. I nearly choked on my ice cream. That's a bold bet. Scared? Her violet eyes glittered with challenge. And if I win? Same deal. I get to be your personal assistant for 24 hours. I leaned back in my chair, studying her. Skylar rarely made bets she didn't think she could win. What makes you so sure she'll make a move that soon? Because I know how her mind works. Skylar scraped her spoon against the bowl, finishing every last bit. She's methodical. She's been gathering data points for weeks now, probably has a whole file on you. The gate run was her final field test. Now she's ready for confrontation. And you think you'll lose this bet? I think you're underestimating how quickly she works. Skylar offered me a spoonful of her sorbet. Want to try? I leaned forward and accepted the spoonful. It was tangy and sweet, the cold a pleasant shock against the heat of the day. Fine, you're on. She grinned, a predatory expression that reminded me that Skylar might look like a bored indie kid, but she was actually one of the most dangerous people at the academy. Excellent. Should we shake on it? I held out my hand, and she took it, her grip firm. Her skin was cool from holding the sorbet cup. May the best schemer win, she said, holding my gaze for a beat longer than necessary before releasing my hand. We finished our ice cream in companionable silence, watching other students pass by. Some nodded in recognition, others whispered behind their hands. Word of my draw with Raina had spread fast. You know, Skylar said suddenly, you've created quite a problem for yourself. Just one? She snorted. One immediate one. All 5 of us, we each think we're your favorite. I blinked, censurato, gathering the last of the melted sorbet. Natalia thinks she's your true partner because she was first. Emmy thinks she's special because she's the only one who can heal you. Celeste thinks she understands you in a way the rest of us can't. Akari thinks she has a secret hold on your heart. And she paused, the spoon halfway to her bravado. Something flickered across her face vulnerability, maybe, though it was gone so fast I might have imagined it. And you? I prompted when she didn't continue. She smiled, the expression not quite reaching her eyes. I think I'm the only one who sees right through you. She put the spoon in her mouth, holding my gaze. That makes me dangerous, doesn't it? Before I could answer, her phone buzzed. She checked it, then stood abruptly. Duty calls. Braxton wants me for something. She gathered her trash. Thanks for the ice cream. Anytime. She turned to go, then paused, censurato feeling like just made a deal with a particularly attractive devil. You're so screwed, Nell commented cheerfully. She definitely knows something you don't. Shut up. But she was right. I probably was screwed. The question was, by whom? Isabel, with her surgical analysis of my inconsistencies? Skylar with her bet and her knowing eyes? Or all 5 women who each thought they held a special place in my life? Maybe all of the above. I tossed my napkin in the trash and headed back toward Onyx's house, where someone undoubtedly waited to pull another piece of my carefully constructed facade away. What a rotten day. And it wasn't even dinner time yet. Chapter 489. Bring Your Ego. Raina sat cross-legged on her dorm room floor, laptop balanced precariously on her knees, replaying the crucible fight for what had to be the 7th time since midnight had come and gone. The soft glow of the screen cast flickering shadows across her face as the footage looped, the timestamp in the corner marking each viewing like some kind of obsessive ritual she couldn't quite break. Her ribs still ached where Satori's bat had connected, deep, persistent throb that radiated outward with each breath. MES healing had done its job perfectly. Mended the fractured bone, stopped the internal bleeding, repositioned everything back where anatomy textbooks said it belonged. The medical scan had come back clean, showing nothing but perfectly healed tissue. But pain had memory, stubborn and insistent, and hers remembered with crystal clarity what it felt like to get hit by someone who, by all rights and reasonable expectations, Shun Ti had been able to lay a finger on her. She watched herself launch the opening barrage for the dozenth time. Watch her marionettes surge forward in perfect formation, crackling with lethal voltage. Watch Satori stand there in the center of it all, completely and utterly still, while her constructs of pure lightning charged toward him like avenging angels made of electricity and wrath. Then watched him absorb the lightning like it was nothing more than a light summer rain. That moment, right there, frozen on her screen, that when she'd known something was fundamentally wrong with the entire situation. The angle of his head had been deliberate. The way his stance had shifted subtle but unmistakable to someone who spent years studying combat footage. The absolute, bone-deep confidence written across his expression like he was following a script only he could read. Had been waiting for it. Had planned for it. "You stubborn fool," she muttered under her breath, fingers flying across the keyboard with the kind of manic energy that came from too much coffee and too little sleep. She backed up the footage, slowed it down frame by agonizing frame until each second of movement stretched into a small eternity. There, right there, the split second before her marionettes made contact, his entire body language had changed. Shoulders squared, just so. Weight shifted onto the balls of his feet. Jaw set with the kind of resolve you saw in fighters who knew exactly what was about to happen and had already made peace with it. Like an actor standing in the wings, waiting patiently for his cue to step into the spotlight. "You knew," she said aloud to the empty room, her voice echoing slightly off the walls. "Somehow you knew exactly what I was going to do before I even did it." Her phone buzzed insistently on the floor beside her, the vibration loud against the hardwood. She glanced at the screen. Takamura this time, the message characteristically blunt. "Common room. Now, bring your ego." She closed the laptop with perhaps more force than strictly necessary, pulled on her Scarlet Phantom's jacket crimson and black, with the Olympus Rising logo embroidered in shimmering gold thread across the back, and headed downstairs, her bare feet silent against the cool floor of the dormitory hallway. The Scarlet Phantom's common room looked like someone had been given an unlimited budget to recreate a professional gym inside a high-end sports bar, then abruptly run out of both money and interest halfway through the project. Heavy-duty weight equipment dominated one entire side of the space barbells, benching stations, a power rack that looked capable of handling small vehicles. The other wall was claimed by a massive screen that currently displayed a frozen frame from the Crucible match. Satori's face captured in perfect high-definition detail, right before impact, a vivid red mark streaking his jaw. His dark eyes blazing with something that looked disturbingly close to pure, undiluted joy. Diego Ramos had sprawled across the main couch like a territorial cat, his ash-blonde hair sticking up in what had to be at least 17 different directions, each one defying gravity in its own unique way. Kira Tanaka perched on the arm of the same couch with the poised balance of a bird of prey, her shadow manipulation aspect making the darkness pooling around her seem somehow deeper and more substantial than it had any right to be, as if the shadows themselves were drawn to her presence. Leo Vargas leaned against the far wall with his hands shoved deep in his pockets, wearing the particular expression of someone who'd been explicitly asked to care about something and was still running the internal calculations on whether the required emotional investment was actually worth the energy expenditure. Professor Takamura occupied the room's main chair like it was a throne he won through trial by combat. His scarred face split into a wide grin that promised imminent violence and seemed to enjoy the prospect far too much. "There's our favorite fighter," he announced cheerfully as Reina entered, gesturing broadly at the frozen image on the screen with one massive hand. "Want to watch your greatest hits on the big screen? How about the part where you ate concrete on an endless loop? Very artistic. Really captures the moment." "I'll pass, thanks." Reina dropped onto the opposite couch with deliberate casualness, folding her legs beneath her. "What's this about?" "Tournament strategy," Takamura said, his grin somehow widening further. "Which we desperately need to discuss because the Onyx Hounds are currently sitting pretty at first place in the rankings, which means every other guild in this entire academy is going to be gunning for them with everything they VE got. And we have to go directly through them if we want to take their spot at the top, Diego added, sitting up straighter and abandoning his lazy sprawl. His usual easygoing demeanor had sharpened into something Barato-focused. The rankings don't lie, Ray. They've survived 2 separate A-rank encounters without losing anyone, cleared a black gate when most first years wouldn't last 5 minutes in one, and a number 1 prospect just fought our number 1 prospect to what most people are calling a draw. Fought me to a stalemate. Reyna corrected sharply, the distinction feeling vitally important somehow. There is a significant difference between those two things. Chapter 490. For weeks, and a bruised ego, Kira's eyes gleamed with something that might have been amusement or might have been challenge. It was always hard to tell with her. Is there, though? Because from where I was sitting in the stands, watching the whole thing unfold in real time, it looked an awful lot like he was actively winning right before the professors decided to step in and stop it. Reyna's jaw tightened involuntarily, muscle tensing beneath skin. He got lucky. That's all. Twice. Leo finally pushed off from his wall, straightening to his full height. He got lucky when his lightning absorption trick perfectly countered your marionette's primary attack pattern. Got lucky again when that invulnerability ability of his let him close the distance despite everything you threw at him. Got lucky a 3rd time when that kinetic conversion thing made him objectively stronger with each hit he took. He spread his hands in a gesture of mock surrender. At some point, Ray, luck stops being luck and starts being something else entirely. Something more like skill, or preparation, or both. The words settled into the room like stones dropping into still water, creating ripples of uncomfortable silence. Takamura leaned forward, massive forearms resting on his knees, his scarred face suddenly serious in a way that meant Head stopped playing the jovial instructor and started being the A-rank Hunter Hood survived things that would have Barato most people. Ray, real talk, no nonsense. Is Nakano dangerous? And I mean genuinely dangerous, not just annoying opponent dangerous. She thought about it, really thought about it, letting herself examine the question from every angle instead of just giving the reflexive answer her pride demanded. She thought about the way Satori had moved after absorbing her lightning strikes, his body language shifting from defensive wariness to aggressive confidence in the space of heartbeats, about how his physical stats had seemed to climb in real time during their fight, getting measurably faster and noticeably stronger as the engagement progressed, something that shouldn't have been possible with what his official file listed as his aspect. About the absolute, unshakable certainty she'd seen written in his eyes when he charged her position, expression calm and assured, like he knew something fundamental about the situation that she didn't. About the smile Head worn while getting hit. Yes, she said finally, the word coming out quieter than Shed intended. He's dangerous. How dangerous are we talking? Takamura pressed, watching her carefully. Scale of 1 to we're in serious trouble. I don't know yet. She pulled up the footage on her own phone, the motion automatic at this point, and angled the screen so they could all see the exact moment when Lightning Rod had activated when her supposedly unstoppable attack had been rendered completely and utterly harmless. But he had specific, targeted counters for every single technique I threw at him. Every single one. That's not coincidence or dumb luck. Diego whistled low, a sound of genuine appreciation mixed with concern. Someone has been doing their homework on our comet. Or someone else cheating, Leo suggested, his tone clinical and detached. Illegal augmentation, maybe? Black market cognitive enhancements? There are ways to boost reaction time and processing speed if you know the right dealers and don't mind the side effects. No, the word came out harder and more defensive than Reyna had intended, sharp enough that all eyes in the room immediately swiveled to focus on her. She forced herself to continue in a more measured tone. Yes, not that type. Takamura's grin returned, lazy and knowing. You defending him now, Comet? That's interesting character development. I'm stating objective facts based on careful observation of behavioral patterns, she said coldly, pulling her professional mask back into place like armor. Nakano fights smart, not dirty. If he actually had illegal enhancements running through his system, he'd show more consistent and predictable power output across the board. What I witnessed firsthand was adaptive strategy executed in real time. Their essay difference. Sure it was. Kira's smile was entirely too knowing, the expression of someone who'd figure out a secret and was enjoying keeping it. That is definitely why you were up at midnight analyzing the same footage frame by frame instead of sleeping like a normal person. Reina deliberately ignored her, turning her attention back to the group as a whole. The tournament's in 4 weeks. We need to focus our energy on our own preparation and training regimen, not obsess endlessly about what the Hounds might or might not be planning. Agreed on that front, Takamura said, his expression settling back into something more serious. But we also need to acknowledge the reality of our current situation with clear eyes. The Hounds aren't the joke everyone in this academy thought they'd be at the start of the year. They're well-coordinated as a unit, highly motivated by being underestimated. And they've got Nakano running point as their primary offensive weapon, which means they're tactically unpredictable in ways that make them genuinely threatening. Unpredictable opponents can be countered with the right approach, Reina said firmly, her strategic mind already working through possibilities. We just need to push them into scenarios where creativity and adaptation don't matter as much, where raw strength and superior abilities decide the final outcome. And you've got raw strength in spades, Diego added with an encouraging grin. Barato than almost anyone else in our year. We all do, Reina corrected, looking at each of them in turn with the intensity that had earned her the Comet nickname. For weeks, we train harder than we've ever trained in our lives. We perfect our team synergy until we can fight as a single unit. And when the tournament finally starts and all eyes are watching, we remind everyone in this entire academy exactly why the Scarlet Phantoms are feared. Now that's what I like to hear. Takamura stood with the kind of casual power that made the movement look effortless despite his massive frame, casting long shadows across the room. Tomorrow morning, 0500 sharp. Full combat drills with live ammunition. No merci, no excuses. The team groaned collectively, but nodded their acceptance, already mentally preparing for the brutal training session to come. As the others began to disperse, heading back to their respective rooms, Reina's phone buzzed again with insistent urgency. Veronica this time, the caller ID flashing her sister's name, probably calling to gloat about something related to Olympus Rising's latest PR victory, would needle her about the Crucible match. She ignored it with practiced ease. Instead, she pulled up Satori's official profile on the Academy's student database, Centuredo. His face looked noticeably younger in the picture, taken during the entrance examination period months ago. This was before the Necropolis raid, before the Arborist incident, before whatever sequence of events had changed him from whoever he'd been into whatever he was actively becoming. The gap between the boy in this photo and the fighter shed faced in the Crucible felt vast enough to be concerning. Veronica had been right about one thing. Curse her. Satoru Nakano was genuinely interesting, and Reina couldn't seem to stop thinking about him, analyzing him, trying to solve the puzzle he represented, which was rapidly becoming a problem she'd need to address sooner rather than later. But later, after she figured out what on earth he really was beneath all the lies and misdirection, after she understood exactly what kind of threat or opportunity he actually represented. Chapter 491. How to go from zero to hero. Julian stared at the rankings board mounted on the far wall of the Argent Sentinel's common room, its enchanted display flickering with cold, merciless numbers. His jaw was clenched so tight that the muscles along his neck burned, and a dull ache spread through his molars where he ground them together. 1. Onyx Hounds, 947 points. 2. Argent Sentinelle, 601.3. Scarlet Phantoms, 589 points. 4. Cobalt Vipers, 523 points. 5. Verdant Strikers, 412 points. They dropped from first place to second in the span of a single month, their 7-year dynasty crumbling like sand castles before the inexorable tide. All because of him. That street rat. That walking disaster. That worthless nobody with his ridiculous baseball bat and his insufferable, smug grin plastered across every corridor. Julian. The voice came from the doorway, cutting through his spiraling thoughts like a knife through silk. He turned sharply, the motion stiff with tension, to find Professor Anya Petrova standing in the threshold. She was framed by the afternoon light spilling in from the hallway, her silver blonde hair pulled back in her trademark severe bun that made her sharp features look even more angular and austere. She wore her usual white suit, immaculate and tailored to military perfection, but her pale blue eyes, normally cold and analytical, carried something else today. Something harder, sharper, more dangerous. "Professor," he managed, forcing his voice to sound steady despite the acid churning in his stomach. "Walk with me." It wasn't a request. It was never a request when Professor Petrova used that particular tone, the one that brooked no argument and tolerated no hesitation. He followed her down the pristine, marble-tiled hallways of the Sentinel dormitory, his expensive leather shoes clicking in time with her measured, deliberate stride. They passed trophy cases filled with glittering awards from previous tournaments, their brass plates engraved with the names of champions long since graduated. They passed framed photographs of distinguished alumni who'd gone on to join the most elite guilds in Valoria, their smiling faces frozen in moments of triumph. They passed everything that represented what the Argent Sentinels were supposed to be, what they had always been: perfect, dominant, inevitable, untouchable. Professor Petrova led him to her private office at the end of the corridor, a space Julian had only entered twice before, once when he'd first been accepted into the guild, and once after his catastrophic failure at the VHC Gala. She opened the heavy oak door with a soft push, then stepped aside to let him enter first before closing it behind them with a soft, final click that sounded oddly ominous in the sudden silence. "Sit," she commanded, gesturing toward one of the leather chairs positioned in front of her large, meticulously organized desk. He sat, his posture rigid, his hands folded carefully in his lap to hide the slight tremor in his fingers. Professor Petrova remained standing for a long moment, her hands clasped behind her back in a military at-ease position. She moved to the window first, gazing out at the academy grounds below, where students were scattered across the lawns between classes. The silence stretched, deliberate and oppressive, until Julian felt his pulse hammering in his ears. Finally, she turned to face him. "We need to discuss the current state of affairs," she said, her voice level and calm, but with an undercurrent of something cold enough to freeze blood. "I know we dropped in the rankings," Julian started, desperate to preempt whatever lecture was coming, "but I've already started working on a new training regimen, and if we focus our efforts on the upcoming, this isn't about rankings," she cut him off, her tone as sharp and clean as a scalpel's edge. Julian's mouth snapped shut. "This is about the systematic dismantling of everything I've built over the past 7 years," Professor Petrova continued, her pale eyes boring into him with the intensity of a laser. "This is about the slow-motion collapse of the most prestigious guild at New Vane Academy, and the complete and utter failure of its leadership to stop it." Julian felt his face flush hot. "Professor, In the span of 2 months," she interrupted again, holding up one perfectly manicured finger, "we have lost Kenjiro Kobayashi to the Cobalt Vipers. A second finger, lost Monica von Astrom to the Onyx Hounds. A third, lost Celeste Vance, the president's sister, the single most valuable recruit in the entire first-year class, also to the Onyx Hounds." She let her hand drop, and the sound of it slapping lightly against her thigh seemed deafening in the quiet office. "3 of our most promising recruits," she said, her voice now dangerously soft, "gone. Poached. Stolen from under my nose by a guild that was supposed to be a dumping ground for failures and misfits." "Kobayashi made his own choice to transfer," Julian protested weakly. "We can't force people to stay if they all made choices," Professor Petrova said, moving at last from the window to circle around behind her desk. She didn't sit immediately, instead standing there with her hands braced on the polished wood surface, leaning forward slightly. And every single one of those choices pointed them in the same direction, toward the same person. She paused, letting the name hang unspoken in the air between them. Julian's hands clenched into fists. Satoru Nakano, she finally said, her tone flat and clinical, like she was discussing a particularly virulent disease. The name settled over the room like poison gas. Professor Petrova finally sat, lowering herself into her high-back chair with the careful, controlled movements of someone choosing exactly how to position every muscle, every word, every breath for maximum impact. I've reviewed his file extensively, she continued, folding her hands on the desk in front of her. His entrance exam scores, his combat trial footage, his gate clearance records, his performance yesterday during the sparring match against Reina Cabana. She tilted her head slightly, studying him. This is a boy who manifested his aspect late, who had no discernible power 6 months ago, who was by all official documentation a 0. And now he's ranked first in our entire year. Julian finished bitterly, the words tasting like ash in his mouth. Precisely. Professor Petrova's fingers drummed once, twice, against the polished surface of her desk, a rare tell of agitation from a woman who prided herself on absolute control. Tell me, Julian, in all your study of aspect theory and hunter history, how does someone go from 0 to hero in the span of half a year? Julian swallowed hard. Training? Dedication? Maybe he's just naturally gifted once his power finally manifested? Or perhaps, she said, her voice dropping to something quieter and infinitely more dangerous, he's deceiving everyone around him. Chapter 492. The case of the stray dog, the word hung in the air between them like an accusation. Professor Petrova leaned back in her chair, her pale eyes never leaving his face. I want you to think very carefully about what you witnessed during the Necropolis incident 2 weeks ago. Julian's stomach dropped like a stone. They made an agreement the entire class had to never speak about what had really happened in that Black Gate. The VHC had reinforced that agreement with official non-disclosure contracts and thinly veiled threats about compromising national security. Professor, he said carefully, his mouth suddenly dry, we had a deal with the VHC. We're not supposed to. I'm not asking you to break the agreement, she interrupted smoothly. I'm not asking you to tell me what happened inside that gate. I'm asking you to consider the implications of what you already know. She let that sink in for a moment before continuing. Nakano saved Celeste Vance's life, she said, ticking off facts on her fingers. He saved your life. He somehow killed an A-rank anomaly, a creature that, according to all known records, shouldn't have even existed in that location. And when the VHC investigation team combed through that gate afterward, they found nothing. No evidence. No trace. No explanation. Julian felt a bead of sweat roll down his spine despite the cool air in the office. Professor, he said slowly, what are you suggesting? Professor Petrova opened one of her desk drawers with a soft slide of wood-on-wood, pulled out a thick manila file folder, and placed it on the desk between them. I'm suggesting, she said quietly, that we are dealing with one of two possibilities. Either Satoru Nakano is the single luckiest boy in Valoria's entire history. She tapped the file with one finger. Or we're dealing with someone far, far more dangerous than anyone in this academy realizes. She paused, her eyes glittering with something that might have been respect or might have been fear. And I've been doing this job long enough, she continued, to know that luck doesn't compound that aggressively. Not without help. She slid the file folder across the polished surface of the desk. Julian hesitated for a heartbeat, then reached out and opened it. Inside were photographs, dozens of them, all time-stamped, all surveillance footage pulled from various monitoring systems scattered across the academy campus. Satoru Nakano entering the Arboretum gate alone, his expression grim and determined. Satoru Nakano leaving that same gate an hour later with Monica von Astrom at his side, the girl literally glowing with some kind of golden light, looking up at him like he'd just shown her the face of God. Satori and Celeste Vance in the medical bay after the Blackgate incident, sitting side by side on a hospital bed, their hands intertwined, having what appeared to be an intense and intimate conversation. Satori is surrounded by women at every meal in the cafeteria, at every training session in the gym, at every quiet moment between classes. Celeste, Monica, Emi Aoyama, Skylar Amain, Akari Miyamoto, even Isabelle Okoye, the proud queen of the Onyx Hounds, looking at him with something that wasn't quite respect, but wasn't quite wariness either. Julian flipped through the photos slowly, his hand starting to shake slightly as the pattern became impossible to ignore. "Yes, building something," Professor Petrova said quietly, her voice cutting through the sound of Julian's ragged breathing. "And whether it's a guild, or a cult, or something else entirely, he is doing it right under our noses. Right under my nose." She leaned forward again, her pale eyes boring into his. "So I'm going to ask you one more time, Julian. What do you want to do about it?" Julian closed the file with more force than necessary, his jaw clenching again. "What do you want me to do?" "Win." The word was simple, direct, and utterly uncompromising. "The Inter-Guild tournament starts in 3 weeks," Professor Petrova continued, her tone shifting into something that sounded almost like a battle briefing. "I want you to face whatever team Nakano's assembled this little collection of misfits and cast-offs he has turned into a threat, and I want you to break them." She paused, and her smile was a thing of pure ice and razor-sharp edges. "And if you can't break the team," she let the silence stretch for a beat, "then break him instead." Julian stared at her, his heart pounding in his chest. "Professor, he is stronger than he looks. Stronger than his rankings show. I've seen it firsthand." "Then you'll have to become stronger than him," she said simply, as if she were discussing the weather. "And if I can't?" The question came out more vulnerable than he intended, and he hated himself for it. Professor Petrova's expression didn't change, but something cold and final settled in her eyes. "Then you're useless to me, Julian, and I have no need for useless tools." The words hit him like a physical slap, stealing the air from his lungs. He stood abruptly, the chair scraping loudly against the floor, his jaw so tight it felt like his teeth might crack. He turned and strode toward the door, his vision tunneling, every muscle in his body screaming with humiliation and rage and something darker that he didn't want to name. "Julian." He stopped, his hand already on the polished brass doorknob, his knuckles white. He didn't turn around. "This is your chance," Professor Petrova said from behind him, her voice softening just slightly, just enough to sound almost human. "Your chance to salvage your reputation. To prove you're more than just a boy who froze when it mattered most. To prove you're still worthy of the Valerius name." Another pause. "Don't waste it." Julian wrenched the door open and left without responding, his footsteps echoing too loudly in the marble hallway as he walked away. His hands were shaking, his chest was tight, and somewhere deep in his gut, beneath the anger and the humiliation and the wounded pride, something cold and vicious was starting to coil. Satoru Nakano had taken everything from him. His standing, his pride, his future, even his sense of self-worth. In 3 weeks, Julian would take it all back. Every single piece. And if Satoru Nakano got hurt in the process, if he got broken beyond repair, well, Julian's lips twisted into something that wasn't quite a smile. Accidents happened in tournaments. All the time. Chapter 493. Statistically improbable Serafina Vance sat in her private office, a space 7 floors above the president's public workspace sanctuary where the real machinery of power operated. Far removed from prying eyes, recording devices, and the sanitized theater of government. The room was austere, almost monastic in its design. White walls, dark wood furniture, a single window overlooking the sprawling circuit board of New Vane City below. Everything was deliberate. Everything was controlled. The holographic display before her desk shimmered with 3 separate feeds, each one a window into a different facet of the puzzle that had consumed her thoughts for the better part of the afternoon. Left, Satoru Nakano's official academy file, a sterile collection of data points and sanitized facts. Center, surveillance footage from the Crucible duel, looping endlessly his movements, his power, his victory. Right, a live feed of Celeste's current location. Her sister sat at her room in Onyx House, bathed in the soft afternoon light streaming through the window. She was reading, or at least pretending to read. A book lay open in her lap, but her attention was focused elsewhere on the two-tailed black cat curled contentedly against her stomach, its eyes half closed in feline bliss as Celeste's slender fingers stroked its fur with an almost reverent gentleness. Serafina had been studying these feeds for 3 hours now. Her assistant, a nervous young woman named Yuki, had brought tea twice during that time. Both cups sat cold and forgotten on the edge of the desk, the delicate porcelain growing room temperature as steam condensed into memory. Serafina hadn't touched them, hadn't even acknowledged their presence. Commander Graves stood at parade rest near the door, silent and patient as a statue. The woman was in her late 50s, her graying hair pulled into a severe bun, her dark suit perfectly pressed. She had the bearing of a soldier and the eyes of an executioner, pale gray, like cigarette ash. She could wait for days if necessary, unmoving and unwavering. It was one of her more useful qualities, one of the many reasons Serafina kept her so close. "Tell me what you see," Serafina said without looking away from the screens, her voice calm and measured. The tone of a surgeon preparing to make the first incision. "Which feed, Madam President?" "All of them." Graves moved closer, her polished shoes silent on the hardwood floor as she stepped up beside Serafina's chair. She examined the displays with those ash-gray eyes, her expression unreadable, her mind already cataloging, cross-referencing, analyzing. Subject Nakano, age 18, late manifestation at 17, which is statistically improbable but not entirely impossible given the current models of aspect theory. Official aspect designation is thermal incision, classified as C rank with projected A rank potential based on initial evaluation metrics. Continue. Combat performance during observed encounters exceeds his official registration parameters by a significant margin. Movement speed during the Hydra engagement suggests base physical stats, specifically agility and dexterity, that are at minimum a full tier higher than his official listings would indicate. Yesterday's duel with Cabana demonstrated abilities not included in his registered file, specifically what appears to be some form of electromagnetic absorption or redirection, temporary physical enhancement beyond natural limits, and what our analysts tentatively classify as spatial manipulation. Graves paused, her eyes narrowing slightly as she watched the looping footage of Satori's final strike against Reina. The boy moved faster in the final 10 seconds of that fight than he did in the first 10 minutes. His body temperature spiked by 3 degrees Celsius in the span of 2 seconds, suggesting an active metabolic enhancement ability. In the final blow, the one that shattered Cabana's lightning construct generated a kinetic impact reading that should not have been physically possible given his recorded strength attribute. Your assessment? Either the initial VHC evaluation conducted at his registration was catastrophically incompetent, in error of such magnitude that multiple redundant safety protocols would have had to fail simultaneously, or Subject Nakano is actively concealing his true capabilities through unknown means. Which do you believe? The latter, Madam President. Without question. Serafina finally turned away from the screens to face her, one elegant eyebrow arching ever so slightly. Why? Because incompetence of that magnitude would have been flagged by multiple departments within the first 24 hours of his registration. Because the VHC's evaluation protocols are designed specifically to prevent such catastrophic errors, with triple redundancy verification at every stage. And because Graves paused, choosing her next words with the care of a demolitions expert handling unstable explosives. Because I've been doing this job for 23 years, Madam President. I've seen thousands of hunters come through our system. I've evaluated everyone from E-rank washouts to S-rank prodigies. And I know what it looks like when someone is playing games with our systems. I know what deception smells like. Games. Serafina tasted the word, rolling it across her tongue, like a sample of poisoned wine. Interesting choice of phrasing. She tapped the center screen with one pale finger, the holographic interface responding instantly to her touch. The footage enlarged, filling the display with a frozen moment in time. Sakuri standing over Celeste in the necropolis, his hand extended downward, her hand reaching up to grasp it. The image was crystal clear, captured by one of the Academy's ubiquitous surveillance drones. Celeste's face in that moment was a study in contrasts, hope mixed with relief. Yes, but also something else. Something warmer, softer. Something that made Seraphina's chest tighten with a cold, creeping dread she refused to name. Dangerous. He has saved Celeste's life twice now, Seraphina said, her voice still perfectly calm, perfectly controlled, even as her mind raced through scenarios and contingencies. First in the necropolis, when she was separated from her team and cornered by a pack of hollow wraiths. Then at Sector 7, when the Black Gate sealed them inside together for 48 hours. Yes, Madam President. And now my sister has transferred to his guild, sleeps under his roof, trains with his team. She zoomed in further on Celeste's face in the current feed, studying every micro-expression, every subtle shift in her sister's usually impeccable mask. Smiles when his familiar purrs in her lap. The hologram flickered slightly, adjusting its resolution to accommodate her movements. Celeste has spent her entire life being prepared for a specific role, Seraphina continued, her words precise and clinical, as if she were discussing a piece of complicated machinery rather than her only sibling. Groomed for leadership within the VHC. Every relationship, every friendship, every moment of her existence has been carefully managed, carefully curated to ensure she develops into the leader Valoria needs. The leader I've spent 16 years crafting. Her fingers tightened almost imperceptibly on the edge of the desk, the only outward sign of the tension coiling like a spring bravado. And now she's chosen to spend her time with a boy who manifested late, who carries secrets in his eyes, and who seems to attract danger the way blood attracts sharks. Your orders, Madam President. Chapter 494. The machinery of fate. Seraphina stood, her movements fluid and deliberate as she walked to the window that overlooked the city. New veins spread out below her like an intricate circuit board, a vast network of lights and traffic forming patterns she'd learned to read years ago. Each street was a pathway of information, each building a node of power, each citizen a variable in the grand equation she'd been solving since she'd taken office. She could see the Academy from here, a distant cluster of elegant spires and glass domes on the eastern edge of the skyline. Somewhere in those buildings, her sister was laughing at a cat. I want complete surveillance on Satoru Nakano, she said, her voice cutting through the silence like a scalpel. Discreet. Professional. No obvious, no ham-fisted attempts at intimidation. Use our best people, the ones from inside division who actually understand subtlety. Parameters? Everything. Where he goes, who he meets, who he talks to when he thinks no one is listening, what he buys, what he eats, what he searches for on the network. She turned back to face Graves, her crystalline blue eyes cold and sharp. And I want to know about that familiar. The two-tailed cat. That's not a common breed. Hell, I'm not sure it's a breed at all. Run its profile through our xenobiology database. Check for matches with known gate-spawn variants or anomalous entities. Noted. Anything else? Seraphina looked at the feed of Celeste again, watching her sister's profile in the afternoon light. Celeste looked peaceful, content, happy. Her baby sister, the one pure thing she'd managed to protect in this corrupt, dangerous, chaotic world. Now smiling at a stray cat that belonged to a boy with too many secrets and not enough fear. Monitor his bonds. The women around him. Natalia Kuzmina, Emi Aoyama, Skylar Amain, Akari Miyamoto. She paused, the next name catching her throat for just a fraction of a second before her iron will forced it out. And Celeste, especially Celeste. I want detailed psychological profiles on all of them. I want to know their relationships to Nakano past, present, and projected. I want to know if there are patterns, shared vulnerabilities, common psychological levers. You're concerned about their relationship. I'm concerned about what I don't know. Serafina returned to her desk, her mind already moving through contingencies, backup plans, worst-case scenarios. Her fingers danced across the holographic interface, pulling up files and cross-referencing data with the efficiency of someone who'd been doing this for a decade. This boy appears whenever my sister faces danger. Every single time. The Necropolis anomaly. The Black Gate incident. Even the Hydra encounter at the lake reports say he was instrumental in coordinating the kill. That he took command of the situation when the upperclassmen were frozen with fear. Pattern analysis suggests either extreme luck or deliberate positioning. Graves observed, her tone clinical. I don't believe in luck, Commander. Neither do I, Madam President. Serafina minimized the feeds with a sharp gesture, the three windows collapsing into pinpoints of light before winking out entirely. She pulled up a different file, one buried deep in the VHC's classified archives. This one was older, sealed with clearances that would make most VHC administrators nervous. Clearances that required her personal biometric authorization to even view. The header glowed softly in the dim office. Dr. Kenji Nakano, Research Notes Classified Subject, Transdimensional Consciousness Transfer Status. Project terminated. Sheet D found it buried in the archives 2 weeks ago, after Graves had mentioned in passing that Satorius' father had been a gate theorist before his disappearance. A researcher who D worked with Serafina's own grandfather, the legendary Dr. Eris Vance, before vanishing under mysterious circumstances 17 years ago. The case had been quietly closed, officially attributed to a catastrophic gate accident in an unlisted research facility. The research itself was radical, dangerous, bordering on heretical by modern VHC standards. Dr. Kenji Nakano had theorized that consciousness, the fundamental essence of self, could travel between dimensions, between bodies, between realities. That the soul, if such a thing existed, was not bound by the laws of physics as humanity understood them. That a sufficiently advanced aspect, or a sufficiently powerful gate exposure, could potentially allow a consciousness to migrate from one vessel to another. The implications were staggering. If Kenji had succeeded, if his son somehow inherited that research, or worse, if he'd been the subject of that research. Keep watching him, Serafina said, closing the file with a finality that felt like sealing a tomb. 24/7 surveillance. I want daily reports on my desk by 0700 hours. If Nakano is what I think he is either the most valuable asset we've ever discovered, a potential key to unlocking the true nature of the gates, or the most dangerous threat to Valerian stability since the rupture. And if he is the latter, Serafina's eyes went cold, the temperature in the room seeming to drop by several degrees. When she spoke, her voice carried the weight of absolute authority, the kind of certainty that had ordered the deaths of hundreds over the years in service of the greater good. Then we eliminate him. Quietly. Cleanly. Before he becomes a problem we can't contain. Sanction division. Black bag operation. I want it done with such precision that no one, not the Academy, not his guild, not even my sister, ever connects it back to us. Understood. Graves left, her footsteps fading down the corridor outside, leaving Serafina alone with the silence and the ghosts of her own thoughts. She pulled up the live feed of Celeste one more time, unable to resist the magnetic pull of her sister's presence. Celeste laughed at something, the sound inaudible through the feed, but visible in the way her shoulders shook, the way her hand flew up to cover her mouth in that endearingly self-conscious gesture she had since childhood. Her perfect mask, the one Serafina had spent years teaching her to wear, dropped for just a moment. She looked happy. Genuinely, honestly, radiantly happy, which terrified Serafina more than any gate breach, any rogue S-rank, any international conspiracy ever could. Because happiness made people vulnerable. Happiness made them take risks. Happiness made them trust when they should suspect, love when they should calculate, feel when they should think. and Serafina Vance had not clawed her way to the barato of Aloria's power structure, had not sacrificed everything along the way, just to watch her baby sister get hurt by some stray dog with pretty eyes and dangerous secrets. She closed the feed, darkness filling the screen like ink spreading through water. "I'm sorry, little sister," she whispered to the empty office, her voice barely audible even to herself. "But I'll protect you from yourself if I have to. I'll protect you from him. From everything. Even if you hate me for it." The city glittered below, Cinchureto spine straight, palms resting on my knees. The old Yakuza breathing techniques came back like muscle memory. In through the nose, hold for 4 counts, out through the mouth. Again, again, again. The silence felt like a luxury. No Natalia plotting something violent in the corner. No Emmy stress-baking enough carbs to feed a small army. No Skylar pretending not to care, while clearly caring too much. No Cell asking questions with those periwinkle eyes that saw straight through my nonsense. No Akari making everything a game I didn't remember agreeing to play. No Maki, which honestly felt like the biggest victory of all. The cat girl had tried 3 separate times to sneak back in after ID bribed her with expensive tuna to spend the night literally anywhere else. The 3rd attempt had involved transforming into her cat form and climbing through the window, Cinchureto or no ear scratches for a week. She hissed at me, her tails lashing with genuine offense, before disappearing back into the night like smoke. Now I had what I wanted. Peace. Quiet. Just me, Bartholomew, slowly eating lettuce with the confidence of something that genuinely could not die, and the weight of tomorrow's festival sitting on my chest like a boulder. The inter-guild tournament kicked off at 10 in the morning. Every guild would be watching. Every sponsor. Every professional recruiter. The VHC administrators. Serafina herself, probably, given that her sister would be fighting for my team. No pressure. I exhaled slowly, letting the tension bleed out through my shoulders and into the mattress beneath me. My ribs still ached from the Crucible match, though MES healing had done most of the heavy lifting. The regenerator brace hummed softly against my chest, a constant reminder of how many times I'd been broken and stitched back together in the past 2 months. 2 months. 2 months ago, I'd been dropped into this body with nothing but a system, a dead boy's memories, and a cosmic voice in my head telling me I was entertainment. Now I had 5 women whose souls were permanently bound to mine, a guild that had clawed its way to first place through sheer spite, and a tournament starting tomorrow that would either cement us as legitimate or expose us as frauds. The math on that still didn't add up in a way that made me comfortable. I opened my eyes, staring at my hands. They looked normal enough, callous from gripping a bat, marked with faint scars from where Maki had bitten me yesterday, the skin slightly reddened around my knuckles from sparring with Raphael. But underneath all that, I could feel it, the power. The hidden stats sitting at 6, 250 across every attribute, disguised by the system's deceptive interface as F0 trash tier. Anyone looking at my status screen saw a weak C rank with delusions of grandeur. Only Nell and I knew the truth, that I was legitimately A rank, approaching the floor of S rank, capable of fighting people who'd been training since childhood, while I spent my teenage years eating instant ramen and hating the world. The cosmic joke was so absurd it almost looped back around to funny. Almost. I closed my eyes again, trying to recenter. Tomorrow would be chaos. I need to be grounded, focused, ready for whatever surprises the VHC and the other guilds had planned for us. The familiar warmth of the system's presence bloomed behind my eyes, that distinctive sensation of Nell shifting into the front of my awareness. Well, her voice purred through my consciousness, carrying that playful smugness that usually meant I was about to hate what came next. Look who's finally alone. No Arem, no Kathil. Just you, your pet snail, and your crippling anxiety about tomorrow's opening ceremony. I didn't open my eyes. Am meditating. You're catastrophizing. Same thing, not even remotely. A pause, and I could practically hear her grin widening. But I'm not here to mock your emotional fragility. Well, not primarily. I'm here because someone wants to talk to you. Someone new. That got my attention. I opened one eye, suspicious. Apollo? Nope. Aphrodite? Already had her fun with you, remember? Enough wild adventures to fuel her tales for a decade. Nell's voice took on a different quality, something closer to actual seriousness. This is someone who's been watching from the sidelines. Someone who finds your particular brand of chaos interesting. The air in my room shifted, thickened. The sensation reminded me of the moment before lightning struck, when everything went still and the world held its breath. Then she appeared, not like Apollo, with his theatrical entrances and golden sparkles. Not like Aphrodite, with her roses and harps and suffocating perfume. This goddess manifested like a knife sliding between ribs. Quiet, direct, lethal. She stood at the foot of my bed, and I had to force myself not to reach for my bat on instinct. She was tall, 6 feet, easy, athletic in a way that spoke of actual combat rather than just looking good in armor. Her skin was bronze, kissed by sun or flame or something divine. Her hair fell in dark waves that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, and her eyes were the color of molten gold, burning with an intensity that made Raina's emerald gaze look like a candle next to a forest fire. She wore battle gear, not ceremonial nonsense, but actual combat armor. A golden breastplate that fit her like a second skin, greaves that looked like they'd stopped real weapons, and a spear strapped across her back that hummed with barely contained violence. Wings spread from her shoulders. Not bird wings, but something else. Something that moved like fabric and metal simultaneously. Feathers made of bronze and copper catching the lamplight. Satoru Nakano. Her voice rang like a bell, clear and commanding. The stray dog who bit back. The scumbag sovereign who refuses to die. The boy who went 12 rounds with La Serena and walked away grinning. I stayed seated, keeping my breathing even. And you are? Chapter 496. Victory has a vested interest. Satoru Nakano. The stray dog who bit back. The scumbag sovereign who refuses to die. The boy who went 12 rounds with La Serena and walked away grinning. I stayed seated, keeping my breathing even. And you are? Nike. She said it like I should already know. Like everyone should already know. Victory herself. The reason warriors pray before battle. The voice that whispers in the hearts of champions when everything looks lost. I raised an eyebrow. Okay, cool bravado. Very dramatic. But I'm guessing you didn't appear in my dorm room at this ridiculous hour just to introduce yourself. Her bravado curved into something that wasn't quite a smile. No, I came because you're about to walk into something that will either make you legendary or break you completely. And I have a vested interest in the outcome. I stood slowly, my ribs protesting the movement. Across the room, Bartholomew paused his lettuce consumption to observe, which was more attention than he'd shown to anything in weeks. The tournament, Nike confirmed, her wings shifting with a sound like wind through metal trees. Tomorrow morning, you and 16 others will step into the Crucible arena. 5 guilds, all hungry, all desperate, all willing to do whatever it takes to prove they deserve the crown. I'm aware. I crossed my arms, wincing at the pull on my bravado. That's why I was meditating instead of spending time with my entourage or dealing with a cat girl who thinks my lap is a throne. Nike's smile widened, showing bravado. Yes, your entourage. 5 women, all devoted to you at rank 10. All of them would make great sacrifices for you. Some of them would go to great lengths to protect you. One of them is currently planning 17 different ways to stop anyone who looks at you wrong during the opening ceremony. She meant Natalia, obviously. And one of them, Nike continued, her voice dropping lower, is the president's sister. Serafina, Vance's most precious treasure. The girl she's been grooming for 16 years to be the perfect leader, the perfect weapon, the perfect symbol of VHC dominance. My stomach tightened. I know who Cell is. Do you? Nike stepped closer, and the temperature in the room spiked. Do you understand what you've done by binding her soul to yours? You've taken the one thing Serafina cares about more than power, more than control, more than her entire empire, and you've made it yours. I held her gaze, refusing to back down. Sal made her own choice. Did she? Nike tilted her head, studying me like I was a puzzle missing pieces. Or did your nectar make it for her? Did your siren-esque gaze cloud her judgment? Did your silver tongue convince her that what you offered was freedom when it was really just a prettier cage? Watch it, I said, my voice going cold. I gave her more honesty in one night than she's gotten in 18 years. I told her the truth about the system, the bonds, everything. She chose to stay. Yes, she did. Nike's wings folded slightly, the tension easing. Which is why I'm here. Censurado, Nike said, turning the knife over with casual expertise. Not against a lone opponent. Not against mindless monsters. Against organized teams with months of training, professional coaching, and the entire weight of their guild's reputations driving them forward. And you're here because you want to help? I kept my tone skeptical. Or because you want to make sure the show stays entertaining. Both. She set the knife down, meeting my eyes again. I am Victory. I exist because people fight for things that matter. Championships, crowns, glory, the chance to prove that all the blood and sweat and sacrifice meant something. She paused. But I'm also a businesswoman, and I see potential in you. Potential that goes beyond just winning a student tournament. I waited. You have 5 women bound to you through soul-level covenants. You have a system that turns suffering into power. You have hidden stats that would make veteran hunters weep with envy. And you have something else. She pointed at my chest. Something old. Something that knows what it means to be hungry. To want so badly that you'd burn the world down just to take what's yours. Kaylin. She meant Kaylin. What do you want? I asked bluntly. I want to offer you a quest. A proper one. Not the games Aphrodite plays with hearts and desires. Not a polished gambling parlor disguised as divine intervention. This is about winning. Pure. Simple. Absolute. A notification bloomed in my vision, different from the usual blue system windows. This one was bronze and gold, edged with laurel wreaths and wings. Special quest available. Nike's challenge sponsor. The Divine Court of Victory difficulty. Mythical, I read through it once. Twice. 3 times because surely I was misreading something. You want me to win the entire tournament? I said slowly. Not just survive. Not just place well. Win. First place. Undefeated. Every match. Every challenge. Every objective. Correct. Nike's voice carried the ring of absolute certainty. And not just win. Dominate. I want you to make it look easy. I want the other guilds to understand in their bones that they never had a chance. That the Onyx Hounds were always going to take the crown. I laughed. Couldn't he help it? That's insane. The Argent Sentinels have won 7 years running. They have Julian, Aaron, Cassandra, Daniel. The Cobalt Vipers have Kenjiro, the quiet psycho who scares even Braxton. The Scarlet Phantoms have Reyna, and we both know she's got S-rank potential and professional backing. The Verdant Strikers are irrelevant, Nike interrupted, compared to what you could become if you accepted my offer. I stopped, looked at her. Really looked. Her eyes burned with something beyond simple confidence, beyond arrogance. This was the absolute certainty of someone who'd seen every battle ever fought, every victory ever claimed, every champion ever crowned. She knew how this would end before it began. The rewards, I said, pulling the quest details back up. They were staggering. Success rewards, 2,500 schema points, unique title. Champion of Nike. All combat-related abilities receive a 20 effectiveness increase during competitive matches. Allies within 100 meters receive a 10 stat boost. Mythical trait. Victor's Crown. When facing opponents with higher official rankings, gain progressive stat increases proportional to the gap. Maximum bonus. 50. Divine item. Nike's favor. A single-use token that guarantees victory in any one challenge, regardless of circumstances or opponent strength. Bonus objective reward. If Satori personally defeats Julian Valerius in single combat during the tournament, receive an additional divine tier ability, Unbreakable Will. Chapter 497. My soul on the betting slip, I whistled low. That is a lot of power. Yes. which means the failure penalty is going to be equally catastrophic. Nike's smile turned sharp. Smart boy. Failure penalties. Loss of 1,000 schema points, all ensemble bonds drop by 1 rank permanent title. The Pretender, combat abilities permanently reduced by 15. Enemies instinctively recognize you as a false threat. Nike's curse. For 1 full year. You will taste defeat in your mouth before every battle. Your confidence will waver. Your allies will doubt. Victory will feel like ash even when you achieve it. I sat back down on my bed, the weight of the quest settling over me like a wet blanket. This isn't just about the tournament, I said, connecting the dots. You're testing whether I'm worth your long-term investment, whether I can actually do what I claim. Build an empire. Become someone who matters. Partially. Nike moved to the window, her wings catching the moonlight. But it's also about sending a message. To Serafina, to the VHC, to everyone who thinks they can control you, or predict you, or use you as a chess piece in their games. She turned back to face me, and the intensity in her eyes could be melted steel. Tomorrow, when you step into that arena, you're not fighting for rankings. You're fighting to prove that power doesn't care about pedigree. That someone from Greystone Park with nothing but a bat and a bad attitude can stand equal to princesses and prodigies and legacy brats who had everything handed to them since birth. I thought about Natalia. How she'd looked at me during the Crucible match. Her face gone white when Rhaenys marionettes had pounded me into the sand. How she'd threatened to Barado me herself if I died. I thought about Emmy, who'd sobbed into my Barado while begging me to stay by her side, who believed I was worth her complete devotion despite knowing exactly what kind of monster I was. I thought about Skylar, who'd embraced me angry and desperate, who saw through all my lies and chose to stay anyway, because at least I was honest about being a scumbag. I thought about Cell, Centuredo, who turned everything into a competition but somehow made it feel genuine. And I thought about the 17 other people downstairs who followed me into hell repeatedly because I convinced them we could win. If I accept this quest and fail, I said quietly, it doesn't just hurt me. It destroys everyone who trusted me. Natalia drops from Covenant to Subjugated. Emmy loses the only thing making her feel special. The entire guild falls apart. Yes, that's one heck of a gamble. Nike's smile returned, softer this time. Victory always is. That's what separates champions from pretenders. Champions bet everything on themselves and win. Pretenders hedge their bets and wonder why they keep losing. I stood again, walking to where she stood by the window. Below, the academy grounds stretched out in darkness, dotted with lights from the other dormitories. Somewhere in one of those buildings, Julian was probably planning 17 different ways to humiliate me. Petrova was reviewing surveillance footage. Serafina was deciding whether I was an asset or a threat. And tomorrow, I'd have to prove them all wrong. Or burn trying. The bonus objective, I said, pulling the quest details up again. Personally defeating Julian in single combat during the finals. You're assuming we make it to the finals. I'm assuming you will, Nike corrected. Because if you don't, you'll be dead or broken, and this conversation becomes meaningless. Fair point. I looked at Bartholomew, who finished his lettuce and now rested peacefully in his castle. The snail had zero concerns about cosmic quests or divine expectations. He just existed, confident in his immortality, unbothered by the weight of the world. Must be nice. What does Unbreakable will do? I asked, because if I was going to sell my soul to another deity, I might as well know what I was buying. Nike's expression shifted into something almost reverent. It makes you immune to psychological manipulation, mental attacks, fear effects, aspect abilities that target your mind or willpower. Anyone trying to break your spirit through supernatural means will fail. Completely. Permanently. She moved closer, and I realized her height put us almost eye to eye. Her voice dropped to something quiet, conspiratorial. It also means that no one, not Apollo, not Aphrodite, not Zeus himself, can ever Barado a quest on you again. You'd have true free will, true agency, the ability to tell even the author to go to Barado. Nell's presence flickered with alarm. Careful. But Nike just laughed. She already knows him here. She approved this visit. Her golden eyes bored into mine. The question is whether you're brave enough to accept. Whether you can look at those failure penalties and still say yes. I thought about Kalen. About the old me. The enforcer who survived Tokyo's underworld by betting everything on single moments. By committing completely when the odds looked worst. I thought about the original Satori, the pathetic kid whose body ID inherited. How he wanted everything, but had the courage for nothing. And I thought about who ID become. Something stitched together from both of them in pure spite. Something that looked at impossible odds and grinned. If I do this, I said, you're basically asking me to put a target on my back. To paint a bullseye and invite every guild to take their best shot. I'm asking you to prove you're worth the divine attention you've been receiving, Nike corrected. To show that you're not just another mortal playing with powers they don't understand. And if I say no, then you're smart. She shrugged, her wings rustling. You play it safe. You aim for top 3 instead of first place. You survive the tournament, keep your bonds intact, and live to fight another day. It's a perfectly reasonable choice. Chapter 498. I'll take that bet the way she said reasonable made it sound like an insult. I pulled up my status screen, checking my schema point total. The number sat at 3,015, untouched since I'd blown 1,000 points on Apollo's tournament banner. The new abilities hummed beneath my skin. Lightning Rod, Kinetic Absorption, Barato. Sovereign's Mandate, turning my bonds into tactical advantages. I had the tools. The question was whether I had the courage to use them. What's the time limit on accepting? I asked. Sunrise. Nike gestured at the window, where the first hints of dawn were just starting to stain the horizon. In approximately 4 hours, the sun rises, the tournament begins, and this offer expires. You either commit now, or you never get the chance again. Why me? The question came out bravado, strained than I intended. Seriously, there are prodigies in this academy with decades of training. S-rank potentials from families that have been producing champions for generations. Why invest in some street rat with a fake aspect and a complicated past? Nike moved closer, and her presence filled my vision entirely. She smelled like ozone and victory and something metallic that hinted at battle. Because prodigies are boring, she said simply. They win because they're supposed to. Because everything in their lives has been engineered for success since birth. Their victories are predictable. Expected. Hollow. She tapped my chest, right over the regenerator brace. But you're interesting. You're the underdog, the reject, the zero who shouldn't exist. Every time you win, it's a middle finger to the natural order. Every time you survive something that should kill you, it proves that merit matters more than bloodlines. Her voice dropped to a whisper. And when you finally take the crown, when you stand at the top and prove that a stray dog from Greystone Park is worth more than all their precious legacies combined. That S when it matters. That S when victory means something. I looked into those molten gold eyes and saw my own reflection. Battered, exhausted, marked with bruises and scratches and the evidence of too many fights in too short a time. But still standing, still swinging, still too stupid or too stubborn to quit. Nell, I said, not looking away from Nike's gaze. What are the odds? Nell's voice came through soft, almost gentle. Statistically, if you fight clean and fair, 37% chance of victory, assuming optimal performance from everyone on your team and catastrophic mistakes from your opponents. And if I don't fight clean, then the odds become whatever you make them. Nil paused. But you know that already. You're asking me to talk you out of this. Are you? No. Because we both know you're going to say yes. You're too much like him to do anything else. She meant Kalen, the old me. The one who walked into Yakuza headquarters armed with nothing but a knife and audacity, who'd bet his life on a world-ranked hunter not defeating him, who'd survive by committing completely when everyone else hesitated. I exhaled, long and slow, letting the last of my reasonable objections bleed away. All right, I said to Nike. I'll win your tournament. Censurado. And when I grasped it, power surged through our connection. The quest locked into place with a weight that settled into my bones, heavier than any title or ability. Then let us make you a champion. The bronze and gold notification expanded, filling my vision completely. Nike S Challenge. Accepted objective. When in Guild Tournament sub-objectives. Remain undefeated throughout all preliminary matches. Secure victory in at least 80 of individual challenges. Ensure Onyx Hounds maintain first place ranking throughout tournament. Personally defeat Julian Valerius in single combat during finals. Additional condition. The Watcher SI Nike will observe your performance directly. Cowardice, surrender, or failure to commit fully will result in immediate quest failure and penalty application. I felt her presence settle over me like armor. Not controlling, not restricting, just there, watching, waiting to see if I'd live up to the faith she placed in me. One more thing, Nike said, her voice cutting through the power surge. You're women, the 5 souls bound to yours. They'll be fighting tomorrow too. Some of them on your team, some of them separated by the bracket structure. You need to understand something. She moved close enough that I could see the flecks of bronze in her golden irises. Victory demands sacrifice. Sometimes you win by letting someone else take the hit. Sometimes you win by watching people you care about bleed. If you try to protect all of them equally, you'll fail. If you try to keep them safe instead of letting them fight, you'll fail. You need to trust that they're strong enough to survive without you holding their hands. I thought about Natalia, taking a death beam meant for me. About Cell, facing down the arborist while I'd been busy burning. About Skylar, Emmy, and Akari. All of them choosing to stay despite knowing what I was. They're not fragile, I said. They're killers. Every single one of them. Good. Nike stepped back, her form beginning to fade. Then prove it tomorrow. Show the world what your pack can do when you let them off their leashes. She was almost gone, just a shimmer of bronze and gold in the air when I called out. Hey, Nike. The shimmer solidified slightly. Why do you care? Really, you're victory itself. You've seen countless champions rise and fall. What makes me different? Her voice came from everywhere and nowhere. Because you remind me of someone. Someone who also rose from nothing. Who also collected the broken and forgotten. Who also burned so bright that the gods themselves had to take notice. Then she was gone completely, leaving only the scent of ozone and the weight of impossible expectations. Chapter 499. The whole world is watching the sun rose over New Vein City like a curtain lifting on opening night. Good morning, Valoria. Park Hyunjae's voice boomed across millions of breakfast tables, his holographic image materializing in living rooms from Viridian Hills to the outer districts. It's tournament day at New Vein Academy. And if you're not watching this, you're officially the most boring person in the country. Sterling Weaver leaned forward on the news desk, his salt and pepper hair perfectly styled, his expression carrying the intensity of someone announcing the end of the world instead of a student competition. 7 years, he said. 7 consecutive years of Argent Sentinel dominance. But this year, the betting pools have shifted. For the first time in Academy history, the Onyx Hounds are favored to take the crown. Isaiah Foster pulled up the odds on his tablet. 3-1 on the Hounds, 5-1 on the Sentinels. The Phantoms are sitting at 8-1, the Vipers at 12, and the Strikers at 20. And when we talk about the Hounds, Sterling said, his voice dropping to something almost reverent, we're really talking about one name, one face, one infuriatingly handsome problem child who has taken this academy by storm. The screen cut to footage of Satori. Training clips. Gate runs. The Crucible duel with Reina, where lightning had bent to his will like he was the storm itself. Satoru Nakano, Hyunjae announced. The stray dog. The late bloomer who manifested at 17 and somehow convinced half the Academy's elite prospects to follow him into the worst guild on campus. The boy who saved the president's sister. The lunatic who killed an A-rank boss with a baseball bat. The heartthrob of New Vein. That last title is unofficial, Isaiah pointed out. The internet begs to differ. Hyunjae pulled up trending hashtags. Stray Dog Watch is #1 globally. Nakano Daddy is trending in 17 countries. There's an entire subreddit dedicated to analyzing his training videos. In a modest apartment in the Asahi district, ME's father Haruto sat with his morning coffee, watching the broadcast on the family's old television. That's the boy. His wife Hanako peered over his shoulder at the screen. The one our daughter keeps texting about? Apparently. He's very handsome. He's very dangerous, Haruto corrected. Look at his eyes. That's not a boy playing hunter. That's someone who has already seen death and decided to spit in its face. On screen, the footage showed Satori standing over a fallen Hydra, wiping his nose with the back of his hand, grinning like a maniac. Our daughter is in love with that. Hanako sat down hard. We're going to be grandparents before we're 50. Don't jinx it. In the presidential tower, Serafina stood at her window, overlooking the city. The broadcast played on 3 separate screens behind her, each showing different angles of the tournament preparations. Commander Graves stood at attention. The surveillance teams are in position. We'll have eyes on Nakano throughout the entire event. Good. The betting pools are interesting, Graves continued. Professional bookies are favoring the Hounds by a significant margin. That never happens. Not against the Sentinels. People love an underdog story. Serafina's reflection in the glass showed nothing, especially when the underdog has a compelling story. You don't believe it's just his appearance driving the popularity. I believe Satoru Nakano is very good at making people believe in him. Whether that belief is justified remains to be seen. The screen cut to footage of Celeste walking beside Satoru through the academy grounds. Double the surveillance detail, she said. I want to know every word he says to my sister. Every glance. Every interaction. Diego sprawled across the couch, eating cereal, while watching the broadcast on the massive screen. They're showing the clip again, he announced to anyone listening. Leo walked past without stopping. Which clip? The one with the princess. Celeste. From the medical bay footage. Kira emerged from the hallway and paused to watch. The leaked clip showed Satori and Celeste sitting on a hospital bed, their hands intertwined, both laughing at something off camera. That is not the kiss everyone cares about, Kira said. The kiss everyone cares about is the one with Natalia. Cinchureto, are you 3 done gossiping like middle schoolers? Just appreciating the competition. Diego raised his bowl in mock salute. Our fearless leader fought this guy to a stalemate. That makes him worth respecting. I'm going to beat him today, Reyna said flatly. Sure you are. Kira's smile was sharp. That is why you've watched the Crucible footage 83 times. 84, Leo corrected. Reyna flipped them both off and left. On screen, the news anchors continued their analysis. Sterling pulled up social media posts, thousands of them scrolling past in a blur. The internet has chosen sides, he announced. Team Stray Dog versus Team Sentinels. Team Underdog versus Team Legacy. And the most popular post of the morning is from someone asking the question that's on everyone's mind. The screen displayed a viral post with 47,000 likes. How is Satoru Nakano real? Like, genuinely. Late bloomer. C rank on paper. Somehow has 5 different girls, all 10/10s BTW, orbiting him like moons. Killed a literal tree god with a baseball bat. Fought La Serena to a draw. And he still looks like he has one bad day away from dropping out to sell cigarettes behind a 7-Eleven. Make it make sense. The top reply had 60,000 likes. He can't keep getting away with this. In Greystone Park, in a tiny apartment that smelled like instant ramen and old regrets, Mrs. Tanaka sat with her husband, both of them staring at the television with tears in their eyes. That's our Satori, she whispered. Kimiko's boy. He grew up. Mr. Tanaka wiped his eyes roughly. The kid who used to get his lunch money stolen every week. Now look at him. On screen, Satori walked beside Natalia through the academy grounds, both of them in combat gear, both moving with the confidence of people who had survived a nightmare together and come out the other side holding hands. Kimiko never gave up on him, Mrs. Tanaka said. When everyone else said he'd never amount to anything, when the doctor said he'd never manifest, when he spent all those years being invisible. She believed, and now the whole country knows his name. The broadcast cut to the arena, where thousands of spectators were already filing into their seats despite the tournament not starting for another 3 hours. The crowd is absolutely electric. Hyunjae narrated over sweeping shots of the gathering masses. We're expecting over 20,000 people in attendance, with millions more watching from home. The Crucible Arena hasn't seen numbers like this since the finals 5 years ago, when Veronica Cabana made her legendary debut. And, speaking of legends, Sterling cut in. Let us talk about the Onyx Hounds roster. Because this isn't just Satoru Nakano's show. He has surrounded himself with an absolutely terrifying collection of talent. Chapter 500. End of volume. Time to go to war. The screen split into 6 panels. Natalia Kuzmina. Her purple hair catching the light. Her telekinesis demonstrated through footage of her freezing an entire battlefield with coordinated ice attacks. The Ice Queen, Hyunjae announced. Rank 3 overall. Some are calling her the second most powerful first year in the program. She is also Nakano's stepsister, which has spawned approximately 9,000 conspiracy theories and twice as many fanfics. Skylar Amain. Her indigo and pink hair, her expression bored, her knives a blur as she dismantled training dummies. The Phantom Blade. Master of misdirection. Cinchurado. That decision alone has political analysts writing dissertations. Emi Aoyama. Her blue hair, her warm smile, her healing aura surrounding injured teammates. The Radiant Heart. They're calling her the best healer in the program. And rumors suggest she has been keeping the stray dog alive through sheer force of will and determination. Akari Miyamoto. Tan Siking Gulojing. Her. Chines Manifesting. Her simile promising. Dangyev. The Golden Chain. One half of the Miyamoto twins. She is already fielding offers from Crimson Fawn, but sources say she is not interested in leaving. And that is just a few, Sterling added. We haven't even talked about Isabel Okoye, the abdicated queen, or Pan Su-min, who hosts an S-rank B Spirit, or Raphael, whose entrance exam footage is still being used as a case study in uncontrolled power. The panels collapse back into a single image. Satoru is standing at the front of the group, bat on his shoulder, surrounded by his team. Julian watched the broadcast from his room, his knuckles white around his coffee cup. Aaron stood in the doorway. You ready? I'm going to destroy him. Yeah, you said that yesterday, and the day before, and every day for the past month. Julian finally looked away from the screen. This is different. Today it happens. Today, everyone sees that he is nothing special. Just another street rat who got lucky. Aaron's expression suggested doubt, but he kept it to himself. In the Onyx House kitchen, Emmy stood at the stove making pancakes for 17 people while the broadcast played on the wall screen. They just called you the Radiant Heart, Natalia said from the table. Is that good? It's embarrassing. Your nickname is the Ice Queen, which is accurate. Skylar wandered in. Cinchurado Cell entered wearing her combat suit, Noah trailing behind like a shadow. Is he awake? Braxton knocked 20 minutes ago, Natalia said. He told him to eat, stretch, and try not to die. Solid advice. The broadcast cut to aerial footage of the Crucible Arena. The massive coliseum carved into volcanic rock at the island's peak. The morning sun painted the stone in shades of amber and gold. In approximately 2 hours, Sterling said, his voice dropping to something almost religious, the gates open. 5 guilds enter. But only one can claim the crown. Only one can prove they deserve the resources, the sponsorships, the future that is waiting on the other side of this competition. And everyone wants to know, Hyunjae added, can the stray dog actually pull this off? Can he take a guild of rejects and misfits and turn them into champions? Or will the weight of expectation crush him and his pack before they even get started? The screen showed a countdown timer. Inter-guild tournament begins, Zion. Emmy flipped another pancake, her hand steady despite the flutter in her chest. Outside, the island was waking up. Students in different colored uniforms streaming toward the arena. Silver and blue, crimson and black, cobalt and onyx, viridian green, ash gray. All of them converging on the same place. All of them ready to fight. All of them thinking about the same name. On a private yacht anchored off the coast, Veronica Cabana sipped champagne while watching the broadcast on a massive screen. Your sister S fighting today, her manager said. EMEWE. Against that boy, the one you've been asking about. Veronica's smile was dangerous. Satoru Nakano. Yes, I'm very interested in meeting him. The president has issued a directive. All guild recruiters are to maintain distance until after the tournament concludes. How unfortunate. Veronica stood, her crimson dress catching the morning light. I've never been good at following directives. The broadcast continued its relentless coverage. Fan interviews outside the arena. Teenage girls holding signs that said, "Marry me, Satori," and "Stray Dog is my alpha." Boys wearing makeshift Onyx House colors, painting their faces gray and black. Professional analysts breaking down team compositions on whiteboards that looked like they belonged in actual war rooms. Betting statistics scrolling past in endless streams of numbers and odds. And through it all, one name repeated like a mantra. Satoru Nakano, the zero who became a hero. The reject who built a kingdom from broken pieces and spite. The boy who looked at the entire Academy's established hierarchy and decided it wasn't good enough. Whatever happens today, Sterling said as the broadcast cut back to the studio, this tournament will be remembered. Because for the first time in 7 years, the outcome isn't certain. For the first time in 7 years, the underdogs have teeth. And for the first time in 7 years, someone looked at the Argent Sentinels and said, no, you don't get to win just because you're supposed to. That someone, Hyunjae said, is about to walk into the crucible. And I don't know about you, but I wouldn't want to be standing in his way when he does. The countdown timer hit 90 minutes. All across Valoria, people stopped what they were doing. They gathered around screens. They placed their bets. They chose their sides. And they waited. I stood in my room, looking at my reflection in the mirror. The regenerator brace sat beneath my shirt. The burns on my arms had faded to pink scars. My ribs still ached when I breathed too deep. But I was standing. I was ready. Behind me, the door opened. Natalia entered first, dressed in her combat suit, her hair pulled back in a tactical bun. She crossed the room and gripped my arm, her cold hands steady on my jaw. Win, she said firmly. Emmy appeared next, her blue hair in twin braids, her healing aura already active and pulsing softly. She hugged me from the side, careful of my ribs. Come back safe. Skylar leaned against the doorframe, her arms crossed. Don't embarrass us out there. Cell stepped forward, her silver hair catching the light. She didn't say anything, just took my hand and squeezed once. Akari grinned from the hallway. Try not to die, Daddy. It'd be super boring if you did. I looked at all 5 of them. My queens, my monsters, my soul-bonded disasters who chosen to follow a scumbag with a system and delusions of grandeur. I'm going to win, I said. Not bragging, not promising, just stating fact. I'm going to take that crown, and I'm going to make sure everyone knows exactly who we are. Maki appeared on my shoulder in cat form, her tails wrapping around my neck. Downstairs, Braxton's voice echoed up. Ride leaves in 5 minutes. Anyone not on it gets left behind. The countdown on my phone read 87 minutes. I grabbed my bat. I looked at my team, and I walked toward the door. Time to show the whole damn country what a stray dog with nothing to lose could really do. End of Volume 5, Chapter 501. The roar of the number ones. I stood at the entrance tunnel to the Crucible Arena, my bat resting on my shoulder, listening to the roar of 20,000 people shaking the volcanic rock beneath my feet. You nervous? Natalia asked. Terrified. Liar. Ich bin daher. Yeah. Braxton appeared at the mouth of the tunnel, his scent cigarette dangling unlit from his lips. You're up first. Try not to trip walking out there. I've got money riding on you looking competent. How much? Enough that if you embarrass me, I'm transferring you to the Vipers. Love you too, Professor. He snorted and walked away. The PA system crackled to life, and suddenly I heard the most aggressively cheerful voice I'd ever encountered in 2 lifetimes. Good morning, New Vein Academy. Are you ready to witness history? The crowd's response was deafening. Some guy was standing at the center stage, his outfit so obnoxiously bright yellow and green that I briefly considered asking Celeste to freeze him as a public service. His hair stuck straight up like he'd been electrocuted, and his grin stretched wide enough to swallow a small child. I am Maximus Hype, your host for today's Inter-Guild Tournament. And let me tell you, we got a show for you today. 5 guilds, 18 competitors, and enough drama to make the gods themselves jealous. Nell whispered in my head. The audience is eating this up. Ratings are already spiking. Tell them I said hi. You're insufferable. Yeah, but I'm their favorite kind of insufferable. First up, they came from the bottom. They rose from nothing. They got the worst facilities, the weakest sponsor, and somehow they re-sitting at number 1. Give it up for your Onyx Hounds. The roar that followed made my ears ring. That's us, Raphael said, cracking his knuckles. Let's go show them what trash looks like when it bites back. We walked out into the arena as one unit. The sunlight hit me first, warm and blinding after the tunnel's darkness. Then the noise hit, a wall of sound so thick I could practically touch it. The crowd was on their feet. Half of them were waving signs with my face on them. Some said Stray Dog Nation. Others said things I refused to read out loud because Emmy was watching. Wow, I thought. Guess I do have some fans. Natalia walked on my right, her purple combat suit catching the light, her hair glowing like ice in the sun. Centurado, Jamie shirtless, flexing for the cameras. One looking like death warmed over. Emmy waving at the crowd with both hands. Cell walking with Noah at her back, her expression unreadable. Akari blowing kisses at the camera. Sumin clutching her lucky seashell. Jacob looking like he might vomit. 17 disasters in ash gray and black. 17 people who weren't supposed to matter. 17 souls had decided that the world opinion could go to Barado. We reached our designated area, a section of the arena floor marked with the Onyx sigil. The crowd was still cheering loudly. I caught sight of a girl in the front row holding a sign that said Nakano fan for life. Skylar followed my gaze and snorted. Your fans are very supportive. Shut up. And representing the Onyx Hounds as their captain, the man who needs no introduction, but I am gonna give him one anyway. The stray dog, the zero who became a hero, the boy who took down an A rank with a baseball bat. Satori, Nakano. The noise somehow got louder. I raised my bat in acknowledgement, which was apparently the right move, because half the stadium lost their collective minds. Maximus wasn't he done. Next, they held the top spot for 7 years running. They perfect. They polished. They absolutely furious about being in second place. The Argent Sentinels. The Sentinels walked out in formation so tight it looked choreographed. Probably because it was. Julian led them, his golden hair perfect, his silver and blue armor gleaming like he spent the morning polishing it. Aaron followed, like a human tank. Behind them came the rest of their squad, each one looking like they stepped out of a recruitment poster. They took their position with military precision. The crowd's applause was respectful, polite, nothing like what the Hounds had received. Julian's eyes found mine across the arena floor. I smiled. He didn't third. They believe in power. They've got the second best record, and they're coming for that crown. The Scarlet Phantoms. Reyna walked out like she owned the entire island. Her crimson hair blazed in the sunlight. Her combat suit fit her perfectly as she prepared for battle. Her emerald eyes swept across the arena once before landing on me and staying there. Behind her came Diego, Leo, and Kira, all wearing matching expressions that promised violence. The crowd loved them. Reyna stopped at her designated position and crossed her arms, her gaze never leaving mine. I winked. Her jaw tightened. Natalia's hand found my arm, her fingers cold even through the fabric. Don't what? Whatever you're thinking about doing. I'm not thinking about anything. Liar. Fourth, they outthink. They outplan. They got more strategy in their pinky finger than most guilds have in their entire roster. The Cobalt Vipers. The Vipers emerged like shadows given form. Kinjiro led them, his expression bored, his hands in his pockets. The rest of his team moved with the same quiet confidence. They took their position without fanfare. The crowd's response was muted. And last, but definitely not least, they were the good guys, the team players, the ones your parents want you to be, the Verdant Strikers. The Strikers came out waving at the crowd like this was a parade instead of a tournament. Their green and white colors looked almost cheerful compared to everyone else's murder palettes. They reached their spot, still waving. The arena fell into a lull as all 5 guilds stood in their designated areas. Then Maximus pointed toward the VIP box. And now, to oversee this glorious spectacle, the professor who makes grown hunters weak in the knees. The woman who could end all of US with her smile. Please welcome your host for today's events, Professor Haney Mori. Chapter 502. Make this worth my time. The crowd went absolutely feral. Haney walked onto the center platform, wearing a modified instructor's uniform that somehow looked like formal wear and battle gear simultaneously. Her amethyst eyes sparkled with amusement as she waved at the roaring masses. She was beautiful in that effortless, dangerous way that made smart people nervous. Thank you, Maximus. Her voice carried across the arena without any apparent amplification. Some kind of sound manipulation, probably. Welcome, everyone. Students, faculty, honored guests, and the millions watching from home. Today marks the beginning of something special. More cheers. She waited for the roar to die down, a small, knowing smile playing at her lips as the noise gradually ebbed to a buzz of anticipation. Before we begin the tournament proper, we have a tradition here at New Vane Academy. Centurado. Her voice took on a more formal weight, the tone shifting from entertainer to educator. The student who scored first on the entrance exam delivers the State of the Year address, a moment for them to speak to their peers about our shared journey, to reflect on where we've been, what we've survived, and to set the tone for what comes next. My stomach dropped. It was a free fall, plummeting bravado that reached all the way down to my shoes. Oh no. I felt Natalia's eyes on me before I even turned my head. This year's honor goes to someone who's already made quite the impression, Haney continued, her grin widening with quiet confidence. Someone who entered this academy 6 months ago with nothing but raw potential and a dream. Someone who survived things that should have bravado him. She paused for dramatic effect, her amethyst eyes sweeping across the crowd. Twice. Natalia's hand squeezed my arm, her grip firm and grounding. She's talking about you, she murmured, low enough that only I could hear over the rising murmur of the crowd. I figured that out, thanks. I muttered back, my jaw tight. My mind was already racing, calculating, reframing. This wasn't just a speech. This was a stage, a platform. And Haney had just thrown me into the spotlight whether I was ready or not. Would you please welcome to the stage the man who needs no introduction, Satoru Nakano. The roar was physical. I handed my bat to Natalia. Hold this. Don't fall off the stage. Your confidence in me is touching. I walked toward the center platform where Haney waited, her smile knowing and slightly wicked. The distance felt like miles. Every step brought fresh noise from the crowd. I climbed the stairs and stood beside her. She leaned close, her perfume something floral and expensive. Try to keep it under 10 minutes. Any longer and people get bored. Got it. She stepped back and gestured at the microphone. I looked out at the sea of faces. 20,000 people. More cameras than I could count. Millions watching from home, according to the broadcast. The entire student body of New Vane Academy spread across the arena in their guild colors. In front and center, in the VIP section, Serafina Vance sat with her hands folded in her lap, her ice blue eyes locked on me like targeting lasers. Right? No pressure. I gripped the microphone. The crowd noise swelled again, a tide of cheers and screams, and what sounded like someone yelling marriage proposals. I waited. 2 minutes, I decided. Let them get it out of their systems. Let them scream until their throats hurt. Let them think they know what is coming. The noise was overwhelming. Girls in the front rows were crying. Guys were chanting my name like I'd already won. Signs waved across every section. I caught sight of Kimiko and Luca in the family section. Kimiko had her hand over her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Luca stood beside her, beaming with pride, so obvious it hurt to look at. The 2 minutes crawled past. Finally, blessedly, the crowd started to settle. I raised the microphone. Thank you. My voice echoed across the arena, amplified by whatever magic Haney had woven into the sound system. Thank you for coming out here to support your school. To support us. All of us. I gestured at the assembled guilds. Whether you're here in the stands, watching from home, or streaming this on your phone while pretending to work, we see you. And we're grateful you're here. The crowd ate it up. Cheers rippled through the sections. I waited again, letting them settle. Then I looked at the other guilds. The strikers smiled back, friendly and open. The vipers watched with cold assessment. The phantoms radiated contained violence. My gaze landed on Reyna. She stood with her arms crossed, her emerald eyes locked on mine, her crimson hair moving in the breeze. Something passed between us. Recognition, challenge, determination. I let the moment stretch. Then I turned to the Sentinels. Julian stood ramrod straight in his perfect armor, his sapphire eyes burning with barely contained fury. I stared at him. The arena went quiet. Not silent, but quiet enough that my next words would carry. As for my competitors from the other houses, I said, my voice dropping lower, harder, make all of this worth it for me. The crowd erupted. Julian S.'s face went the color of old blood. Reyna S.'s smile was sharp enough to cut glass. And somewhere in my head, Nell laughed like a maniac. That's my scumbag, she said. I stepped back from the microphone and walked off the stage. Haney caught my arm as I passed. You're going to be trouble. That's what they keep telling me. I returned to my team. Natalia handed me my bat. That was audacious. That's what I was going for. Skylar grinned. You just declared war on live television. Good. Let them know it's coming. Emmy bounced on her toes. That was so cool. Did you see Julian S.'s face? He looked like he was going to explode. He probably was. Cell stood close, her expression unreadable. You realize you just made yourself the primary target for every guild here. Yeah, that was also intentional. Akari laughed. I like it when you're stupid and confident. It's very charming. Focus, Isabel said from behind us. The opening ceremony is concluding. The first event starts in 30 minutes. I looked up at the scoreboard. Inter-Guild Tournament Day 1. Qualification rounds time 2 first event. 0:28. 47 the entire arena held its breath. 5 guilds. 1 crown. And every single person here thought they knew how this would end. They were all wrong. But they did figure that out soon enough. Chapter 503. The King of Five Hills. I cracked my neck as the scoreboard timer ticked down. 28 minutes until the first event. 28 minutes to figure out how to not die or embarrass myself on national television. Based on my track record, I'd say those odds were about 50-50. So what is the first event? I asked, looking at Isabel. She tapped her spear against the ground. Combat trial. 8 fighters from each guild face off in a modified King of the Hill scenario. And by modified, you mean 5 hills, 5 flags. Whoever holds the most flags when time expires wins. Simple enough. I surveyed our team, mentally running through our roster. We had heavy hitters like Raphael and Hikari, who could bulldoze through opposition. Stealth operators like Skylar, who could sneak capture points. Defenders like Natalia, who could lock down a position once taken. I assume we're already picked for the first event? I glanced at Braxton, Centuredo, troublesome woman. Braxton pulled me aside, his voice dropping low. The Sentinels are sending Julian. Viper S got Kenjiro. Phantoms are keeping Reyna in reserve for later. Smart move. Save your ace for when it matters most. What about? I didn't finish the question because the crowd suddenly erupted again. I turned to see what caused the commotion. Oh, that's why. Veronica Cabana had just entered the VIP section, her crimson dress catching the sunlight as she waved to the cheering fans. Her hair, the same fiery red as Reyna's, cascaded down her back in perfect waves. Unlike her younger sister's athletic build, Veronica was stunning, the kind of beauty that made men lose their focus when she appeared on billboards. and she was staring directly at me. "Oh no," I muttered. "What?" Natalia followed my gaze. Her expression went cold instantly. "Why is she looking at you?" "I have no idea." "Liar." Veronica winked at me, then took her seat beside a furious-looking Reina in the competitor S box. "That S, problematic," Skylar observed dryly. "You think?" I touched the back of my neck. "Let us focus on the match." Natalia caught hold of my arm, her fingers pressing into it. "If you even think about, I'm not thinking about anything except winning this tournament." Her eyes narrowed. "Good. Keep it that way." The massive screens above the arena flashed with the event layout. A digital map appeared, showing 5 raised platforms scattered across the arena floor. Each platform held a flag. "Here is the plan," I said, gathering our team closer. "Isabel takes North Hill. Raphael East. Hikari West. Skylar Center. Natalia, your mobile support, go wherever we're weakest. Marco, Juan, and I will run interference and keep the other teams off balance." "Why am I not holding a position?" Juan asked, yawning. "Because you'd fall asleep standing there," Natalia snapped. "Fair point." Isabel nodded in approval. "A solid strategy. Keep their attention divided while we secure our positions." "Exactly." I gripped my bat tighter. "Oh, and one more thing, don't die." Braxton snorted. "Great advice, Captain Obvious." I try my best. A horn blasted across the arena, and the scoreboard changed. First event. King of the 5 Hills time limit. 30 minutes competitors. Prepare for entry, the crowd roared as gates opened around the arena floor. Teams began filing out onto the battlefield. Natalia caught my hand before I could step through her gate. Her violet eyes locked with mine. "Don't do anything stupid." I grinned. "When have I ever? Do you want the list alphabetically or chronologically?" "That is hurtful." "It's accurate." I leaned in, brushing my lips against hers quickly. For luck. Her cheeks flushed pink, but she recovered fast. "If you need luck to win, we're already in trouble." I met her narrowed gaze with a lazy smirk. "Maybe I just wanted to kiss you." The words hung between us for a moment, charged, deliberate, and precisely calculated to make her falter. It worked. Her lips parted as if she was about to fire back some cutting retort, but she caught herself, a faint flush creeping up her neck. Instead of answering, she placed both hands on my chest and gave me a firm shove toward the gate. "Go," she commanded, her voice low and dangerous. "Win this." Centurado, my bat settling comfortably on my shoulder. The roar of the crowd washed over me like a physical wave, but I tuned it out, focusing instead on the massive battlefield sprawling before me. 40 fighters in total were taking their positions across the arena, a chaotic patchwork of guilds, ambitions, and barely concealed hostility. My gaze swept the field with practiced ease, cataloging threats and opportunities. Then my eyes landed on him. Julian Valerius stood at the head of the Argent Sentinels formation, his custom golden armor catching the sunlight and throwing it back in brilliant, ostentatious flashes. He looked like a recruitment poster come to life, noble, powerful, and utterly convinced of his own superiority. The moment our eyes met, I could practically see the furnace ignite behind his perfect blue irises. The hatred burning there was so pure, so visceral, that was almost beautiful in its intensity. I couldn't resist. I blew him a kiss. His entire face, contorted jaw clenched, eyes bulging, a vein throbbing visibly at his temple. For a glorious second, I thought he might actually charge me right then and there, before the match even started. "Perfect. You're going to get yourself killed," Skylar murmured as she slid past me. "Probably." The screens displayed the countdown. I rolled my shoulders, feeling the regenerator brace humming against my skin. My ribs still ached from the rain of fight, but I managed. Isabel took position on my left, her spear glowing green with her aspect ready. I gripped my bat with both hands. "One, begin." The arena exploded into chaos. 40 fighters charging at once created a thunderous noise that reverberated off the stadium walls. I sprinted forward, angling toward the central platform where 3 sentinels were converging. "Time to make some new friends." I activated Shade Cloak, dissolving into shadow as I reached the base of the central platform. The sentinels hesitated, losing sight of me. I rematerialized behind the nearest one, a bulky guy with a hammer, and swung my bat into the back of his knee. He went down with a satisfying crunch. "Sorry, did that hurt?" I asked, dancing backward as he swung wildly. "Nakano," he snarled. I couldn't remember his name, which probably meant he wasn't worth remembering. I ducked another swing and cracked my bat across his ribs. The second sentinel came at me with twin daggers, slashing in perfect arcs that would have been beautiful if they weren't aimed at my throat. I parried with my bat, the impacts jarring my arms. "You don't belong here," he hissed, his voice dripping with contempt. "Funny, your mom said the same thing this morning," I replied conversationally, watching his face twist in rage. Then I activated Steel Body just as his blade came down toward my shoulder. The dagger bounced off with a sharp metallic clang, as if he de-struck solid iron instead of flesh. His eyes widened in shock, the confident sneer evaporating. "What the—" I didn't give him time to finish. I drove my forehead into his face, knocking him hard. He stumbled backward, hands flying up to his face. I followed up immediately with a swing of my bat straight into his stomach, doubling him over and sending him sprawling to the ground. "Two down," I muttered, stepping over his groaning form. The third sentinel was smarter than his companions. He kept his distance, circling me warily as some kind of energy bow materialized in his hands. An arrow of pure, crackling light formed on the string, aimed directly at my chest. "That looks painful," I commented casually, keeping my voice light. He smiled coldly, confidence returning to his features. "It will be." The arrow flew straight and true, a streak of blinding white energy. I didn't move, didn't even flinch. It struck me dead center in the barato and shattered on impact against my skin, sparks of light cascading around me in a brilliant but harmless shower. The absorbed kinetic force flooded through my body, a surge of raw power that made my muscles sing. "Thank you, kinetic absorption." His jaw dropped, face going pale. "How did you—" I was already moving, closing the distance between us in 3 explosive strides. My bat connected with his jaw before he could even think about running, and he dropped like a puppet with its strings cut, crumpling unconscious to the ground. "Sorry, what were you saying?" I asked his unconscious form, prodding him with my boot. The crowd was going insane. I looked up to see my face plastered across the giant screens, smiling like a maniac with 3 sentinels sprawled at my feet. Okay, maybe I was showing off a little. I climbed the platform to find Skylar already there, her knives slick from the fight as she secured the central flag. "Took you long enough," she said. "I was making friends. You're a real social butterfly." I scanned the arena. Isabel had the northern platform locked down, her green aura surrounding the flag as she fended off 2 Vipers simultaneously. Raphael was demolishing anyone who approached the eastern platform. Hikari was in trouble, for phantoms had swarmed the western platform, overwhelming her despite her monstrous strength. I spotted Julian among them, his sword flashing as he pressed the advantage. "Skylar, hold this position. I'm going to help Hikari." She nodded. "Try not to die spectacularly. Where's the fun in that?" Chapter 504. Lightning on the horizon, I bolted toward the western platform, where Hikari was getting mobbed by 4 phantoms who apparently decided teamwork was a valid strategy. Diego had her in a headlock while Kira circled with those shadow tendrils of hers looking for an opening. 2 others I didn't recognize were trying to wrestle her flail away. Trying being the operative word. Hikari was grinning like a psychopath. "This is fun," she shouted, headbutting Diego hard enough that I heard the crack from 20 yards away. Diego stumbled back, blood streaming from his nose. "What on earth are you made of?" "Protein and fighting spirit," Hikari answered cheerfully, then swung her flail in a wide arc that sent one of the unnamed phantoms flying. I reached the platform just as Julian appeared from the other side, his golden armor gleaming in the afternoon sun. Of course, the pretty boy would time his entrance for maximum dramatic effect. Our eyes locked. "Nakano." His voice dripped with all the warmth of liquid nitrogen. "Valerius." I gave him my most insufferable smile. "Nice weather we're having." His jaw clenched so hard I thought his perfect teeth might crack. You dare mock me here? Now, I dare mock you everywhere. It's kind of my thing. Purple energy crackled around his fists as his quantum disruption aspect flared to life. The air around him warped and twisted, reality bending under the pressure of his power. Fancy, I'm going to break you, he promised, his sapphire eyes burning with barely restrained fury. I'm going to shatter that arrogant smile and show everyone what you really are, a street rat pretending to be a hunter. I yawned, deliberately, loudly. His face turned a shade of red that probably required medical attention. Are you quite finished? I asked, examining my nails with exaggerated disinterest. Because we've got a tournament to win, and your monologuing is eating into valuable competition time. He charged. Not the smartest move, but rage makes people stupid. His fist came at my face wreathed in that purple distortion field, and I could feel the wrongness in the air, his aspect, trying to disrupt my own abilities at the molecular level. I activated kinetic absorption and took the hit. The impact sent me sliding backward across the stone platform, my boots scraping against volcanic rock. Pain exploded through my jaw where his knuckles connected, but immediately that pain transformed into something else, raw power flooding through my muscles. My strength jumped 5%. My agility climbed another 5%. Julian's eyes widened as I straightened, rolling my jaw with a satisfying pop. That all you got? Impossible, he breathed. My aspect should have what? Weakened me? Disrupted my abilities? I cracked my knuckles, feeling the temporary buffs singing through my system. Hate to break it to you, but your fancy disruption field can't touch what you can't understand. His face twisted into something ugly. You cheat. You must be using illegal augmentations, or maybe I'm just better than you. I shrugged. While concept, I know. He lunged again, this time his movements sloppy with rage. I sidestepped easily, bringing my bat up in a vicious arc that caught him across the ribs. The crowd went absolutely feral. Julian staggered, clutching his side. The quantum disruption flickered and died as his concentration shattered. How? He gasped. How are you this strong? My file says a lot of things. I stepped closer, my voice dropping low enough that only he could hear. Question is, do you really believe everything you read? Or are you just too stupid to see what's right in front of you? His hand shot toward me, but I caught his wrist mid-strike. For a moment we were frozen there, locked in a contest of raw strength. I twisted his arm back, gaining the upper hand, tendons straining as I forced his arm down inch by inch. His face contorted with pain and disbelief. Not so tough without your disruption field, I observed conversationally. Turns out when you remove the fancy aspect and expensive training, you're just another rich kid who never had to actually fight for anything. I shoved him backward hard. He stumbled, nearly falling off the platform before catching himself. This isn't over, he snarled. It never is with you types. I turned my back on him dismissively. Now run along before I embarrass you more than you've already embarrassed yourself. His breathing turned ragged with fury, but footsteps retreated. Smart choice. The kid learned something today, after all. Hikari had dealt with her fandom problem through the simple expedient of hitting them harder than they could hit her. Her flail glistened with a concerning residue as she waved cheerfully at me. I got the flag. Yeah, I can see that. I glanced around the arena. The Vipers had secured the southern platform, with Kenjiro standing guard like some kind of bored statue. The northern platform remained contested between Isabelle and a striker I didn't recognize. The eastern platform belonged to Raphael, who apparently decided Scorched Earth was a valid defense strategy, which left us controlling 3 of 5 flags with 22 minutes remaining on the clock. Skylar, report, I called out through the chaos. Her voice crackled through the comm unit in my ear. Center platform secure. 2 Vipers try to take it. They're currently taking a nap. Casualties? They live. Probably. Good enough. I jogged toward the northern platform, where Isabelle was locked in combat with a tall guy who manipulated stone. The entire platform had transformed into a maze of rock formations, with Isabelle weaving through them like a dancer while her spear left green afterimages. The striker saw me coming and redirected his attack, sending a wave of stone spikes erupting from the ground between us. I activated Shade Cloak, phasing into shadow form. The spikes passed harmlessly through my incorporeal body as I rematerialized directly in front of him. His eyes went wide. What? My bat caught him across the temple before he could finish the question. He dropped like a sack of rocks. Isabel raised an eyebrow at me. Showing off? Always. She secured the flag while I kept watch. 3 platforms locked down. 2 more to defend for. I checked the timer. 19 minutes. Cinchuredo, I started running toward the center. Isabel, hold north. Go. Chapter 505. My girlfriend is a Valkyrie. I push my legs harder, feeling the burn in my Barado. The temporary buffs from kinetic absorption had started to fade, my stats slowly returning to baseline. I needed to reach Skylar before. A marionette appeared directly in my path, its crackling form blocking the way like a wall of living electricity. I could smell the ozone, feel the hair on my arms standing on end from the ambient charge. Behind it, Reyna watched me with those emerald eyes. Cinchuredo and my entire body became a living conduit for electromagnetic energy. The marionette's attack bent toward me like iron filings to a magnet, the electricity flowing into my body in a crackling rush that made my teeth buzz. I absorbed it completely, redirecting the power through my mana channels until it hummed in my chest like a caged thunderstorm. Reyna's smile faltered. That trick again? If it's not broken, don't fix it. I released the stored lightning in a concentrated beam straight at her position. She dodged at the last second, the bolt scorching the stone where she'd been standing. Fast, I admitted. You have no idea. She was right. Reyna moved like she'd been born in combat. Every motion economical and perfectly timed. Her remaining marionette attacked from my blind side, while she closed the distance from the front, coordinating the assault with terrifying precision. I used protection from arrows to track the marionette's approach, my Tori sense screaming warnings. I dropped flat as electric fists passed over my head, then rolled sideways as Reyna's Real fist tried to introduce itself to my face. Not bad, she said, breathing hard. You've been training. You inspired me. I got to my feet, bat at the ready. Thought I should at least make this fun for you. Her laugh was genuine, warm even. Oh, I'm having fun. The question is, can you keep up? 3 more marionettes materialized around her, forming a semicircle that boxed me in. They attacked as one, a coordinated assault that would have overwhelmed most fighters. Good thing I wasn't team most fighters. I activated Steel Body, and for 10 glorious seconds, I became effectively invincible. The electric fist struck into me from 4 different angles simultaneously, each impact carrying enough voltage to power a city block. None of it hurt. I walked through the assault like it was rain, feeling the buffs from kinetic absorption stacking with every hit. My stats climbed higher and higher, the temporary boosts layering on top of my already ridiculous hidden values. When Steel Body wore off, I was 40% stronger and faster than when the match started. Thanks to the power-up, I said cheerfully. Reyna's expression shifted from confident to wary. What are you? Your worst nightmare? Apparently. I charged the nearest marionette, my bat glowing with ember as I channeled heat through the metal. The swing connected, and the construct exploded into sparks and dissipating energy. 1 down, 3 to go. Reyna created 2 more instantly, her aspect working overtime. I could do this all day. So can I. Probably a lie, but she didn't need to know that. The timer read 14 minutes. Across the arena, Natalia's voice crackled through my comsadora. We got problems. The Vipers are making a coordinated push on all 3 of our platforms simultaneously. Can you hold them? I can, but an explosion cut her off. I looked toward the northern platform and saw Isabel surrounded by 5 Vipers, her green wind barrier flickering under sustained assault. On the eastern platform, Raphael was fighting back-to-back with Marco, both of them bleeding but standing firm. We were spread too thin. Everyone fall back to center platform. I shouted into the comm, consolidate our position. That leaves us with only 1 flag. Natalia protested. One flag we can defend is better than three we're about to lose. A beat of silence. Then, understood. Moving now. Reyna heard the exchange, her smile returning. Tactical retreat? How disappointing. Strategic repositioning, I corrected. There's a difference. Is there? I didn't answer because three of her marionettes decided to resume their assault. I dodged, blocked, and absorbed hits as needed, my body moving on pure instinct now. The Torii sense guided my movements, showing me attack vectors before they developed. Right, duck, left, jump. The pattern burned itself into my muscles, and for a few seconds I existed in that perfect state where thought and action merged into something almost like art. Then Reyna herself entered the fray, her real fist wreathed in crackling energy. I brought my bat up to block, but she feinted at the last second, redirecting her strike low toward my kidney. The hit landed, and pain exploded through my side despite kinetic absorption dampening the worst of it. I stumbled, gasping. She pressed the advantage, her marionettes closing in from all sides. Electric fists rained down on me from four directions simultaneously. I took the beating, my body screaming in protest. Each hit added more temporary buffs, yes, but there's a limit to how much damage even I could absorb before something important broke. My vision started to tunnel. That's when Natalia arrived like an avenging angel, purple energy exploding outward in a telekinetic shockwave that sent all four marionettes flying backward. "Get your hands off my boyfriend," she snarled at Reyna. The crowd absolutely lost their minds at that declaration. Reyna's eyes widened slightly. "Boyfriend? You heard me." Oh, this was going to be a problem later. I used the distraction to catch my breath, feeling MES healing aura wash over me from somewhere nearby. The pain in my kidney faded to a dull ache, my vision clearing. The timer read 11 minutes. "Natalia, we need I know. Fall back to center." I'm not stupid. We retreated together, fighting our way through the chaos towards Skylar's position. The other teams had caught on to our strategy, and they weren't going to let us consolidate without a fight. A Viper with water manipulation tried to drown me with a sphere of liquid. I phased through it with Shade Cloak, rematerializing on the other side and clocking him with my bat. Natalia froze another Viper solid, her cryo-lich ring pulsing with cold light. We reached the central platform just as Isabel, Raphael, Hikari, Marco, and Juan converged from their respective positions. All 8 of us formed a defensive circle around the flag. "Well," Juan said, surveying the 40-some competitors regrouping for another assault. "This is troublesome. You think?" Skylar's knives were already out. The other teams had realized what we were doing. Instead of fighting each other for the remaining 4 flags, they were all turning toward us. Because of course they were. "So," I said conversationally, "un brillan tactical insights." Juan. He pulled a card from his pocket, charging it with energy. "Don't die. Helpful. Thanks." The assault came from all sides simultaneously, sentinels from the north, phantoms from the west, vipers from the south, and strikers from the east. 40-odd fighters descending on our position with death in their eyes. I grinned despite the absolute insanity of our situation. "All right, hounds. Let us show them why we're number one." The timer read 9 minutes. This was going to be fun. Chapter 506. 2 stars, 1 target. The air around us smelled like burnt ozone and desperation. I stood at the center of our defensive circle, bat held ready as 40 angry teenagers closed in from all directions. "Look at all those pissed-off faces," I said to Natalia, keeping my voice cheerful. "You'd think I insulted their mothers. You basically did with that speech." She created a shield of purple energy that wrapped around our position like a dome, the barrier shimmering with a faint lavender hue. "The entire country heard you challenge them." I said, "Make it worth my time." That's practically a compliment. I shrugged, feeling the weight of 40 hostile stares pressing against Natalia's shield like a physical force. One side from my left, his cards already shuffling through his fingers in that absent-minded way that meant his brain was calculating probabilities. "This is why people want to barato you. Because I have high standards?" Because you're insufferable. The first wave hit us like a tsunami. A wall of bodies and rage crashing against Natalia's shield with enough force to make the platform shake beneath our feet. Bodies crashed against the barrier, aspects flaring in a rainbow of deadly energy, crimson flames, emerald lightning, sapphire ice. The barrier held, but I could see the strain on her face, the way her jaw clenched, beads of sweat forming on her forehead and beginning to roll down her temple. "Can't hold this forever," she grunted, her voice tight with the effort of channeling that much power. I surveyed our situation with the cold clarity of someone who survived worse odds. 8 of us against 40. Central platform with only one flag bright red and fluttering in the wind like a bullseye painted on our backs. 9 minutes on the clock. The math was brutal, but math had never stopped me before. "All right, listen up," I said, voice dropping to a tactical whisper. "Natalia, drop the shield on my mark. Juan, Marco, create a perimeter. Skylar, stealth, and pick off their Barado. Raphael, Hikari, you're our battering rams. Isabel, play defense. He'll handle Julian and Reyna personally." Isabel raised an elegant eyebrow. Fighting both guild captains simultaneously? Rather ambitious. That's why people follow me. Natalia elbowed me hard in the ribs. "Focus. Ready?" I grinned at my team of misfits. 3, 2, 1. Now. The shield dropped, and chaos erupted. Raphael and Hikari charged outward like twin hurricanes of destruction. Raphael's explosive punches sent 3 vipers flying, while Hikari's flail became a whirlwind of pain that carved a path through strikers. Marco and Malachi moved in perfect sync, Marco creating openings with the shockwaves, while Malachi appeared from shadows to deliver precision strikes. They formed a moving wall around our position, keeping the bulk of the attackers at bay. Juan stood back-to-back with Isabel, his charge cards flying with deadly accuracy, while her spear danced in elegant arcs of green energy. They were poetry in motion, covering our flanks with terrifying efficiency. Skylar had already vanished, but the occasional cry of pain from the enemy ranks told me she was doing her job. "Show off," Natalia muttered. Says the girl who just announced our relationship to the entire country. Her cheeks flushed pink. Tactical advantage. Reyna was distracted. Sure, I winked at her. Tactical. Before she could respond, Julian burst through our defensive line, his golden armor gleaming like a second sun. The wretch was still aiming for me, specifically. "Time to end this charade," he snarled, purple energy crackling between his fingers. I stepped forward, bat resting casually on my Barado. "Your funeral, pretty boy." He attacked with blinding speed, his fist crackling with quantum energy aimed straight at my face. I sidestepped at the last second, feeling the air distort as his aspect warped reality around his strike. Too slow, I taunted. He roared in frustration, launching a flurry of punches that would put a normal person down for good. I dodged most, blocked some with my bat, and let kinetic absorption handle the few that connected. Every hit made me stronger. Every miss made him angrier. "Stand still and fight, coward." Why would I do that? This is much Barado fun. I caught his next punch with my free hand, stopping it cold. His eyes widened in shock as I Barado him to his knees. "Listen carefully," I said quietly, making sure the nearby cameras couldn't pick up my words. "You're nothing special. Your fancy pedigree means nothing to me. I'm going to take everything from you, your title, your reputation, your future." I leaned closer, dropping my voice even lower. "And when I'm done, I'm going to make sure everyone knows you lost to trash from Greystone Park." His face contorted with pure hatred. "He'll destroy you for this. Get in line." I released him with a shove that sent him sprawling, then turned my attention back to the battle. The timer showed 7 minutes remaining. Natalia was locked in combat with a Sentinel telekinetic, their powers colliding in a spectacular display of purple and blue energy. Sweat plastered her hair to her forehead, but her eyes burned with intensity as she pushed back against her opponent. Skylar had reappeared on the edge of the platform, her knives dripping red as she danced between 3 vipers who couldn't land a single hit on her. Raphael was bleeding from a cut above his eye, but laughing maniacally as he traded earth-shattering blows with Leo from the Phantoms. We were holding our ground, but barely. For every attacker we knocked down, two more took their place. That's when Reyna made her move. She appeared from nowhere, flanked by 6 marionettes, each crackling with enough electricity to power a small city. Her red hair whipped around her face like flames, her emerald eyes locked on me with predatory focus. "Round 2, she said, and unleashed hell. The marionettes attacked in perfect coordination, coming at me from 6 different angles simultaneously. I activated Lightning Rod, absorbing the first wave of electrical attacks, but Reyna had learned from our previous fight. The marionettes stopped using direct electrical attacks and switched to pure physical strikes, their electrified fists aiming for my vital points with surgical precision. I blocked, dodged, and countered, but they were too many and too fast. One slipped past my guard and landed a solid hit to my solar plexus that knocked the wind from my lungs. Another caught me across the jaw sharp. Sudden impact that sent me staggering backward, my vision blurring at the edges. Reyna watched from her position, her smile stretching wider across her face. "Not so cocky now, are you?" I spat blood onto the stone platform, the copper taste filling my mouth. "Still prettier than you." Her smile vanished in an instant, replaced by something colder, sharper, more lethal. "Get him." All 6 marionettes converged on me at once, their movements synchronized like a well-oiled machine of destruction. I activated Steel Body without hesitation, feeling my skin harden to mythical density as I became temporarily invulnerable. Their attacks rained down on me in a relentless barrage, but for 10 glorious seconds, I was beyond their reach. I used that precious time to defeat 3 of them with powerful, deliberate swings of my bat. Each marionette burst into harmless sparks upon impact, their forms dissipating into the air like dying fireflies. When Steel Body wore off and my skin returned to normal, I was down to 3 opponents plus Reyna herself. Manageable odds, all things considered. Except Julian had recovered from his earlier humiliation and was coming at me from behind, his face twisted with rage. "Satori, 6 o'clock. Natalia's voice cut through the chaos. I ducked just as Julian's fist passed through the space where my head had been a split second earlier. Unfortunately, this defensive maneuver left me completely open to Reyna's follow-up attack, a hard kick that caught me square in the ribs with heavy impact. Sharp pain shot through my side, and I was pretty sure something cracked, possibly Barado, than one thing. But kinetic absorption immediately transformed the agony into raw power, my strength attribute jumping by 15 points in an instant. The pain didn't vanish, but it became fuel instead of a hindrance. "Thanks for the boost." I grinned through the copper taste of blood in my mouth. Reyna's emerald eyes narrowed with confusion and suspicion. "What on earth are you talking about?" Instead of wasting breath on an explanation, I showed her. I moved faster than I had any right to, my boosted stats propelling me forward as I closed the distance between us in a heartbeat. My bat connected with her stomach in a solid, satisfying impact that doubled her over and forced the air from her lungs. "As for the ribs," I said cheerfully, watching her gasp for breath. Julian attacked from behind in a predictable fury, and I spun to meet him head-on. I caught his outstretched arm mid-swing and used his own considerable momentum against him, redirecting his charge and throwing him bodily into one of Reyna's remaining marionettes. They collided in a spectacular shower of purple and blue sparks, the electrical construct exploding from the impact. And as for being annoying, I added with a savage grin. Chapter 507. Chant my name, the timer showed 5 minutes. Around us, the battle had devolved into pure chaos. The other guilds were no longer coordinating their attacks, instead fighting anyone and everyone within reach. The Sentinels and Phantoms had started targeting each other, while the Vipers and Strikers were engaged in their own private war. Our strategy had worked. By making ourselves the primary target, we forced them to concentrate on us until their old rivalries bubbled to the surface. Now, they were too busy killing each other to focus on taking our flag. I couldn't help but laugh. These idiots are doing our job for us. Natalia appeared at my side, her chest heaving with exertion. Was that part of your plan? Let us go with yes. She rolled her eyes, but I caught the hint of a smile. You're impossible. You love it. A flash of red caught my attention. Reyna had recovered and was creating new marionettes, these ones larger and more menacing than before. Julian stood beside her, hatred momentarily set aside in favor of a common enemy. They're working together, I observed. Natalia followed my gaze. That is not good. Actually, it's perfect. I keep my calm, Skylar. You still alive? No thanks to you. Her voice crackled through the earpiece. What do you need? Julian and Reyna are teaming up. Think you can separate them? A pause. Then, give me 30 seconds. I grinned at Natalia. This should be fun to watch. 27 seconds crawled by in the thick of battle, and then Julian's head whipped up as if he'd been struck by an invisible blow. The motion was sudden, violent like a puppet whose strings had just been yanked. His face drained of all color in an instant. Censurado her own gaze, tracking Julian's increasingly unhinged movements. I couldn't suppress the grin that tugged at my lips. Knowing Skylar? Something deeply personal. Something that LL wake him up in a cold sweat for the next month, minimum. And just like that, Julian abandoned his temporary alliance without so much as a backwards glance. He took off at a dead sprint toward a distant section of the arena, where Skylar had briefly materialized from the smoke and illusions before dissolving back into nothingness like a ghost. His entire world had narrowed to a single point of obsessive focus, and that focus was no longer on us. Just as planned, Reyna stood alone now, her head turning to track Julian's retreat. For a single, crystalline moment, confusion flickered across her face, genuine bewilderment at being so abruptly discarded. Then, that confusion ignited into something far more dangerous. Her emerald eyes locked onto mine across the battlefield, and the promise of retribution in that gaze was as clear as day. Incoming, I said flatly, my grip tightening on my bat. Reyna didn't just attack. She erupted. 10 marionettes materialized in the space around her in rapid succession, each one larger and more menacing than anything she'd conjured before. These weren't the compact, elegant construct from earlier. These were towering figures of crackling, furious lightning, each one standing nearly 8 feet tall and humming with barely contained voltage. The air itself seemed to protest their existence, crackling and hissing as static electricity built to a fever pitch. My skin prickled uncomfortably, every hair on my body standing on end as if reaching toward the sky. This is going to hurt, I muttered, watching the electrical storm building around her like a gathering hurricane. Natalia's fingers found mine, squeezing once hard. Don't die. Wouldn't he dream of it, princess? The first wave hit us like the wrath of God himself. Natalia's telekinetic shield flared into existence. A massive dome of shimmering purple energy that intercepted the initial barrage of lightning bolts. The impacts were deafening, each strike sending visible shockwaves rippling across the barrier's surface. Most of the assault was stopped cold, but hairline cracks began to spiderweb across the purple energy as the electrical bombardment intensified. Natalia's face was a mask of concentration and strain, sweat streaming down her temples as she poured everything she had into maintaining our only defense. Can't. Hold it, she gasped, her voice tight with pain and exertion. Drop it on my mark, I said calmly, activating lightning rod and channeling every single ounce of mana I possessed into the ability. I could feel it thrumming through my core, a hungry vortex waiting to be unleashed. 3, 2, 1. Now, the shield vanished like it had never existed. All 10 marionettes unleashed their full electrical fury in perfect, devastating synchronization. The combined power converging on a single point was apocalyptic enough raw voltage to vaporize a normal human being in a fraction of a second, reducing flesh and bone to nothing but ash and vapor. Fortunately for me, Normal stopped being a relevant descriptor a long time ago. My body became a living lightning rod in the truest, most literal sense of the word. Every single bolt, every arc of electricity, every fragment of Reyna's elemental wrath bent mid-flight and slammed directly into me in a spectacular, blinding display of raw elemental domination. The electricity didn't just enter my body, it flooded into me, filling my mana channels to bursting and then beyond. My veins glowed and eerie, pulsing blue beneath my skin, the light visible even through my clothing as power surged through me like a living, writhing thing. It felt like swallowing a star. The crowd fell into a stunned, breathless silence. 20,000 spectators collectively held their breath as I stood there, arms outstretched, absorbing enough raw electrical energy to power half of Valoria for a solid week. Reyna's expression underwent a dramatic transformation. The confident smirk melted away like wax under a flame, replaced by dawning horror as her most powerful assault did absolutely, categorically nothing. Impossible, she whispered, the word barely audible over the dying crackle of dissipating electricity. I grinned, my teeth glowing blue with stored energy. You keep using that word. I don't think it means what you think it means. The timer showed 3 minutes. I released the stored electricity in a focused beam that cut through all 10 marionettes at once, reducing them to scattered sparks. The remaining energy arced outward in a circular shockwave, knocking down everyone within 20 feet of me. Everyone except Natalia, who stood beside me unharmed, protected by my control. The arena went completely silent. Then someone in the crowd started chanting, "Stray dog! Stray dog!" Others picked it up until 20,000 voices thundered in unison, "Stray dog! Stray dog! Stray dog!" I raised my bat, basking in the moment. This was what I wanted. To be seen, to be acknowledged, to have him chant my name. Natalia's hand slipped into mine, squeezing tight. "Show off," she said, but her eyes shone with something like pride. The timer showed 2 minutes. The other guilds made one final, desperate push to take our flag. They came at us from all sides, throwing everything they had into a last-ditch effort. But we were ready. My team moved like a single organism, covering each other's weaknesses, amplifying each other's strengths. Raphael and Hikari smashed through the front lines. Marco and Malachi guarded the flanks. Juan and Isabel provided tactical support from the rear. Skylar appeared and disappeared like a ghost, striking from impossible angles. And at the center of it all, Natalia and I stood back to back, her telekinesis and my absurd stats creating a fortress that none could breach. When the final buzzer sounded, we still held the central flag. Just one flag, but it was enough. Maximus Hype's voice boomed across the arena. Unbelievable. The Onyx Hounds have done it. 1 flag against 4. And they still come out on top. The scoreboard flashed our victory. Onyx Hounds, 100 points. The crowd erupted into the loudest cheer yet, a wall of sound that physically pushed against us. Signs with my face and name waved frantically throughout the stadium. My team gathered around me, battered and bloody, but triumphant. Raphael's, I was swollen shut. Hikari was limping. One had lost his jacket somewhere. Skylar's hair was singed at the edges. Marco's knuckles were raw and bleeding. Malachi was so exhausted he could barely stand. But they were all smiling. "We did it," Natalia said, her voice thick with emotion. "We actually did it." I looked at my guild, my pack, my people, and felt something unfamiliar swell in my chest. Pride, maybe. Or belonging. Whatever it was, it felt nice. Was there ever any doubt? I said with my trademark grin. Natalia punched my arm, but there was no force behind it. Always with the ego. You love it. Unfortunately, I scanned the arena, taking in the defeated looks on our opponents' faces. Julian's rage had transformed into something colder and more calculated. Reyna's expression was unreadable, but her eyes followed me with intense focus. They underestimated us. They wouldn't make that mistake again. Good. I wanted them at their best when I crushed them completely. Natalia tugged at my sleeve. Stop plotting their destruction and come on. Braxton says we need to regroup before the next event. Was I that obvious? Your face gets a certain look when you're planning someone else's demise. It's disturbingly attractive. I laughed and pulled her close, pressing a barato to her forehead. Only you would find barato plans appealing. What can I say? I have unique taste. We walked off the arena floor together, the crowd's chants following us like a physical presence. As we passed through the exit tunnel, I caught sight of Veronica Cabana watching me from the VIP section. She raised her glass in a mock toast, her smile promising trouble. Natalia followed my gaze, and her temperature dropped 10 degrees instantly. Don't even think about it. Think about what? I'm completely innocent. Centuredo, the corridor leading back to our prep area, felt cool and quiet compared to the electrical storm that had just consumed the main stadium. 20-minute break before the next event, Braxton announced, leaning against the wall with his usual half-bored, half-amused expression. His eyes tracked each of us as we filed in. Taking stock of injuries. Anyone need immediate medical attention? Or can you all just walk it off like the stubborn bastards I know you are? I'm fine, I said automatically, despite the stabbing pain in my ribs that suggested at least 2 were cracked. Natalia scoffed next to me. You're not fine. Your ribs look like they're trying to rearrange themselves into a modern art installation. Poetic. Maybe you should write greeting cards when this whole hunter thing doesn't work out. She punched my shoulder, which somehow made my ribs hurt even more. Shut up and sit down. Emmy needs to look at you before the next round. I followed her order, mostly because arguing with Natalia when she got that particular gleam in her, I was about as productive as trying to swim through concrete. She steered me to a bench along the wall, practically shoving me onto it. The prep room buzzed with post-victory energy. Raphael was shadowboxing in the corner, his knuckles still bloody, but his grin maniacal. Hikari swung her flail in lazy circles, recounting her takedown of a particularly annoying sentinel to anyone who would listen. One had already stretched out on another bench. His eyes closed, cards shuffling between his fingers like he was trying to calm himself through repetitive motion. Braxton moved among them, checking injuries and offering what passed for encouragement from him, which mostly consisted of that was almost not embarrassing and maybe try not dying next time. Natalia hovered over me like an anxious, extremely attractive hawk as Emmy made her way toward us. Her blue hair was coming loose from its braids, and her healing aura pulsed around her hands like a gentle heartbeat. How bad is it? She asked, kneeling in front of me. It's not. He took a direct hit from Reina to the ribs, Natalia cut in, plus whatever Julian did to him, plus absorbing enough electricity to power a small city. MES eyes widened. You absorbed all that lightning? That S. Satori, that's not what your aspect is supposed to do. Maybe I'm just special, I winked. Maybe you're just an idiot, Natalia muttered. The two aren't mutually exclusive, I said. Emmy placed her hands gently on my ribs, and I hissed through my teeth. Her healing aura spread from her fingers, seeping through my shirt and into my skin. The sensation was strange, like cool water flowing through overheated muscles, soothing inflammation and knitting bone. 3 fractures, Emmy said, her voice taking on the professional tone she used when in healer mode. 1S almost a complete break. What were you thinking, taking hits like that? I was thinking I needed to win. You need to stay alive to win, she countered. Details. Natalia made a strangled sound that might have been frustration. This is what I have to deal with. This suicidal overconfidence. You love it. I tolerate it, she corrected, but the corner of her mouth twitched. Skylar appeared silently beside us, her knives already cleaned and resheathed. What did you say to Julian? I asked her. I've never seen someone go from tactical to homicidal that fast. A slow, dangerous smile spread across Skylar's face. Centuredo too late, she said sweetly, patting my cheek before drifting away to check on Juan. MES healing continued to work its magic on my ribs. The sharp pain faded to a dull ache, then to a strange tightness, like my body was being rewoven from the inside out. I watched her as she worked the slight furrow between her brows, the focused expression on her face, the small barato of sweat forming at her hairline. I could feel the slight tremble in Emmy's hands as she worked, though whether it was from the energy drain or simple concentration, I couldn't tell. The pale green glow of her aspect pulsed rhythmically, washing over my injuries in waves that felt like cool water against burnt skin. "You should rest after this," she murmured without looking up from her work. Her fingers traced the edges of the bandage she de-applied, making sure it sat properly against my skin. "Healing takes energy from both of us, and you'll need yours for the next event. I can feel how depleted you are." "Yes, doctor," I said, gentler than I meant to. Something about watching her fuss over me made it hard to maintain my usual edge. Her eyes flicked up to meet mine, and I caught the ghost of a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. "That's yes, Emmy-sama to you, patient." I choked on a surprised laugh, the sound rough in my throat. "Where the hell did you learn to talk like that?" "Akari's been giving me confidence lessons," she admitted, and the faint pink that crept across her cheeks made her look younger somehow, despite the sweat beading on her forehead from the exertion of healing. "She says I'm too nice for my own good." "Now that's terrifying," I said, imagining Emmy wielding Akari's brand of shameless manipulation. "Please tell me you're not taking notes from her playbook." "Only the good parts," Emmy promised, but the mischievous glint in her I suggested I should be worried. The door to our prep area banged open hard enough to rattle in its frame, and as if summoned by my very thoughts, Akari sauntered in with Akari, trailing in her wake like a particularly dangerous shadow. They'd been relegated to watching from the competitor box since they weren't part of the first event team, but Akari looked completely unbothered by her spectator status. Her chains clinked softly with each measured step, a sound I was beginning to associate with trouble. Those golden eyes of hers swept the room with the practiced ease of someone cataloging everything: exits, weaknesses, opportunities, before finally settling on me with clear interest. "Nice job not dying," she said, her tone all casual praise as she dropped onto the bench beside me with the kind of easy confidence that suggested she belonged wherever she chose to sit. The movement was smooth, deliberate, close enough that our shoulders nearly touched, though that lightning trick at the end was definitely showing off. Centuredo, the aroma, was designed to linger, to make an impression, and judging by the way she watched my reaction, she knew exactly what she was doing. I felt the shift in the air before I registered what it meant. The temperature beside me dropped, not metaphorically but literally actual. Measurable degrees that raised goosebumps on my skin where Emmy's healing warmth didn't reach. Frost started forming in tiny crystalline patterns on the metal bench between us. "Akari," Natalia said, and her voice could have frozen the desert. Each syllable was clipped, controlled, dangerous in the way a sheathed blade is dangerous. "Don't you have somewhere else to be?" "Right here seems pretty perfect," Akari replied, completely unfazed by the cold front forming beside me. She stretched languidly, Centuredo, her silver-white hair immaculate despite the chaos outside. Her eyes took in the tableau me on the bench, Emmy kneeling before me with medical supplies, Akari pressed against my side like a particularly affectionate cat, and Natalia radiating enough cold to form frost on nearby metal. "Am I interrupting something?" she asked, one perfect eyebrow raised in that way that suggested she already knew the answer. "Yes," said Akari, not bothering to hide her amusement. "No," said Natalia and Emmy simultaneously, their voices overlapping. "Just some post-battle patching up," I said, trying to sound casual while internally wondering how my life had turned into a comedy sketch. "How is the crowd?" Celeste crossed the room with that graceful, measured walk that made her look like she was floating. "Going absolutely insane. You're trending globally. The VHC public relations team is having a collective breakdown." "Over what?" "We won fair and square. Over the fact that you absorbed enough electricity to kill a small herd of elephants and then blew a kiss to the camera," she said dryly, her periwinkle eyes holding a hint of exasperation. "My sister is probably having an aneurysm in her private box." "Good," I grinned. "Consider it a gift." Celeste shook her head, but I caught the hint of a smile tugging at her lips. "You're impossible. That seems to be the consensus." Emmy's hands finally left my ribs, her healing glow fading. That's the best I can do for now. They're stable, but not fully healed. No direct hits to the torso in the next event, or I'm pulling you out myself. Yes, Ma, I am, I said, giving her a mock salute. Chapter 509. A chaos of queens. She rolled her eyes, but looked pleased. Standing up, she brushed off her knees and moved on to check Raphael, who was still pretending he didn't need help despite the red streaking down his face and staining his collar. Celeste took Emmy's place in front of me, her eyes critical as she assessed my condition. She tilted her head slightly, studying me like I was a particularly interesting puzzle. What is the next event? No idea. They keep it secret until right before to prevent overplanning. Smart, she nodded, her posture still perfect, her voice measured. It favors adaptability over rigid strategy. Which means it favors me, I said, stretching experimentally. My ribs protested, but it was manageable. The pain was just noise at this point. Your ego is showing again, Natalia muttered, her arms crossed. Always, I agreed, flashing her a quick grin that made her jaw tighten. Braxton clapped his hands, the sound cutting through the various conversations. Listen up, you overachieving disasters. I just got word about the next event. The room quieted immediately. Even the background chatter from other guilds seemed to dim. Tag team duels, Braxton announced, his voice casual, but his eyes sharp. 2-on-2, single elimination bracket. Each guild enters 3 teams of 2. That's 6 fighters total. His eyes scanned the room, lingering on each of us in turn. I need names. Now, me, I said immediately, before anyone else could stake their claim. Braxton looked at me like I'd just announced water was wet. Obviously, Nakano, your team won. Who's your partner? I glanced around the room, considering. Natalia was the obvious choice. Our synergy was unmatched. Our coordination the result of hours spent in Farberado, closely focused training settings. But strategic thinking suggested spreading our strongest fighters across different teams. If we lumped all our power into one duo, the other teams would be weak links. And the VHC would notice. They'd ask questions about why we worked so well together. Isabel, I said finally. A murmur ran through the room. Isabel looked up from where she was adjusting her spear, her wine-red eyes unreadable. She didn't seem surprised, just observant. Interesting choice, Braxton said, his tone suggesting he was already doing the math in his head. Okoye, you good with that? Isabel nodded once, elegant and precise. It will be educational. Great, you can study his stupidity up close, Braxton said. Team 2. I'll go. Natalia stepped forward, her voice leaving no room for argument. With Skylar. Skylar looked up from her knives, a slow smile spreading across her face. Oh, this will be fun. Team 3. Me and Marco, Raphael said, cracking his knuckles. We'll smash whatever they put in front of us. Marco hooped, throwing an arm around Raphael's shoulders despite the other boys' irritated glare. Yeah, Team Demolition. Barato like Team Clueless. One muttered from where he was still lying on the bench with his eyes closed, shuffling his card with one hand. What was that, Carboy? Raphael growled. Nothing, one yawned. Just calculating the probability of you two remembering the actual objective instead of just punching things. It's low. Very low. Before Raphael could launch himself at Juan, Braxton stepped between them. Save it for the arena. Children. We're on in 15 minutes. Team 1 goes first, Centurado. Her expression completely flat. Remarkable. Your tactical genius continues to astound me. I try. No, you don't. That's what makes you so fascinating. She leaned her spear against the wall. You operate on pure instinct, yet somehow achieve results that those with years of formal training cannot match. I shrugged. Maybe formal training isn't all it's cracked up to be. Perhaps. Her eyes studied me with that uncomfortable intensity that made me feel like she was cataloging every cell in my body. Or perhaps you're something else entirely. Before I could respond, Natalia appeared at my side. She held my hand firmly. Be careful out there, she said quietly, leaning close. Julian will be looking for you after what happened at the gala. He won't just want to outdo you, he'll want to embarrass you. Shake your confidence. Make you understand exactly where you belong in the pecking order. I tilted her chin up so she could see the sharp gleam in my eyes. Let him try. The harder he comes at me, the sweeter it'll be when I crush him. I'm serious, Zatori. Her grip on my hand tightened, almost painfully. No unnecessary risks. No showing off just because the cameras are on you. Just win and come back to me in one piece. That is all I ask. The genuine worry in her voice made something warm and dangerous unfurl in my chest. It was strange how quickly I'd gotten used to having someone actually give a damn whether I lived or died. Yes, princess, I said, keeping my tone light, even as I felt that warmth spread through me. She pulled me down into a sudden, fierce barato, her barato cold as frost and tasting faintly of mint. When she finally pulled away, her purple eyes burned with an intensity that matched her aspect. For luck, she whispered, though we both knew I didn't believe in luck anymore. I believed in power, in preparation, and in taking what I wanted from a world that had tried its damnedest to keep me in my place. Celeste cleared her throat with the delicate precision of someone who'd been trained since birth in proper etiquette. I turned to find her standing a few feet away, her expression carefully neutral in that way that only people with years of VHC grooming could manage. But there was something in her eyes' curiosity, assessment, the kind of look a chess master gave when studying an opponent's unexpected opening move. The preliminary bracket has been posted, she said, her voice as smooth and cool as winter wind. You and Isabel are facing the Cobalt Vipers in the first round. Kenjiro Kobayashi and Gene Park. I let out a low whistle, already running through what little I knew about Kenjiro's wind manipulation abilities. Starting with one of the Academy's tactical masterminds, wasn't exactly a gentle warm-up. Starting with the tough ones, huh? Someone at NVA really wants to see what we're made of. It becomes progressively worse, I'm afraid. There was something almost apologetic in Celeste's tone, though her face remained that perfect mask of composure. If you manage to advance past the Vipers, the bracket structure suggests you'll likely face either Julian's team from the Argent Sentinels or Reina's squad from the Scarlet Phantoms in the semifinals. Assuming, of course, that they win their respective matches. Perfect, I said, and I meant it. The grin that spread across my face was genuine, predatory. The kind of expression that had made more than one person take an instinctive step backward. I was really hoping for a rematch. It's been almost 2 whole weeks since I made Julian look like an idiot in front of Valoria's elite. I'd hate for anyone to think that was just a fluke. Celeste shook her head. You're either insanely confident or just insane. I haven't decided which. Why choose? I'm an overachiever. A small smile tugged at her lips. She stepped closer, her voice dropping so only I could hear. Be careful. My sister is watching you very closely now. I know. That's the point. Her blue eyes searched mine. What exactly are you trying to prove here, Satori? That was the million-dollar question. Wasn't it? What was I trying to prove? That a nobody from the worst part of town could stand toe-to-toe with the elite? That talent and determination could overcome privilege and pedigree? That the system that had written me off as worthless was fundamentally broken? All of the above, probably. But I just winked at her. That'll look good on camera, obviously. She rolled her eyes, but there was fondness in the gesture. Impossible, she muttered for the second time. That's my brand. A loud buzzer sounded, signaling 5 minutes until the next event. Braxton appeared at my elbow, shoving my bat into my hands. Time to go, superstar. Try not to bleed all over my nice, clean arena. I make no promises, I said, swinging the bat onto my shoulder. Isabel picked up her spear with graceful efficiency, her expression shifting into something colder and more focused. Shall we? I nodded, turning to follow her toward the exit. Before I could take a step, I felt a tug on my sleeve. Emmy stood there, her blue eyes serious. Remember what I said about your ribs? She warned. They're not fully healed. I'll be fine, Emmy. You always say that, and then you come back looking like you tried to hug a wood chipper. I laughed, which immediately made my ribs protest. I'll be careful. Scout's honor. You were never a scout, she said flatly. Details. She sighed, then rose on her tiptoes to press a kiss to my cheek. For healing, she whispered, her healing aura brushing against my skin like a gentle breeze. I felt Natalia's temperature drop another few degrees behind me. Thanks, I managed, suddenly very aware that I was receiving an unusual amount of good fortune from those around me. Akari appeared on my other side, chains jingling. Don't I get to wish you luck too? She purred, her golden eyes gleaming with mischief. You weren't even in the first event, Natalia said, ice literally forming on her fingertips. Which means my luck is fresh, Akari countered. Before that potential disaster could escalate, Braxton pulled me by the collar and hurried me toward the exit. Save that ridiculous fan talk for after we win, he growled. Arena. Now. I shot an apologetic glance back at the girls, who were now engaged in what appeared to be a silent standoff, then hurried after Isabel. She waited for me at the tunnel entrance, her expression a perfect mask of regal composure. Your personal life is chaotic, she observed as I joined her. That is one word for it. Fascinating is another. Her eyes flicked to mine. Most men would kill to have such problems. Most men wouldn't survive them, I countered. A ghost of a smile touched her lips. True. Perhaps that's what makes you worthy of them. Chapter 510. What S in your file? I walked beside Isabel through the tunnel toward the arena, my ribs singing a symphony of pain that MES healing had only partially addressed. The crowd noise grew louder with each step, 20,000 voices creating a wall of sound that made my teeth vibrate. You're limping, Isabel observed, her tone clinical. I'm walking with character. Your character needs physical therapy. I couldn't help but laugh, which immediately reminded me why laughing was a terrible idea right now. You're funnier than you look, you know that? She glanced at me sideways, her wine-red eyes catching the arena lights. I'm not attempting humor. Staten facts. That's what makes it funny. We emerged into the sunlight, and the crowd's roar doubled. The central flag from the previous event had been removed, replaced by a perfectly smooth, circular platform about 30 feet across. The scoreboard overhead showed our faces next to our opponents. Me and Isabel versus Kenjiro Kobayashi and Gene Park from the Cobalt Vipers. I'd seen Kenjiro fight exactly once during the entrance exam. The kid with turquoise eyes and messy black hair who moved like wind given human form. He destroyed his opponents without breaking a sweat, his hands never leaving his pockets, even as invisible blades of compressed air carved through combat drones like they were made of paper. Kobayashi is the problem, Isabel said quietly, echoing my thoughts. Gene is competent but unremarkable. Kenjiro is the 5th-ranked student in our year for a reason. What is his weakness? She turned to look at me fully, her perfect features betraying nothing. Unknown. He has never been pushed hard enough to reveal one. Guess we'll find out. The opposing tunnel opened, and 2 figures emerged in cobalt blue and black. Kenjiro looked exactly like his entrance exam footage board. Hands in his pockets, moving with the lazy grace of someone who knew he was the most dangerous person in any room. His partner Gene looked nervous by comparison, his hands twitching near the hilts of twin short swords strapped to his waist. Maximus Hype's voice exploded across the speakers, making my headache 10 times worse. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our first tag team duel of the quarterfinals. On my left, representing the Onyx Hounds, we have the stray dog himself, Satoru Nakano, and the abdicated queen, Isabel Okoye. The crowd went absolutely insane. I raised my bat in acknowledgement, playing to the cameras. And on my right, representing the Cobalt Vipers, we have the Quiet Storm, Kenjiro Kobayashi, and his partner, the Dual Blade, Gene Park. Kenjiro didn't acknowledge the crowd at all. He just yawned, like this entire event was already boring him to tears. Professor Haney appeared at the center of the platform, her long dark hair pulled back in a practical ponytail. She looked tired but alert, her purple eyes sharp as she surveyed the 4 of us. Standard tag team rules, she announced, her voice carrying across the arena without shouting. 2-on-2 combat. Non-lethal force only. Match ends when both members of one team are unconscious, yield, or are knocked out of the ring. She gestured to the white lines marking the platform's edge. No weapons that weren't registered with your Academy ID. No outside assistance. Fight clean, fight smart, don't die. She stepped back, raising one hand, her expression settling into that cool, professional mask she wore when she wanted to be taken seriously. Competitors ready? I adjusted my grip on the bat, feeling the familiar weight settle into my hands. The Dragon Witch's ring pulsed against my finger, hot and eager. Beside me, Isabel's spear began to glow faintly with green wind, the subtle manifestation of Fujin's power rippling along the blade like living silk. Across the platform, Kinjiro finally took his hands out of his pockets. That simple gesture alone made my protection from Arrow's ability tingle with warning, like static electricity building before a lightning strike. The crowd fell silent. Even the announcer seemed to be holding his breath. Begin. The world exploded into motion. Jean charged forward immediately, his twin swords flashing in the harsh sunlight like twin streaks of silver lightning. Isabel met him head-on without hesitation, her spear transforming into a blur of green light and impossible speed that forced the Cobalt Viper onto the immediate defensive. They moved like dancers performing a deadly ballet, steel ringing against steel in a rhythm so fast and so precise that the crowd could barely track the individual exchanges, which left me facing Kinjiro one-on-one. He tilted his head slightly, studying me with those unervingly calm, turquoise eyes. There was no hostility in that gaze, no excitement or battle fervor. Cinchuredo, I prefer to think of it as survived Reina with my dignity intact. She said you were interesting. He finally smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. I don't see it yet. Then he moved. I fought fast people before. Raphael when he was angry. Skylar when she was focused. Heck, I'd taken hits from Reina herself. And that girl moved like lightning made flesh. Kinjiro was faster. 1 second he was standing 10 feet away. The next he was inside my guard, his hand snapping toward my throat with casual precision. I barely got the bat up in time to block, and the impact sent a shockwave through my arms that made my bones ache. He hit me with compressed air. The kid had turned his palm into a battering ram, using nothing but his aspect. I activated kinetic absorption, feeling the force of his strike convert into raw power. My strength jumped 5 points, my agility another 5. The temporary buffs settled into my muscles like liquid heat. Kinjiro frowned. Not anger, just confusion, like I'd done something that didn't compute. Your ribs should be broken, he said, almost conversational. They're very stubborn ribs. He came at me again, this time with a series of rapid strikes that would have taken down a normal person instantly. Palm strikes, elbow jabs, a knee aimed at my liver, each one carrying compressed air that hit like a truck. I dodged 3, blocked 2, took 1 directly to the shoulder. Another 15 points added to my temporary stats. Interesting, Kinjiro murmured, backing off slightly. His eyes were sharper now, calculating. You're converting kinetic energy. That's not in your file. My file S out of date. Chapter 511. How to break an untouchable man to my right. Isabel and Jean were still dancing their deadly waltz. She was faster and more skilled, but he had youth and desperation on his side. They were evenly matched, which meant neither could help their partner. Kinjiro's hand moved in a slashing motion, and I felt the air itself split. An invisible blade of compressed wind carved toward my chest. Protection from arrows screamed at me. I phased in a shadow with shade cloak, the wind blade passing harmlessly through me. Kinjiro's eyes widened. That was the first genuine reaction I'd gotten out of him. That's definitely not thermal incision, he said slowly. Who says I only have one trick? I burst out of shadow form behind him, bat already swinging. He spun faster than should be humanly possible, wind erupting from his body like a shield. My bat bounced off the hardened air with a sound like a gong. The crowd was losing their minds. Kinjiro studied me with new respect. You're hiding your real power level. The question is why. Maybe I just like the element of surprise. Cinchuredo sending me flying backward across the platform. I crashed through one of Isabel's ice constructs, shattering it into glittering fragments. Kinetic absorption went into overdrive. 45 points. 50. My stats were climbing faster than my body could process. I stood up, blood trickling from my nose, grinning like a lunatic. That the best you got, pretty boy? Kinjiro's smile was cold and beautiful. Not even close. From the VIP section, Veronica Cabana leaned forward in her seat, her emerald eyes fixed on me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. She wore a red dress that probably cost more than my entire education, her long hair cascading over one shoulder like liquid flame. "Yes, good," she murmured as someone I couldn't see. Back in the arena, Kinjiro was preparing something big. I could feel the air pressure changing, the way it felt right before a thunderstorm. Nell's voice whispered in my mind. "He is compressing enough air to create a vacuum bomb. If that hits you directly, kinetic absorption won't matter. You'll be paced. Helpful. Got any actual advice? Don't get hit. Thanks, Nil. Real tactical genius right there." I glanced at Isabel. She finally gained the upper hand against Jean, her spear pressed against his throat. He yielded with visible frustration, and the arena AI announced his elimination, which meant it was 2-on-1 now. Me and Isabel versus Kinjiro. The wind user's smile widened. "This should be entertaining." "Isabel," I called out. "You remember that thing we talked about?" She looked at me blankly. "We've never discussed strategy." "The other thing. The stupid thing." Understanding flashed across her face. "Absolutely not. That's suicide. ITLL work. It will get us both hurt. Trust me." She stared at me for a long moment, her wine-red eyes searching mine. Whatever she saw, there must be been convincing, because she sighed and lowered her spear. "You're insane," she said. "I prefer tactically flexible." "What is the plan?" Kinjiro called out, genuinely curious. I activated Lightning Rod, though there wasn't any lightning nearby. The electromagnetic field wouldn't help me here. But Kinjiro didn't know that. All he knew was that I just activated something, and now I was walking straight toward him with my bat dragging along the ground. "The plan," I said, loud enough for the cameras to catch, "is that Isabel is going to throw me at you really, really hard." The crowd laughed. Kinjiro didn't. His eyes narrowed as he tried to figure out the trap. Because of course there had to be a trap. Nobody willingly launched themselves at a wind user who could shred them midair. Except, apparently, me. "Isabel," I said calmly. "Do it now." She didn't argue. Didn't hesitate. Her aspect flared to life, green wind coiling around me like living rope. She spun once, building momentum, then released me toward Kinjiro like a missile. I shot across the platform at approximately 1 billion miles per hour. Kinjiro's hands moved in a defensive pattern, wind gathering in front of him to form a shield that could deflect a tank shell. I activated Steel Body the instant before impact. My body became diamond, unbreakable, immovable for 10 glorious seconds. I crashed through his windshield like it was tissue paper, bat already swinging. The look on Kinjiro's face was priceless, pure, unfiltered shock that someone had just ignored his ultimate defense. The steel reinforced wood of my bat connected with his ribs, a clean, devastating impact that sent shockwaves through my arms and up into my shoulders. The sound of the collision echoed across the entire arena like a gunshot, a visceral, bone-deep crack that made half the audience physically recoil and wince. Even through the barrier separating the crowd from the platform, they felt it in their guts, that primal, instinctive recognition of serious damage being inflicted. Kinjiro went flying backward, his barato going barato as he tumbled across the platform like a broken marionette whose strings had been violently cut. He rolled 3, 4, 5 times before crashing hard into the far edge of the arena, barely managing to catch himself with a desperate burst of wind before momentum carried him over the boundary and out of the match entirely. I landed in a low, predatory crouch, my knees absorbing the impact as my ribs screamed their furious protest at the abuse I'd just put them through. Every breath was a sharp spike of pain lancing through my torso. Steel Body had protected me from Kinjiro's windshield. Sure, but it hadn't done a damn thing about the whiplash of being launched like a human cannonball by Isabel's enhanced strength. But despite the agony radiating through my chest, My grin was wider than ever, a feral, triumphant thing that showed entirely too many teeth. Still not seeing it? I called out across the platform, my voice carrying easily in the sudden, stunned silence of the arena. Kinjiro stood up slowly, achingly, one hand pressed tight against his side where my bat had struck him. A thin red line ran from the corner of his barato, staining his perfect white uniform. His turquoise eyes were wide. His expression caught somewhere between genuine pain and something else, something that looked almost like respect. For the first time since this entire fight had started, the untouchable Wind looked genuinely, truly impressed. "There it is," he said quietly, his voice barely audible over the roar of the crowd beginning to find their voices again. "Now I see what she saw in you." Chapter 512. Daddy S. home, then he vanished. Not phased in a shadow like I could with Shade Cloak. Just gone, like he'd become wind itself. My protection from arrows went absolutely berserk. I dove to the right, just as an invisible blade carved through the space where my head had been. Another attack came from behind. I spun, bat up, blocking on pure instinct. Kinjiro materialized 20 feet away, his hands still in those complex patterns. His turquoise eyes were glowing now, actually glowing like twin stars burning in his skull. Spirit dive, Isabel breathed behind me, her voice filled with something that might have been awe or terror. His signature technique. He merges with the wind itself. You can't hit what you can't see, and he can strike from any angle. That's cheating. That's an A-rank ability. I shot back, my eyes frantically scanning the empty space around me. Big difference. Kinjiro vanished again, and this time something fundamental about the fight changed. I didn't just lose sight of him, I lost the sense of him entirely. The air itself became hostile territory, pressing in from all sides with dangerous intent. The atmosphere turned against me, like the world itself had decided I was done for. He wasn't just hiding in the wind anymore. He was the wind. Everywhere and nowhere simultaneously, the entire stratosphere his weapon. My Tori sense was going haywire, firing off warnings in every direction at once, because the threat wasn't coming from a direction, it was coming from the medium itself. Forget this. I activated thermal vision, and my eyes suddenly translated the world into a different language, shades of crimson and cobalt, a gradient map of heat and cold. The crowd became a field of bright yellow-red blobs. The arena floor was a dull blue, and there, flowing through the temperature map like an inverse flame, was a humanoid void. Cold spots, displacement currents, the thermal negative space where Kinjiro pushed air aside as he circled. There, I swung my bat through what looked like completely empty air to anyone watching with normal vision. The Louisville Slugger connected with something extremely solid. Kinjiro materialized mid-strike, genuine surprise flashing across his face as my bat caught him across the shoulder with a meaty crack. His eyes widened, probably the first time in years someone had tagged him during Spirit Dive. Kinetic absorption drank in the impact like a man dying of thirst, converting his momentum into raw power that flooded my muscles. He dove back into wind form immediately, that surprised expression dissolving in a mist, but I cracked the code now. I'd seen the pattern in his thermal shadow. Every time he solidified to strike, he had to become matter for a fraction of a second. Flesh and bone were required to transfer kinetic force. That microsecond of materialization, that was the window. But I couldn't capitalize on it alone. Not fast enough. Not precise enough. I needed a force multiplier. "Isabel," I called out, not taking my eyes off the thermal void circling us like a great white. "Can you make the air cold? Really extremely cold?" She didn't question it. Green light exploded from her position as she channeled wind that felt like it came straight from the Arctic. The temperature plummeted 20 degrees in as many seconds. Kinjiro stumbled out of Spirit Dive, his human form condensing like steam hitting ice. His teeth chattered. "Cold air is denser," Isabel explained, her breath misting. Harder for him to dissolve into. Smart girl. I graduated Barato of my class before coming here. Show off. We moved as one. Isabel launched wind blades that forced Kinjiro to dodge toward me. I was already there, bat raised, ready to put an end to his boasting. He blocked with a windshield, but this time I didn't T-pull back. E-activated Ember. Heat flooding through the bat until it glowed white-hot. The thermal shock shattered his shield, and my follow-through caught him clean across the chest. Kinjiro hit the ground hard. The buzzer sounded. Maximus Hype's voice boomed. Knockout. The Onyx Hounds advance to the semifinals. The crowd went absolutely feral. I offered Kinjiro a hand up. He stared at it for a moment, then took it with a rueful smile. "You're stronger than your file says," he muttered. "I get that a lot. You also fight like someone who has done this before. Real combat, not training." I shrugged, playing it casual even as my gut twisted. Life's been educational. He studied me a moment longer, then released my hand and walked off without another word. Jean followed him, shooting me a glare that suggested our next meeting wouldn't be quite so friendly. Isabel appeared at my side, her spear already dismissed. "We won. I noticed. You're bleeding again." I touched my nose, my fingers coming away red. "Adds to my rugged charm." "You're impossible," she said for the third time today. "That's my brand, yes. You've mentioned." She actually smiled. It transformed her entire face. Made her look younger and less like a warrior queen judging peasants. "We should move before your entourage descends." Too late. Natalia reached me first, her hands immediately going to my ribs, even though Emmy was right behind her with actual medical training. "You promised to be careful." I was careful. "You should see the other guy." The other guy, ISNT, bleeding from his nose. Minor detail. Emmy pushed Natalia aside gently but firmly, her healing aura already pulsing. "Seat. Now." E set. Skylar appeared, leaning against one of the prep benches with her arms crossed. That was the dumbest thing I've ever seen. Letting yourself get thrown like a human cannonball. It worked. Because you're stupid lucky. I prefer tactically innovative. Celeste materialized on my other side, her silver hair catching the light. "My sister just texted me. She wants to know how you managed to break through Kinjiro's spirit dive when professional A-ranks struggle with that technique. Tell her I used the power of friendship and believing in myself." "Chill sa lips tweaked." "I'll tell her you improvised." "That works too." Akari sauntered over, her chains jingling softly. "So when do I get to fight beside you, boss?" The temperature dropped about 50 degrees. Natalia's voice was absolutely arctic. "What did you just call him?" I said what I said. Akara's smile was sharp as a blade. "Girls," I said quickly, before Natalia could literally freeze Akari solid. "Can we save the death match for after I win this tournament?" "No promises," they said in perfect unison. The scoreboard updated, showing the next match. Natalia and Skylar versus two Sentinels I didn't recognize. Both girls straightened immediately, their playful hostility vanishing like smoke. "That us," Skylar said, her voice flat. Natalia Barato my face firmly and pulled back just as quickly, smirking. "Watch and learn, stray dog." Then they were gone, walking toward the arena Barato, together like twin angels of death in purple and black. I settled in to watch my queen go to war. And gods help anyone stupid enough to get in her way. Chapter 513. Every queen wants the crown. The arena fell into that particular kind of silence that meant something interesting was about to happen. Natalia and Skylar stood on one side of the platform, looking like they walked straight out of a noir film. On the other side, two Sentinels in their pristine silver and blue. Aaron Sanders, built like a tank, with the kind of jaw that suggested he ate nails for breakfast. His aspect was some kind of kinetic barrier. Hard to hit, harder to hurt. And Marie Reyes. Ice manipulation, though nowhere near Cell's level. She looked nervous, which was smart. Natalia's cryolich ring was already starting to pulse with cold light. "Your girlfriend is scary," Emmy said beside me, her voice coming out small and slightly awed. "Which one?" She blinked, clearly not expecting that response. "I meant Natalia. You're all scary in your own ways," I said, keeping my eyes on the platform. "That is precisely why I like you all." Emmy's face flushed that particular shade of pink that meant she wanted to argue, but couldn't quite figure out how. She settled for a soft huff and leaned slightly closer to me instead. The buzzer sounded, sharp and clear across the arena. Natalya moved first, as I knew she would. Her telekinesis flared that brilliant, dangerous purple as she ripped massive chunks of the reinforced platform itself out of the ground and sent them hurtling at the Sentinels like meteors. Each piece was the size of a small car. Aaron's barrier caught them in bursts of crackling blue energy, stones shattering into dust against his defense with thunderous impacts that made the crowd gasp. But Natalya wasn't trying to hurt him with those initial strikes. She was creating a screen, blocking his line of sight, while simultaneously forcing him to focus entirely on defense. Classic misdirection. Skylar dissolved into smoke the instant the debris cloud went up, her phantasm smoke ability turning her entire body into literal shadow and mist. By the time Aaron's barrier had cleared enough of the dust to see through, Skylar had already circled behind Monica completely undetected, her trench knife pressed with casual precision against the ice user's exposed throat. "Yield," Skylar whispered, just loud enough for the arena's hovering cameras to catch. The word carried an almost lazy finality. Monica's hand shot up immediately, trembling slightly. I yield. One down in less than 10 seconds. Aaron roared in frustration and genuine alarm, his kinetic barrier expanding outward in a massive shockwave of force that should sent both girls flying clear off the platform. Under normal circumstances, it would been a brilliant counter point-blank area denial that reset the engagement. Should worked, Natalya's telekinesis caught the entire kinetic wave mid-flight, her purple aura flaring bright enough to make people in the front row squint. Then she simply redirected the massive burst of Barato straight back at its source like an unstoppable tennis serve. The surprised look on Aaron's face as his own attack slammed into him was absolute comedy gold, worth the price of admission all by itself. He staggered backward, his feet actually leaving the ground for a moment, his supposedly impenetrable barrier flickering and crackling like a faulty light bulb. Skylar was already moving before he even finished stumbling, her smoke form wrapping around him like a living entity. Everywhere the ethereal mist touched, his barrier began to destabilize in patches. Not broken outright, Skylar wasn't strong enough for that yet, but confused. The energy field couldn't seem to decide what it was supposed to be blocking when the threat had no solid form to push against. Natalya walked forward slowly, ice beginning to spread from her footsteps. The cryo-lich ring was glowing bright enough now to cast shadows, and frost crawled up Aaron's legs as Natalya approached. "You can yield," Natalya said, her voice carrying across the entire arena. "Or I can make you yield. Your choice." Aaron looked at Monica, who was sitting cross-legged on the platform, looking thoroughly defeated. He looked at the frost climbing toward his waist. He looked at Skylar's knife, still pressed against his teammate, his throat, even though she already surrendered. "I yield," he ground out. The crowd went absolutely insane. Natalya and Skylar didn't celebrate. They just turned and walked off the platform like they'd done nothing more interesting than grocery shopping. My heart swelled with something that was probably pride, but felt an awful lot like other things I wasn't ready to name yet. "They're terrifying," Celeste said from my other side, her periwinkle eyes wide. "They're perfect," I corrected. Cel looked at me sideways. "You have very interesting taste in heroes. Only the best for the worst." The girls returned to the prep area, and I approached them immediately. Natalya's eyes were still glowing faintly, her hair crackling with residual power. Skylar looked completely unbothered, like she hadn't just psychologically outmaneuvered 2 people in under 3 minutes. "That," I said, "was beautiful." "We know," they said together. Akari appeared between them, grinning like the cat who ate the canary. "My turn next. Team 3 is up against the Phantoms. Raphael and Marco? Yep, they're about to get absolutely destroyed." She was wrong. The Phantoms sent out their heavy hitters. Leo and Diego, both built like linebackers, both with aspects that made things explode in different ways. Leo used fire. Diego used raw kinetic force. Raphael and Marco looked at each other, nodded once, and charged. What followed was less a strategic duel and more a natural disaster given human form. Raphael's fists glowed gold as he absorbed every hit, converting the energy into devastating counterattacks. Marco moved like a freight train, his force palm ability sending people flying with casual backhand slaps. Diego's kinetic explosions fed directly into Raphael's aspect, making him stronger. Leo's fire just pissed Marco off. It was beautiful carnage. It was also completely unsustainable. By the 3-minute mark, all 4 fighters were on their knees, bleeding and gasping. The ref called it a draw, which meant both teams were eliminated. Braxton looked like he de-aged 10 years. I'm going to have words with those two about the concept of pacing. Carmen just laughed, taking another drink. Boys will be boys. The scoreboard updated again. The semifinals were set. Team 1, me and Isabel versus Julian and Aaron from the Sentinels. Team 2, Censurado and Propaganda. The arena speakers crackled to life with a cheerful announcement that made Jamie's entire face light up like someone had just told him Christmas came early. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a very special treat during our intermission. Please welcome the one, the only Stella Nova. I had no idea who that was. Jamie grabbed my shoulder hard enough to leave marks, his eyes practically glowing with fanboy enthusiasm. Satori, it's her. It's actually her. I can't believe she's here. Who? He looked at me like I'd just confessed to eating babies. Estela Nova, the idol goddess, the queen of the stage. She's got a voice like angels crying and a smile that could resurrect the dead. He paused, his expression becoming almost reverent. Honestly, watching her perform is a spiritual experience. Of course it was. The lights dimmed across the entire crucible. A single spotlight hit the center stage that had risen from beneath the platform. Smoke machines kicked in, creating an atmosphere that was probably costing someone a fortune. Then she appeared. Stella Nova stepped out of the smoke wearing a white and silver combat suit that somehow managed to be both practical armor and a complete fashion statement. Her hair was platinum blonde, cut in a sharp bob that caught the stage lights. Blue and silver streaks ran through it, matching the holographic accents on her outfit. She moved like water, like someone who spent their entire life being watched and had learned to weaponize every second of attention. Her opening note hit the crowd like a physical force. Jamie nearly fainted. Marco caught him. The song was upbeat, energetic, with a bass drop that I felt in my cracked ribs. Stella danced across the stage with backup dancers who looked like they'd been choreographed by someone who understood how to make combat look like art. Every move was sharp, powerful, controlled. I had to admit, it was impressive. She's singing about never giving up and believing in yourself. Emmy translated helpfully, her antennae bobbing along with the beat. It's really inspiring. It's propaganda, Skylar muttered from my other side. Corporate-sponsored feel-good nonsense designed to make kids buy merchandise and think hunters are heroes instead of mercenaries. You're such a cynic, Akari said, swaying slightly to the music. Just enjoy the pretty lady singing. Natalia said nothing, but her fingers were tapping against her thigh in rhythm. Even she couldn't resist a good beat. I took the opportunity to step back slightly, letting the noise and music wash over me as I retreated into my own head. Nil, you there? Her presence flickered to life with her usual attitude. Oh good, you remembered I exist. I was beginning to think you'd replace me with all your new girlfriends. Status update. How am I doing on Nike's quest? The interface materialized in my vision, translucent and barely visible even to me. The quest parameters were laid out with that clinical precision the system loved. Nike's challenge, progress update primary objective, when inter-guild tournament status, in progress sub-objectives, unbeaten, remain undefeated throughout all preliminary team matches. Progress, 2-2 matches 1 status, on track dominant, secure victory in at least 80 of all individual challenge events. Progress, 0-0, no individual events completed yet. Status, pending Vanguard, maintain first place guild ranking throughout the entire tournament. Current standing, First place, 200 points. Status: on track regicide. Personally defeat Julian Valerius in single combat during finals. Status: not yet attempted, so I'm doing fine. You're doing adequately. Nell corrected with her typical snark. 2 matches ISNT, exactly a pattern. And you still have the individual events, which could absolutely wreck you if you're not careful. What is the breakdown on individual events? 5 total. They're designed to test different aspects of being a hunter. Speed trials, strength tests, tactical puzzles, aspect control demonstrations, and 1 wildcard event that changes every year. You need to place top 3 in at least 4 of them to hit your 80% threshold. I did the math. 4 out of 5 meant 1 failure was allowed. 1. In the competition, Julian, Reina, Kinjiro, Isabel, and about 6 other S-rank potentials who won your head on a pike. Should be fun. The music swelled as Stella hit her high note. The crowd was eating it up, thousands of voices singing along. Jamie was crying actual tears. I reached out mentally, feeling for that other presence. The one that had shown up in my room and offered me a quest that would either make me a legend or destroy everything I built. Nike, I know you're watching. The air beside me shimmered just barely. Not enough for anyone else to notice, but I saw it. Felt it. Her voice came through without sound, sliding into my consciousness like a knife between ribs. Of course I'm watching, stray dog. This is my investment. My show. You think I missed the opening act? Just want to make sure you were getting your money's worth. Oh, I am. Her tone carried genuine amusement. That stunt with Kinjiro, using your own Barato as a projectile, that was new, creative, suicidal but creative. The audience loved it. The audience can go straight to Barato. Careful, some of them might take you up on that. Stella's song reached its finale, and she struck a final pose that had half the crowd on their feet cheering loudly. The other half was already cheering. Everyone was just cheering at different volumes. I refocused. The semifinals. Natalia and Skylar against Reina and Kira. Nike's presence shifted, becoming more serious. More focused. You're worried about your queen. She can handle herself. I didn't ask if she could handle herself. I asked if you were worried. I didn't answer immediately. Down on the stage, Stella was bowing, soaking in the applause. The backup dancers were filing off. The lights were coming back up. Yeah, wedded. Good. That means you're not completely dead inside yet. Nike's voice carried something that might been approval. But here's the thing, stray dog. You can't fight her battles for her. You can't step between her and every threat. You want to build a kingdom? Then you need to trust that your queens can defend themselves when you're not there to catch them. She's going against Reina. That's not some random scrub. Exactly. Which means if Natalia wins, she proves herself. If she loses, you learn something about where you need to strengthen your court. Nike paused. Either way, you stand back and let the chips fall. That's what it means to lead. I hated that she was right. Hated it almost as much as I hated the knot forming in my stomach at the thought of Natalia getting hurt. Nedgaimdin. Her voice softer than usual. She's a rank 10 covenant, Satori. You've imbued her with abilities. Sovereign S Mandate is actively buffing her stats right now, just from proximity. She is not the same girl who walked into that first gate with you months ago. I knew that. Intellectually, I knew that. But knowing something and feeling okay about it were 2 completely different animals. Fine, I'll stay out of it. Liar, Nike said, though she sounded amused rather than angry. You'll stay out of it until the exact moment you think she's in real danger. Then you'll do something monumentally stupid and probably heroic. That is who you are. You say that like it's a bad thing. It's not bad. It's just predictable. And predictability, stray dog, is how people die. The warning hung in my mind as Stella Nova finished her final bow. The crowd was still going wild, chanting her name. She blew Barato to the audience, her smile bright enough to power the entire arena. Then her eyes found me, just for a second, just long enough for her to wink. Did that really just happen? She sashayed off stage with her backup dancers, and the lights shifted back to the arena proper. Maximus Hype's voice boomed across the speakers again. What a performance. Let us give it up one more time for Stella Nova, everyone. The crowd obliged with another wave of noise. Now then, folks, we've got 90 minutes before our semifinals begin. Grab some food, place your bets, and get ready for what promises to be the most intense matches of the day. The arena began to empty slightly as people headed for concessions or bathrooms. My team didn't move. So, Akari said, breaking the silence. That was a thing. She winked at Satori. Celeste observed, her tone carefully neutral. She winked at everyone. I said quickly, that's what performers do. She winked at you specifically, Natalia corrected, her temperature dropping about 10 degrees. I saw it. Your possessiveness is showing. Not good. It should. Emmy fidgeted beside me, her hands twisting together. Does anyone else think it's weird that they scheduled a concert right in the middle of a tournament? It's a ratings thing, Juan said without opening his eyes. He was somehow sleeping standing up again. Keep the audience engaged during downtime. Prevent channel switching. Also gives fighters time to recover, Isabel added, appearing at my shoulder like a ghost. Strategic rest period disguised as entertainment. I glanced at the scoreboard. The semifinals bracket was displayed in massive holographic letters. Semifinals, Tag Team Duels Match 1. Nakano Okoye, Onyx versus Valerius Sanders, Argent. Match 2. Kuzmina Main, Onyx versus Cabana Tanaka, Phantom. My jaw tightened. Natalia saw it. Don't what? Whatever you're thinking. Don't. I'm just thinking that you're about to fight someone who wants to electrocute you into next week. And you're about to fight Julian, who wants to erase you from reality itself. She stepped closer, her voice dropping so only I could hear. We both have our monsters to fight. That's the job. She was right. Again, I pulled her into a brief, steady hug, catching the barato of mint and something cold that was just inherently Natalia. When we pulled apart, the frost around her had receded slightly. Kick her ass, I said. Obviously. Chapter 515. A pop star's poisonous smile. The hour and a half break stretched ahead of us like an eternity. I needed to strategize, needed to review footage, needed to prepare for Julian's inevitable nonsense. Instead, I found myself watching Stella Nova's performance on repeat on one of the arena's auxiliary screens, trying to figure out why her wink had bothered me so much. Nell's voice whispered in my ear, because nothing in this world happens by accident anymore. Not where you're concerned. Yeah, that was what I was afraid of. Jamie appeared beside me, his eyes still slightly wet from emotional overflow. Wasn't she amazing? She's talented. She's a goddess among mortals. He clutched his chest dramatically. Her newest album is all about pushing past your limits and becoming the best version of yourself. Every song is a gym motivation anthem. Of course it is. You think she'd sign an autograph? Probably. That's literally her job. He looked at me with sudden intensity. Will you come with me? To meet her? She's doing a meet and greet in the VIP lounge for Platinum sponsors and Academy VIPs. I stared at him. How would I get into a VIP lounge? You're dating the president's sister, he said, like this was obvious. You can get in anywhere. Celeste appeared on my other side. P.S. not wrong. I can get us in. Why would I want to meet a pop star? Because Jamie will literally never stop talking about it if you don't, Skylar said, materializing from somewhere. And I'd rather not hear about his missed opportunity for the next 6 months. I looked around. Somehow, I'd been surrounded. Natalia's expression was carefully blank. If you go, I'm going. Same, Skylar said. I've always wanted to meet her. Emmy practically bounced. Her music videos are so pretty. Akari just grinned. This is going to be entertaining. I looked up at the ceiling, silently asking whatever gods were listening why my life was like this. Nike's laughter echoed in my skull. Because you're hilarious, stray dog. Now go meet the pop star. This should be good. Fantastic. Just what I needed. Another complication. The VIP lounge was exactly as pretentious as I'd expected. All white marble and gold accents, with servers in crisp uniforms carrying trays of champagne that probably cost more than my entire education. The space was filled with corporate sponsors, professional guild recruiters, and people who looked like they'd never done a day of real work in their lives. Celeste walked in like she owned the place, which technically she kind of did. Her sister ran the entire VHC. That bought a lot of access. Noah was glued to her side, looking like she wanted to murder everyone preemptively just to be safe. Jamie vibrated with barely contained excitement, his eyes scanning the room for any sign of his idol. Marco stood beside him, looking mildly uncomfortable in the fancy surroundings. My girl spread out like the D planned this. Natalia claimed my left side, her hand finding mine with possessive certainty. Skylar took my right, close enough that our shoulders brushed. Emmy hovered just behind us, her healing aura still faintly active. Akari and Celeste flanked the group, creating a formation that was probably overkill, but looked extremely impressive. "You brought an entourage," someone said from behind me. I turned. Stella Nova materialized from the crowd, like she had been waiting for her cue, and my first coherent thought was that cameras didn't do her justice. Her platinum hair cascaded down her back in waves that seemed to capture and refract every light source in the room, those signature sapphire streaks running through it like frozen lightning. Her eyes were this impossible shade of violet, not quite purple, not quite blue, that reminded me uncomfortably of Skylar-esque gradient irises. The white blazer she wore over her performance outfit looked casual, but probably cost more than a car, draped over a frame that moved with the easy confidence of someone who spent their entire life being watched and admired. And right now, all that attention was focused entirely on me. Her lips curved in a smile that felt just a fraction too calculated, too knowing, like she was in on a joke I hadn't heard yet. "Satoru Nakano," she said, her voice carrying that same melodic quality I'd heard on recordings, but with a warmth that felt deliberately chosen. She extended one perfectly manicured hand, fingers adorned with rings that probably each had their own insurance policies. "I've been wanting to meet you." I shook her hand on autopilot, some buried instinct for social niceties overriding my natural suspicion. Her grip was surprisingly firm, the kind of handshake that said she'd shaken a lot of hands and knew exactly how much pressure conveyed confidence without crossing into aggression. "Why?" I asked bluntly, because there was no point playing coy with a woman who'd probably seen every social manipulation tactic in existence. She laughed bright, clear, and utterly unforced. The kind of laugh that made people instinctively want to hear it again. "Because you're trending #1 globally right now, sweetheart. The stray dog who killed an A-rank with a baseball bat covering fire. The boy who somehow convinced the president's little sister to join the worst guild in the entire academy." Her violet eyes flicked toward Celeste for just a heartbeat, then back to me, sparkling with something that might have been genuine amusement. "That takes either incredible charisma or incredible stupidity. Why not both?" "Why not indeed?" Natalia's hand tightened around mine. The temperature dropped noticeably. "Stella noticed her smile whitening. And you must be Natalia Kuzmina, the Ice Queen. Your match against those Sentinels was brutal." "I loved it." "Thank you," Natalia said with perfect politeness that somehow sounded like a threat. Jamie finally found his voice, though it came out about 3 octaves higher than normal. "Miss Nova, I'm your biggest fan. Your 3rd album changed my life. The track about iron will and diamond muscles inspired me to increase my training by 40%. Stella's expression softened genuinely. That's exactly why I make music. To inspire people to push past their limits." She reached out and lightly touched Jamie's arm, her eyes widening slightly. And it clearly worked. "These are impressive." Jamie was momentarily speechless. "Would you like a picture?" Stella asked warmly. He nodded, still at a loss for words. She posed with him, her publicist appearing from nowhere to snap the photo. Jamie looked like he might cry again. Stella then turned back to me, her expression shifting into something bravado, curious. "So, the stray dog. You've got quite the group following you around. They're my friends." "Friends." She considered the word carefully. "That's it." Natalia's frost started spreading across the marble floor in delicate patterns. I squeezed her hand once, a silent request to not freeze an international celebrity during my tournament break. "What do you want?" I asked Stella directly. Her smile turned sharp. "Nothing. Just wanted to meet the boy everyone's talking about." See if the hype was real. And jury S still out. She reached into her blazer and pulled out a business card, pressing into my free hand. But I think you're interesting. Call me sometime. I'd love to talk more. The card was simple white with silver lettering. Just her name and a private number. I'm still in school. I pointed out. I'm 23. 5 years ISNT that much. She winked again. Besides, I'm a patient woman. Akari's laugh was pure delight. Oh, I like her. Natalia made a sound that might have been a growl. Stella Nova backed away with that same knowing smile, rejoining her publicist and security team. As she left, she called back over her shoulder. Good luck in the semifinals, stray dog. I'll be watching. Then she was gone, disappearing into the crowd of VIPs like smoke. The silence she left behind was deafening. So, Skylar said eventually, that happened. She wants to meet you, Akari announced cheerfully. Just putting that out there. She does not. She absolutely does. Akari held up her phone, showing me social media already exploding with photos of our interaction. Look, the shippers are having a field day. They're calling you Steltori already. That is not even a good ship name, I muttered. Celeste cleared her throat delicately. We should probably return to the prep area. Your match is in 70 minutes, right? Julian, I'd almost forgotten about that golden-haired prick for approximately 5 minutes. Nike's voice whispered through my thoughts again. Focus, stray dog. The pretty pop star is a distraction. Julian is your real problem. He has been training for 3 weeks specifically to counter everything you showed him in your first match. He knows about your kinetic absorption now. He knows he can phase through attacks. He is going to come at you differently this time. Let him come. I've got new tricks too. You'd better. Because if you lose to that entitled brat, I'm revoking my sponsorship and finding someone more entertaining. You wouldn't try me. Chapter 516. What it cost to be a Valerius. Julian Valerius sat in the Sentinel's private preparation room, staring at his phone like it might explode. His father's name glowed on the screen for the 3rd time in 5 minutes. He let it ring. The room was silent except for Aaron's breathing from the medical cot in the corner. Sanders had taken a nasty hit from that purple-haired woman's telekinetic shockwave during their tag match. No sin permanent, just bruised ribs and wounded pride. The kind of injuries that heal. Unlike Julian's reputation. The phone buzzed again. Julian's jaw tightened as he finally answered. Father, Julian. Marcus Valerius' voice came through crystal clear, carrying that particular quality of disappointment that Julian had learned to recognize at age 7 when his aspect first manifested. I just watched your performance against the Vipers. Not congratulations for advancing to the semifinals. Not praise for making it this far. Just that tone. The one that said you could have done better. We won, Julian said, keeping his voice level through years of practice. We're in the semifinals. Against a team that should have folded in 30 seconds. A pause that felt like judgment. You allowed them to drag the fight out for 3 minutes. Inefficient. Julian's free hand clenched around the armrest hard enough to make the leather creak. They were tougher than expected. Everything is tougher than you expect lately. His father's voice didn't rise. Didn't he need to? The words cut clean. First the Necropolis. Then losing Monica and Celeste to those. Rejects. Now you're being upstaged by a street rat with a baseball bat on national television. I didn't lose Celeste. She transferred because you failed to protect her. Because when that anomaly appeared, you froze. The words landed like hammer blows. President Vance's sister. The single most valuable recruit in 7 years. And you let her walk away to join the Onyx Hounds of all places. Julian's throat felt tight. The transfer was her choice. Her choice was a direct result of your incompetence. The silence that followed stretched like pulled glass. Julian forced words past the tightness in his chest. What do you want me to say? Nothing. His father's sigh carried through the speaker. Words are meaningless. I want results. You're facing that Nakano boy in the semifinals. I assume you have a strategy beyond getting humiliated again? I won to lose. That's what you said before the Crucible. Before Reina made you look ordinary. Another pause. Do you understand what's at stake here, Julian? Not just your pride. Our entire family's reputation. Every contract, every sponsorship, every political alliance we've cultivated is being questioned because my son can't handle a straightforward opponent. Julian's nails bit into his palm. I understand. Do you? His father's voice turned contemplative. Because in watching you throw away every advantage you were born with. Your mother cried watching that last match. Actually cried, Julian. When was the last time you saw your mother cry? Never. He'd never seen his mother cry. Not when his grandfather died. Not when the market crashed and they lost 40 million in a single day. Not when Julian manifested his aspect at age 7 and immediately destroyed half the testing facility because he couldn't control it yet. His mother was ice and steel wrapped in designer clothes. If she cried watching him fight, I'll win, Julian said quietly. I promise. Don't promise. Deliver. His father paused. I've made arrangements with several recruiters. If you place in the top 3 overall, Aegis Prime has agreed to an early evaluation. Top 2 gets you Olympic consideration. But first place, his father's voice carried something that might have been hope. First place gets you everything we VE planned since you were 5 years old. Julian's chest fell hollow. What if I don't place? The silence was answer enough. When his father finally spoke, his voice had gone completely flat. Then we'll need to have a very different conversation about your future. About whether continuing at the academy makes financial sense. About what other paths might be more suitable for some of your actual abilities. The threat was clear. Win or be disowned. Prove yourself or lose everything. I have to go, Julian managed. The semifinals start soon. Julian, his father's voice stopped him. I'm not trying to be cruel. I'm trying to save you from yourself. You have the bloodline, the training, the resources, everything you need to be great. But greatness requires more than potential. It requires execution, discipline, the willingness to do whatever is necessary. I know. Then show me. The call ended. Julian sat in the empty room, staring at his reflection in the darkened phone screen. His golden hair was slightly mussed from the previous match. His expensive combat suit bore scuff marks from where Kinjiro's wind blades had grazed his shoulder. Imperfect, flawed, disappointing. He thought about his childhood, about private tutors and combat coaches, about summers spent in aspect development camps while other kids played, about his 10th birthday when his father gave him a choice between a party with friends or a week of training with an A-rank specialist. Julian had chosen the training because that's what Valerius heirs did. They sacrificed. They disciplined. They became perfect. Except Julian wasn't perfect. He frozen in the necropolis when Monica needed him. He watched 2 teammates die because fear had locked his muscles and stolen his breath. He pushed Monica toward danger to save himself. And that moment of cowardice had cost him everything. Celeste had seen it. The whole team had seen it. And now the whole world watched him try to pretend he was still the golden prince they'd been told to worship. The door opened without knocking. Professor Petrova entered with her characteristic grace, her silver blonde hair pulled back so tightly it probably hurt. Her pale blue eyes swept across him with clinical assessment. Your father called, she said. Not a question. Yes. And? You want me to win? Obviously. She sat in the chair across from him, crossing her legs with perfect posture. What else? Julian met her gaze. You want me to break Nakano? Publicly. Make an example. Good. Petrova's smile was cold and satisfied. Then we're aligned. Chapter 517. The smile that mocked a dynasty, she retrieved her tablet and brought up footage from the first match. Satura's face appeared on screen, frozen mid-swing with that insufferable grin plastered across his features. Watch, Petrova commanded. She played the match in slow motion, showed Julian exactly where Satoru moved, how he positioned his body when he activated his abilities. Every detail cataloged and analyzed. He is faster than his file suggests, she said. But you already knew that. Yes. His kinetic absorption has a threshold. Notice here. She paused the footage. When Kinjiro's wind blade hits him, there's a fraction of a second where he staggers. The absorption isn't perfect. It's converting maybe 10 to 15% of the impact at best. Julian leaned forward. So if I hit him hard enough, fast enough, and often enough? Petrova nodded. Your quantum disruption should theoretically destabilize his ability to absorb kinetic energy. But he countered that somehow during your first fight. His stats are wrong, Julian said flatly. His file says C rank across the board. But he moves like mid-B minimum. I know. Petrova's expression didn't change. Which is why I've filed a formal inquiry with the VHC about his registration. Falsifying aspect ratings is a felony. If he has been lying, he has been. Proving it is different than knowing it. She closed the footage. But that's for after the tournament. Right now, you need to focus on one objective. Making him submit. Julian's hands curled into fists. How? Hit what he cares about. Petrova's smile turned vicious. He is predictable despite all his chaos. He'll always protect his healer. Always position himself between threats and that Kuzmina girl. Use that. Force him to choose between winning and protecting them. That's ruthless? Necessary? Petrova stood. This is war, Julian, not a friendly sparring match. The Onyx Hounds have humiliated this guild. They've stolen our recruits. They've taken our ranking. And that boy has made you a laughingstock on international television. Julian flinched. Petrova's expression softened fractionally. You are better than him. You know this. I know this. Your entire bloodline knows this. But knowing and proving are different things. She placed a hand on his shoulder. Prove it. Not for me. Not for your father. For yourself. Show the world that breeding and training matter. That someone who manifested at 7 and has dedicated their entire life to perfection is superior to a late bloomer with a stick. She left without waiting for a response. Julian sat alone again. His phone buzzed with a message from his mother. We're watching from home, darling. Your father is very proud, even if he doesn't say it. I believe in you. Just do your best. His best, right? Because his best had been so impressive lately. He stood and walked to the small mirror mounted on the wall. His reflection stared back with sapphire eyes that looked tired despite the perfect hair and expensive gear. 28 years of Valerius breeding. 12 years of aspect training. 7 years of being told he was destined for greatness. And here he was, preparing to fight someone who'd been a 0 6 months ago. Someone who had no right to be his equal. Someone who grinned at him like they were friends while systematically dismantling everything Julian had ever worked for. Julian's reflection smiled back, sharp and cold. He showed Satoru Nakano what real power looked like. What discipline and training could accomplish when applied correctly. What happened when street rats forgot their place and tried to run with wolves bred for the hunt. The semifinals started in 60 minutes. That was enough time to prepare. Enough time to center himself. Enough time to remember every single lesson his father had beaten into him since childhood about what it meant to be a Valerius. Julian pulled on his golden gauntlets, feeling the familiar weight settle against his knuckles. The quantum disruption hummed beneath his skin, ready to be unleashed. This time would be different. This time he wouldn't freeze. This time he'd make his father proud. Or die trying. Aaron stirred on the medical cot. Jules? Julian turned. How are you feeling? Like I got hit by a telekinetic freight train. Aaron sat up slowly, wincing as his ribs protested. But I'll live. You? Fine. Aaron's expression said he knew that was a lie, but was smart enough not to push. Your dad call? Yes. Bad? When I SNT it. Aaron swung his legs over the side of the cot, testing his weight. For what it's worth, you've been fighting well. Better than usual. More aggressive. Not aggressive enough, apparently. You can't let him get in your head, man. Aaron stood, walking over to clap Julian's shoulder. You're one of the best fighters I've ever seen. You just need to believe it. Julian wanted to believe Aaron. Wanted to accept that somewhere beneath all the disappointment and pressure and impossible expectations, he was actually good at this. But belief required evidence. And lately, all the evidence pointed toward Julian being exactly what Satori had called him in the arena. A spoiled prince playing at being a warrior. We should go, Julian said instead. The bracket waits for no one. They walked together toward the arena entrance, passing other teams preparing for their own matches. The strikers were doing group stretches and laughing about something. The Vipers studied tablets with tactical information. The Onyx Hounds stood in a loose circle, looking like they'd wandered in from a street fight. Satori was in the center, his ridiculous bat resting on his Barato, while those 5 girls surrounded him, keeping close. The purple-haired one, Kuzmina, stood right beside him with her hand resting against his side. The blue-haired healer was fussing over his bandages. The one with the knives leaned against his back. The President's sister stood at his left with perfect posture, and that tan girl with the chains was whispering something in his ear that made him laugh. Julian's hands curled into fists. That should have been him, surrounded by powerful allies. Respected, admired, loved. Instead, Julian had Aaron and 3 other sentinels who barely spoke to him anymore unless absolutely necessary. The rest had transferred, or requested reassignment, or simply stopped showing up to training. Satori noticed Julian watching. Those dark eyes locked onto his across the prep area. And then the man smiled. Not a grin, not a smirk, just a small, genuine smile that somehow felt worse than mockery. Like Satori pitted him. Julian's aspect flared involuntarily, purple energy crackling around his fists. Aaron caught his arm. Don't. Not yet. Save it for the arena. Julian forced the power down, burying it deep where it couldn't escape without permission. Maximus Hype's voice boomed across the speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Inter-Guild Tournament semifinals. Our next match features 2 teams who have made this competition absolutely unforgettable. The crowd roared. Julian took a breath, centered himself, remembered every lesson, every drill, every sacrifice. This was his moment, his chance to prove that bloodlines mattered, that training mattered, that he mattered. He walked toward the arena tunnel, Aaron falling in his step beside him. Behind them, Professor Petrova's voice cut through the noise. Make them bleed, Julian. Show everyone what the Argent Sentinels are truly capable of. Chapter 518. The nursery rhyme of a broken prince, I stretch my shoulders, feeling the familiar ache radiating through my ribs. The regenerator brace hummed softly against my chest, its technological magic, the only thing keeping my torso from falling apart like a broken puzzle. 60 minutes. That's all I had left before I walked back into that arena and faced Julian Valerius. Again, the prep room felt smaller than it should have, the silence thicker than I expected. Most of the hounds had scattered grabbing food, taking nervous pisses, or doing whatever people do when they're trying not to think about their friends getting publicly beaten in front of 20,000 strangers. The concrete walls seemed to press in closer with each breath, painted in that institutional beige that screamed budget cuts and minimum effort. I sat alone on the metal bench, my bat resting across my knees like a meditation object. Breathing. Just breathing. My phone buzzed against my leg. Messages flooded in from accounts I didn't recognize. Congratulations on making it to the semis. Praise for my incredible journey. Fan theories about my mysterious past. Social media accounts I never followed were posting edited screenshots of me and Cell holding hands outside the arena, drowning the images in heart emojis and shipping hashtags that made my skin crawl. I deleted them all without reading past the first few words. The only message I actually opened was from Luca. Proud of you, son. Your mother is crying in a good way. Don bojado. Simple. Direct. Exactly what I needed to hear. No flowery nonsense about destiny or proving myself, just a father worried about his kid and honest enough to admit it. I typed back with steady fingers. Noted. We'll try. The door opened with a soft whoosh of recycled air. Braxton leaned against the frame, his perpetual scent cigarette dangling from his Barato like an extension of his soul. You good? Peachy. You look like you're about to achieve enlightenment or have a nervous breakdown. His eyes swept over me with the same detached interest head used to examine a particularly boring poker hand. Can't tell which. Maybe both. He snorted, a sound somewhere between amusement and resignation. Save that Zen nonsense for after you win. He jerked his thumb toward the hallway. where I could hear the distant murmur of familiar voices. Your fan club S outside having some kind of tactical meeting about your continued survival. Thought you should know. Of course they are. Braxton S. expression shifted, the lazy humor draining out of his features like water through a cracked glass. When he got serious, it was like watching a different person put on his skin. Julian S. gonna come at you different this time. His old man S. been in his ear all week, filling his head with expectations and family honor and all that blue blood garbage. Kid S. got something to prove now. They always do. Yeah, well, Braxton shrugged, the moment of gravity passing as quickly as it had come. Don't let him prove it using your face as a canvas. He left without another word, the door sliding shut behind him with mechanical finality. I went back to staring at the opposite wall, where someone had scratch kill or be killed into the paint with what looked like a fingernail. Julian was wound tight. I'd seen it during the preliminaries when Aaron took that ice spike to the shoulder. Julian's jaw had clenched so hard I thought his molars might crack. His whole body had gone rigid, like someone had shoved a steel rod up his spine and forgotten to mention it. He wanted this victory, needed it. His entire sense of self-worth was wrapped up in beating me in front of everyone who'd ever looked at him and seen perfection instead of the terrified, desperate child underneath. Every expectation placed on his shoulders since birth had led to this moment, this chance to prove that the natural order still meant something in a world gone mad. Poor bastard. Not because I felt bad for him. Sympathy was a luxury I couldn't afford, but because desperation made people sloppy, predictable, readable as a children's book with large font and colorful pictures. And I'd been reading Julian Valerius like nursery rhymes since the gala. My phone buzzed again. This time, a group chat notification lit up the screen. Natalia, if you die, I'm killing you. Skylar, don't embarrass us. Emmy, please be safe. I'll heal you after. Sel, my sister is watching. Try not to get arrested for murder. Akari, when so I can collect my bet money. Daddy, I almost smiled at that. Almost let my lips curve upward before remembering that cameras were probably watching every micro-expression I made. Nell's voice slithered through my consciousness like smoke seeping under a locked door. You're remarkably calm for someone about to fight a boy who wants to destroy you on live television. He doesn't want to destroy me, I replied silently. He wants to prove I'm not real. Semantics, darling. Important ones. The audience is absolutely eating this up, by the way. Your heart rate is holding steady at 62 beats per minute. You're either genuinely confident or genuinely insane. The betting pools are split 50-50 on which. Can it be both? Apollo S taking side bets on whether you'll actually use that aspect evolution ticket mid-fight. The odds are quite favorable if you're feeling suicidal. Tell Apollo I'm not that stupid. I'll pass along the message, though we both know you absolutely are that stupid. It's part of your charm. I let that slide without comment. The truth was that ticket sat in my inventory like a loaded gun. I wasn't ready to fire. Apollo's cheerful warnings about dimensional instability and potential ego death sounded fantastic on paper, but I survived worse. Kalen had died violently in his original world. His consciousness ripped from his body and shoved into mine without asking permission first. If I could handle having another man's soul forced into my brain, I could probably handle one more existential crisis. Probably. The door opened again, this time without the courtesy of a knock. Isabel walked in with her usual regal composure, her spear held loosely at her side and her wine-red hair pulled back in a severe ponytail that made her look like a warrior queen preparing for battle. She examined me with the same clinical detachment she might use to study a particularly interesting chess problem. You're meditating, breathing. Same thing for people like you. She sat on the bench across from me, crossing her legs with fluid grace. Kendra wanted me to tell you that he respects what you did earlier. The thermal vision counter was elegant. Tell him thanks. I won tea. You can tell him yourself after the tournament. Her eyes glinted with something that might have been amusement. Assuming you survive Julian's tantrum. I'll survive. You sound certain. I am. Her eyes narrowed slightly, studying my face like she was trying to read text written in a foreign language. Because you're stronger than him, or because you've already won this psychological battle. Yes. Isabel actually smiled at that, just a flicker across her lips, there and gone like lightning. Natalia is ready to freeze the entire arena if Julian so much as looks at you wrong. I've never seen ice form on concrete, just from someone's emotional state. I know. And Skylar has been sharpening her knives for the past 20 minutes while staring at Julian's picture on the bracket board. She's carved his name into 3 different surfaces. Also aware, Emmy cried earlier, just for a moment. Then she pulled herself together and started reorganizing her medical kit for the 4th time today. Her hands are shaking. That one hit different. Lodged itself somewhere between my ribs where the regenerator couldn't reach. Emmy crying because she was worried about me. Because she thought Julian might actually hurt me. Because she cared that much about someone like me. Shoot. And Cell? I asked, trying to keep my voice level. Isabel's smile turned knowing, sharp as her spear tip. The Winter Queen is currently sitting in the VIP section beside her sister, pretending to be perfectly composed while her hands shake every time her name appears on the scoreboard. Serafina keeps glancing at her with this expression I can't quite read. Double trouble. Hikari? Taking selfies with Hikari and placing increasingly large bets on your victory. She has turned your fight into a personal profit venture and seems genuinely excited about it. Isabel stood, her movement fluid as water. You've built something here, Nakano. These women would burn the world for you. I know. Do you? She tilted her head, genuinely curious now. Or are you still pretending this is all strategy and manipulation? Still telling yourself you're just playing a game? I didn't answer. Couldn't answer. Because the truth was complicated and messy and involved gods and systems and soul bonds that I barely understood myself. Because somewhere along the way, the lines between performance and reality had blurred beyond recognition. Isabel walked to the door, then paused with her hand on the frame. Win. Not because Nike demands it or because your pride requires it. Win because those 5 girls out there chose you when they didn't have to. When they had every reason to walk away and never look back. She left without waiting for a response. Chapter 519. A promise before the strike. I sat there, bowed across my knees, breathing in the recycled air and listening to the distant roar of the crowd. Just breathing. The door opened a 3rd time. This time it was all 5 of them together, moving like a coordinated force of nature. Natalia led the charge, her purple hair streaming behind her and frost already forming on her fingertips like delicate crystal flowers. Skylar followed with her hood up and her violet eyes burning with predatory focus. Emmy bounced in with nervous energy, her healing aura pulsing softly around her hands in waves of green light. Cell walked with perfect posture despite the concern written across her features in careful script. And Hikari sauntered in last, her emerald eyes dancing with mischief and something darker. They arranged themselves around me in a semicircle. 5 terrifying, beautiful disasters who had somehow decided I was worth their time, their energy, their devotion. We need to talk, Natalia said, her voice carrying that edge it got when she was trying very hard not to lose her temper. About? Your tendency to do catastrophically stupid things when we're not watching. Her eyes flashed with purple light. Your apparent addiction to taking hits like you have something to prove. Skylar crossed her arms, her hood casting shadows over her face, like absorbing enough voltage to power half the city instead of just dodging like a normal person. That was tactical, I said. That was reckless, Cell corrected, and despite the softness of her voice, there was steel underneath it, the kind of quiet authority that came from growing up under Serafina's tutelage. And my sister now has questions. Detailed, specific questions about how exactly your aspect works, why your energy signature doesn't match any known pyrokinetic variant, and how you're generating output that shouldn't be physically possible with your published rank. Her periwinkle eyes fixed on mine, heavy with unspoken worry. Questions I can't answer because you want to give me the full truth. Tell Serafina I'll explain everything, I said. After I win. Emmy pushed past Natalia with the kind of determination that only came from a healer who watched too many idiots bleed out from preventable wounds. She placed both hands flat against my chest, her touch gentle but firm, her healing aura washing over me in waves of warm, soothing energy that made the persistent ache in my ribs fade to a dull background hum. But her eyes, those warm reddish-brown eyes that were usually so full of sunshine, were burning with an intensity that would made lesser men flinch. "Promise you won't take unnecessary hits," she said, her voice low and fierce. "Promise you'll actually dodge instead of just absorbing everything like you're trying to prove some kind of point to the universe." I promised to try. Not good enough. Her fingers twisted in my shirt, bunching the fabric tight. "I mean it, Satori. I can heal broken bones and torn muscles, and even reconstruct organs if I have to, but I can't fix stupid, and I sure can't bring back the dead." The weight of that statement hung in the air for a moment, heavy and real. Then Akari laughed, that bright Cinchuredo, the one that means he has already won in his head and just needs to show up to collect the trophy. Natalia's eyes narrowed, studying my expression with the focus of scientists examining a particularly interesting specimen. "Is that true?" I looked up at her, at all of them. 5 faces watching me with various mixtures of concern, affection, and barely contained violence on my behalf. "Julian has been training his whole life for this moment," I said slowly. "Professional coaches since he could walk. S-rank equipment that costs more than most people's houses. His father's expectations riding on every punch, every victory, every breath he takes." I stood, feeling my ribs shift and settle into their proper places. "But he has got one problem." "Which is?" Skylar asked, though her smirk suggested she already knew. "He fights like someone who is afraid to lose everything." I picked up my bat, feeling its familiar weight settle into my palm. "I fight like someone who already did." The room went quiet except for the distant sound of the crowd and the soft hum of the regenerator brace. Cell spoke first, her voice thoughtful. "That is almost poetic. Don't tell anyone." "Cinchuredo." Skylar's smirk widened into something calculating. Akari grinned like she just won the lottery and was already planning how to spend the money. And Cell looked away, though I caught the pink dusting her cheeks before she could hide it. "Noted," I said. Natalia hugged me briefly before pulling back. Her words came out demanding and possessive. Then she shoved me toward the door. "Now go. Show that golden prince what happens when street rats get tired of being kicked." I walked toward the Tunnel Barado. They followed in formation, not just in Barado, but a royal procession. The sound of their footsteps echoed off the concrete walls, creating a rhythm that felt like a war march. The tunnel to the arena stretched ahead, dark except for the sunlight bleeding in from the entrance like liquid gold. Each step brought the roar of the crowd closer, louder, until it became a physical force pressing against my eardrums. I could hear them chanting something, but couldn't quite make out the words. Nell whispered in my mind, her voice carrying amusement and something that might have been pride. "They're chanting your name." "Really? Really?" 20,000 voices singing the same word over and over. Stray dog. The audience is eating this up. You're the underdog who shouldn't be here. The zero who became a king. The boy who looked at the hierarchy and said no with feeling. Poetic. Nike says you're her favorite investment in 300 years. She is actually excited, which is apparently quite rare for a goddess who has seen the rise and fall of entire civilizations. Tell Nike I'm flattered. She also says if you lose, she is personally coming down here to kick your ass before the system penalties activate. Something about protecting her investment. Lovely. We reached the end of the tunnel. Sunlight hit my face like a physical force, warm and blinding after the artificial lighting of the prep areas. The crowd's roar became deafening, a wall of sound that seemed to press against my body from all directions. Stray dog, stray dog, stray dog. 20,000 people, millions more watching from home. Every guild recruiter on the island. And Serafina Vance herself, sitting in her private box with her hands folded and her expression unreadable as carved marble. Maximus Hype's voice cut through the noise like a blade through silk, amplified by speakers that could probably be heard in orbit. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment you've all been waiting for. Our semifinals feature two matches that will define this generation of hunters. First up, the Golden Prince versus the Stray Dog. Legacy versus Uprising. Order versus Chaos. I stepped onto the platform, feeling the metal grating vibrate under my feet from the crowd's energy. Julian was already there, his golden armor gleaming like he bathed in liquid sunshine. Every piece of his equipment screamed money and heritage custom-forged plates that moved like water, energy conduits that pulsed with contained power, a helmet designed by artists who understood both function and beauty. Aaron stood beside him, looking uncomfortable in a way that suggested he'd rather be literally anywhere else, possibly including the bottom of the ocean. I raised my Batscar, dented, wrapped in grip tape that had seen better decades. Julian raised his fists, purple energy crackling around his knuckles like contained lightning. The crowd went absolutely feral. Natalia's voice came through the calm in my ear, clear despite the chaos. "Remember what I said. You come back to me." "Always," I murmured, the word lost in the noise, but somehow carrying all the weight in the world. Professor Haney walked to the center platform, her presence immediately commanding silence despite her small stature. She wore her usual serene expression, like nothing in the world could disturb her peace, not 20,000 screaming fans, not the tension crackling between the fighters, not even the knowledge that she was about to oversee what might be the most important fight of the year. "Standard tag rules," she announced, her voice carrying clearly through the arena's acoustics. "Non-lethal force only. The match ends when both members of one team are unconscious or surrender." Her eyes swept across all four of us with the weight of absolute authority. "No aspect attacks directed at the head. No fatal blows. And try not to destroy my arena. The repairs come out of my personal budget, and I have expensive tastes." Julian didn't even look at me. He was staring at Natalia in the stands, at Cell beside her, at all five of my girls watching with various expressions of concern and barely restrained bloodlust. His jaw worked like he was chewing glass, muscles jumping under his perfect skin. "Good. Stay mad, golden boy. Let it eat at you." Professor Haney raised her hand, and the entire arena seemed to hold its breath. "Begin." Chapter 520. Privilege versus Power. Julian didn't waste time with posturing. His fist came at my face the moment Haney's hand dropped, already wreathed in that purple quantum disruption energy that made reality itself look sick and wrong around his knuckles. I leaned back, feeling the wind of his punch whistle past my nose. "Too slow, princess." His jaw clenched, and I saw murder bloom behind those sapphire eyes. "Good." Angry opponents made mistakes, and Julian Valerius seemed to make them in bulk. Aaron moved to intercept, but Isabel was already there, her spear catching the morning light as she drove the big guy backward with a series of strikes that made him look like he was dancing against his will. The green wind, wrapped around her weapon, turned every slash into something that could peel paint off steel, which left me alone with the golden boy and his daddy issues. Julian came at me again, this time going low. His hand shot toward my kidney, purple energy crackling, and I could feel the wrongness radiating off his aspect. Quantum disruption, supposed to destabilize other aspects on contact, make them flicker and fail. Too bad for him, my best tricks weren't technically aspects at all. I twisted, catching his wrist mid-strike with my free hand. His eyes widened just slightly as I tightened my hold. The purple energy tried to eat at my skin, but kinetic absorption drank it down like fine wine. +5 to strength. +5 to agility. I was already stronger than I'd been 10 seconds ago. "Problem," I said conversationally, keeping his wrist trapped. "You're still treating this like a sparring match. Like there are rules. Like I care even a little about fighting fair." Julian's other fist came up in a desperate hook. I released his wrist and stepped inside the arc, letting the punch sail harmlessly over my barato. His momentum carried him forward, off balance, and I drove my forehead into his nose with enough barato to make his eyes water. He came away hurt. The crowd went absolutely feral. "Stray dog, stray dog, stray dog." Julian staggered back, purple energy flaring wildly around his entire barato now. His nose leaked crimson down his perfect chin, ruining the Golden Prince aesthetic. "You'll pay for that," he snarled, his voice thick and wet. "You think you can humiliate me? My family? Everything I represent?" "I think you represent exactly nothing," I said, rolling my shoulders. The regenerator brace hummed against my ribs. "You're a trust fund with legs and a shiny aspect. Take away Daddy's money, and what's left?" His entire face flushed red, creeping up from his collar. He charged. No technique, no strategy, just pure rage wrapped in golden armor and purple fire. Rookie mistake. I sidestepped, letting him stumble past me. His gauntlet scraped against the platform's metal surface, sending sparks flying. He spun, already launching another punch. This one connected, caught me right in the sternum, and his quantum disruption energy tried to tear apart my internal structure at the molecular level. Pain bloomed hot and sharp, radiating outward from the impact point like someone had set off a bomb under my skin. Kinetic absorption grabbed the force and converted it. Plus 15 to strength. Plus 15 to agility. My bat moved faster than Julian could track. The swing caught him across the ribs, and I felt something crack under the impact, even through his fancy armor. He wheezed, stumbling sideways, and I pressed the advantage. 2 more strikes. One to his shoulder, one to his hip, both connected solid. Julian went down on one knee, gasping. His perfect golden armor now dented and scratched and looking a lot less impressive. I could VE finished him right there. Should VE, probably. But Nell whispered in my mind, reminding me that Nike wanted a show. The audience wanted drama. And most importantly, I wanted Julian to understand exactly what he lost when he chose to freeze in the necropolis while his teammates died around him. So I backed off, letting him stand. "Get up, golden boy. Your dad's watching." Wooten T want to embarrass him on international television. Julian's eyes blazed with hatred so pure it was almost beautiful. He rose slowly, purple energy condensing around his entire body now, instead of just his fists. The air itself started to warp and bend, reality getting fuzzy at the edges. This was his real power, not just hitting hard, but making the laws of physics optional. "I'm going to bring you down," he said, wiping his nose with a determined look. "Slowly, methodically, until everyone sees you're nothing special. Just another street kid who got lucky." I grinned, pressing my barato together from the pain of his earlier hit. "Lucky, kid. I'm about to teach you the difference between privilege and power." He moved, faster this time, his aspect enhancing his speed as reality bent around him. His first punch came from the left, the second from the right, and somehow there was a third coming from overhead. Quantum nonsense letting him attack from multiple angles simultaneously. I activated Shade Cloak. My barato dissolved into shadow, and all 3 of his strikes passed harmlessly through empty darkness. I felt the weird, disorienting barato of being both everywhere and nowhere, existing in the gaps between atoms. The crowd gasped. Julian spun, looking for me, purple energy flaring around him like had become the center of a radioactive explosion. I reformed behind him, solid, real, grinning like a complete jerk. Boo! My bat caught him across the back of his knees before he could turn, and I put my whole body into the swing. His legs buckled. He went down hard, hands catching himself at the last second before his face met the platform. The roar from the crowd physically hurt my ears. Julian pushed himself up with shaking arms, and for just a second, I saw something crack in his expression. Not quite defeat, but close. The first real doubt creeping in. That maybe, just maybe, all his training and his breeding and his expensive gear weren't enough. That maybe the stray dog actually had teeth. He twisted, throwing himself to the side as I swung again. Centuredo mixing with the mess from his nose. The file says C rank. Thermal incision. Basic pyrokinesis with cutting application. The file S outdated. I spun the bat, letting it whistle through the air. Happens when you level up faster than the bureaucracy can process paperwork. His quantum disruption flared brighter, and the world itself seemed to protest his existence. The platform beneath our feet started to crack, hairline fractures spreading outward from where he stood like a spider's web made of bad decisions. I glanced over at Isabel and Aaron. They'd been trading blows for the last 2 minutes, neither gaining real ground. Isabel moved like water, her spear work elegant enough to make the crowd gasp, but Aaron was built like a tank and absorbed punishment the way normal people breathed air. His graviton anchor aspect made him immovable when he wanted, rooting him to the platform with enough force to make the metal groan. Isabel's green wind danced around her like living silk, but she couldn't knock him down. And Aaron's slow, methodical counterattacks were wearing her out. We needed to wrap this up. I caught Isabel's eye for half a second. She nodded once. Message received. Chapter 521. The sound a prince makes when he breaks. Julian charged me again, both fists burning with purple fire now. His technique had abandoned anything resembling discipline. Just raw power and desperate fury. I met him head-on. Our collision sent shockwaves across the entire platform, making the crowd lean back in their seats. His quantum disruption tried to tear me apart at the subatomic level, but kinetic absorption grabbed every ounce of force he threw and stuffed it into my temporary stat pool. Plus 20 to strength. Plus 20 to agility. My next swing came faster. Harder. The bat connected with his armored shoulder, and his expensive golden pauldron crumpled like aluminum foil. He screamed, more from rage than pain, and tried to grab me in a grapple. Bad idea. I dropped low, hooked his ankle with my boot, and yanked. Julian went down face first, his hands slapping the platform with a sound that echoed across the arena. The crowd lost their collective minds. I didn't give him time to recover. Pressed my boot between his shoulder blades, pinning him flat. Yield. Never. He gasped into the metal, his voice muffled but still carrying enough venom to kill small animals. I'll never yield to you. Never acknowledge you. You're nothing. Less than nothing. I leaned down, pressing harder, feeling his ribs compress under my weight. Then stay down there and think about it. Purple energy exploded outward from his body in a desperate burst. The quantum disruption hit me point blank, trying to rip apart every atom in my body simultaneously. Reality itself went fuzzy at the edges, and for half a second, I felt like I was being pulled in 17 different directions at once. Kinetic absorption screamed. Steel body activated on pure instinct. My skin turned diamond hard, and suddenly the cosmic attack, trying to overwhelm me, bounced off harmlessly. I stayed standing, my barato still firmly planted as Julian's desperate attack fizzled and died against my invulnerability. 10 seconds of being absolutely barato. I used 3 of them to grab Julian by his stupid golden collar and haul him upright. Used another 2 to throw him across the platform like he weighed nothing. He hit the railing hard enough to dent it, his armor clanging against metal with a sound that made everyone in the front row wince. Steel body wore off. The pain from his earlier hits came rushing back all at once, nearly dropping me to my knees. My ribs felt like someone had replaced them with broken glass. The regenerator brace's hum became a whine, struggling to keep everything together. But I stayed standing, always standing. Julian pulled himself up using the railing, his breath coming in ragged gasps. A purple stain marked the corner of his barato, where he'd bitten his own barato. His perfect hair hung in his eyes, matted with sweat and dust. He looked at me with an expression I'd seen before. On weak men who realized they'd picked a fight they couldn't win. On Yakuza lieutenants right before Kalen pulled the trigger. On the original Satori, right before the system shoved me into his worthless body. Pure distille terror. This isn't over, Julian wheezed, trying to summon his aspect again. But his energy reserves were tapped. The purple fire around his fists sputtered and died, leaving only ordinary flesh and expensive gauntlets. You can Ti1T. You already have, I said quietly, and there was something almost sad about it. The moment you froze in the necropolis while your team died. The moment you pushed Monica toward that monster to save yourself. You lost then, Julian. This is just making it official. He lunged at me one last time. No aspect, no technique, just a desperate, clumsy haymaker thrown by someone who never had a truly fight for anything in his entire pampered life. I caught his fist in my palm, squeezed. His gauntlet crumpled, and I felt the bones underneath start to protest. Yield, I said again, and this time it wasn't a suggestion. Julian's eyes went wide, then wider as I tightened my grip. His breath hitched. Something in his hand gave a warning crack. I yield, he gasped, the words torn from his throat like I physically ripped them out. I yield. Let go. I released him. He collapsed to his knees, cradling his crushed hand against his chest. The referee's voice cut through the sudden silence. Julian Valerius yields. Victory to Satoru Nakano and Isabel Okoye. The arena exploded. 20,000 people chanting my name until the sound became a physical presence, pressing against my damaged ribs and making my ears ring. Somewhere in the VIP section, I heard Natalia's distinctive war cry cutting through the chaos, sharp and cold and absolutely triumphant. I looked up at the stands and found her. She stood with both fists raised, frost spreading across the entire row of seats around her. Her purple eyes blazed, and the white streaks in her hair glowed like captured moonlight. My queen. Beside her, Cell watched with one hand pressed to her chest, her expression caught between pride and worry. Emmy bounced so hard she nearly fell over the railing, her healing aura pulsing around her in waves of excited green light. Skylar leaned against the wall with her arms crossed, but I caught her small, satisfied smirk. And Akari had both hands in the air, screaming something I couldn't quite make out, but probably involved money and betting pools. 5 disasters, 5 soul bonds, 5 reasons I'd just broken a boy's hand in front of the entire country. Isabel appeared at my side, not even breathing hard despite her extended fight with Aaron. The big guy was down on one knee, conscious but clearly done fighting. She'd worn him out with patience and precision, using his own momentum against him until he had nothing left. That was excessive, she observed, gesturing toward Julian's crumpled form. That was necessary. Her wine-red eyes studied me with unreadable intensity. You enjoyed it. Maybe a little. She made a sound that might have been disapproval or might have been understanding, then extended her hand. I took it, and we walked off the platform together as the crowd continued their deafening celebration. Julian stayed on his knees. Aaron helped him up eventually, but Julian shrugged him off violently, stumbling toward the exit tunnel alone. His shoulders shook with either rage or something worse. I didn't watch him go. I was already focused on the next problem. Natalia's match against Reina. The one fight that genuinely scared me. Chapter 522. The Queen's Council assembles. Natalia stood in the prep room with her girls, which was how she started thinking about them despite the absurdity of the concept. Her girls, her pack, her competition for the heart of the most infuriating man she'd ever met. The room reeked of antiseptic and nervous sweat, the kind of sterile anxiety that clung to concrete walls and fluorescent lighting. Every surface felt too clean, too bright, like they were being prepped for surgery rather than combat. Skylar leaned against the wall wearing her trademark "Don't Talk to Me" expression, violet eyes tracking every micro-movement Natalia made with sharp focus. Emmy sat hunched on a bench, her blue hair pulled back in twin braids that made her look younger than 18. While her healing aura pulsed around her hands like a nervous tick she couldn't control. Cell stood by the door with perfect posture that probably required actual effort to maintain, her silver-white hair catching the harsh fluorescent lights and throwing them back in prismatic fragments. Akari sprawled across another bench like she owned the place, examining her nails with studied indifference that fooled absolutely nobody in the room. The silence stretched taut as a bowstring, broken only by the distant roar of the crowd bleeding through the concrete walls. 20,000 people waiting for a fight, waiting for her to either triumph or get completely defeated by New Vein Academy's golden girl. So, Akari said without looking up from her manicure, "Jode fighting la sirena." Obviously, Natalia's voice came out flatter than intended, her nerves fraying at the edges. She's going to try and take you down for good. Natalia smiled, and frost spread across the metal bench beneath her thighs in delicate spiraling patterns. Let her try. Emmy made a small distress sound, like a wounded bird. Natalia, Reina S-ranked second in the entire program. She has S-rank potential. Her sister is literally Veronica Cabana. Do you know what that means? Olympic-level trainers since she could walk. Professional sparring partners. The best equipment money can buy. I'm aware. She has been training since she was 5 years old with people who VE kill monsters we've never even heard of, and I said I'm aware, Emmy. The healer flinched like Natalia had slapped her, her antenna-like hair, strands drooping with wounded disappointment. The guilt hit immediately, a sharp twist in Natalia's chest that made her want to take it back. But apologies had never come easily to her, and right now, she couldn't afford to look weak. Not with what was coming. Natalia reached out and placed a reassuring hand on Emmy Esperado, softening her voice. Something that wouldn't make the girl cry. I know what she is. I know what I'm walking into. But I also know what I am. And what's that? Skylar drawled from her corner. Though her eyes held genuine curiosity beneath the layers of sarcasm and cigarette smoke. Natalia met her gaze directly, unflinching. I'm the girl who froze an entire battlefield to save Satori's life. The one who tore reality apart because the alternative was watching him die. Rankten solbondet. And absolutely done pretending I'm not dangerous. The temperature dropped another 10 degrees. Frost began forming on the overhead pipes, creating Barado crystalline patterns that caught the light like trapped starlight. Well, Akari said smoothly, swinging her legs off the bench with easy grace. That was actually kind of hot. Scary but hot. Cell stepped forward, her periwinkle eyes soft with the kind of concern that came from genuinely caring rather than obligation. Natalia, we're not questioning your power. We've all seen what you can do when you're pushed past your breaking point. But Reina fights differently than a monsters and gates. She's intelligent, tactical, and she's been studying you for weeks. I've been studying her too. Have you? Cell tilted her head slightly, silver hair shifting like liquid mercury. Because from where I'm standing, you've spent the past 3 weeks either training with Satori or hunting creatures in gates. When exactly did you find time to analyze her combat patterns? Natalia pulled up the footage on her phone, the screen reflecting the fluorescent lights as she scrolled through her meticulously organized files. All 17 matches, time-stamped, annotated, with notes scribbled in the margins about reaction times and behavioral patterns. She stayed up until 3 a.m. for the past week, watching Reina fight over and over until she could predict every movement. Skylar pushed off the wall and crossed to look over Natalia's Barado, close enough that her clove cigarette Barado mixed with Natalia's Winter Rose's perfume. The combination should have been nauseating, but somehow worked like opposites finding balance in proximity. Holy Barado, Skylar breathed, genuinely impressed. You actually did your homework. Unlike Satori, I don't improvise everything 5 seconds before it kills me. Natalia scrolled through the footage with practiced ease, stopping on a clip from Reina's match against the Viper team. Look here. When pressured from the left, she defaults to creating a marionette to block while she repositions right. It's consistent across every match. Muscle memory from years of professional training. Akari leaned in, her emerald eyes bright with genuine interest now. So you bait her left and hit her right. Exactly. Unless she's smart enough to break her own patterns, Skylar pointed out, her violet eyes sharp as broken glass. Which she probably is, given she just watched you analyze Julian's entire psychological profile during one fight and turn him into a sobbing mess. Natalia's jaw tightened. Skylar was right, obviously. Reina wasn't Julian Valerius. She wouldn't collapse under basic psychological pressure or charge in like a wounded bull seeking revenge. Reina Cabana was a predator trained by other predators, raised in an environment where weakness meant death and adaptation meant survival. Just like Natalia herself. The thought should have been comforting. Instead, it made her stomach churn with recognition. They were too similar, she and Reyna. Both daughters of famous parents, both carrying the weight of expectations that could crush mountains. Both fighting not just for victory, but for the right to exist as something more than someone else's shadow. That's why I need you, Natalia said, turning to face Skylar directly. Your illusions can make her second-guess everything she sees. If she can't trust her own perception, her patterns don't matter. Skylar's smirk widened into something genuinely appreciative, the kind of expression she reserved for particularly elegant solutions to violent problems. You want to gaslight her into a nervous breakdown. I want to win. Those could be the same thing. Chapter 5:23. The Queen's War Council cell cleared her throat delicately, which was her polite way of saying everyone was being overly dramatic. May I suggest a tactical approach that doesn't rely entirely on psychological warfare? Reyna's marionettes are electrical constructs, which means they operate on electromagnetic principles. Natalia, your cryo-lich ring can freeze energy flows. Have you considered targeting the marionettes themselves instead of Reyna? Natalia blinked, her mind immediately racing through the implications. The ring can freeze aspect energy? The ring regulates mana flow. Cell corrected gently, her voice carrying the patient tone of someone who'd been taught by the most ruthless woman in Valoria, which includes external energy constructs if you channel it properly. Serafina taught me the technique when I was 14, though I never had reason to use it against electrical aspects specifically. Emmy bounced excitedly on the bench, her healing aura flaring brighter with enthusiasm. Oh, and if Natalia freezes the marionettes, they'll shatter when Reyna tries to move them, right? Like ice breaking under pressure? Precisely. Celeste's smile held the edge of someone who'd grown up watching her sister dismantle enemies with nothing but words and surgical planning. Skylar made an impressed noise, low and appreciative. Princess actually knows combat theory. Who knew? Celeste's smile turned genuinely intimidating. I was raised by the most ruthless woman in Valoria. Of course I know combat theory. Natalia felt something warm bloom in her chest, unfurling like a flower finding sunlight. This was what Satori had built, she realized. Not just a collection of powerful women competing for his attention like prizes to be won, but an actual team that could coordinate and strategize together. 5 completely different people who should have hated each other's guts, working in perfect sync because they'd all chosen the same impossible man. The irony was lost on her. The scumbag who manipulated everyone had somehow created the most genuine bonds she'd ever experienced. All right, Natalia said, pulling up a blank tactical board on her phone. Here's what we're going to do. She sketched quickly, her telekinesis moving the digital pen across the screen faster than her fingers could have managed, lines appearing and disappearing as she refined the strategy in real time. Skylar opens with smoke. Reyna will expect an attack from inside the cloud, so she'll create defensive marionettes facing inward. But I'm not in the cloud, Skylar finished, nodding with the kind of grim satisfaction that came from understanding elegant violence. I'm already behind her by the time she realizes you're the smoke. I freeze her marionettes while they're distracted by the illusion. The ice spreads through their electrical circuits and locks them in place, overloading their energy matrix. Then you hit her hard and make her really wish Shed stayed home today. Cell frowned slightly, her perfect features marred by concern. That's extremely risky. If Reyna adapts before Natalia completes the freeze, you're both exposed in the open. Then we adapt faster, Natalia replied with the kind of confidence she didn't entirely feel. Natalia, chill. Natalia turned, meeting those concerned periwinkle eyes directly. I appreciate the worry. I do. But I'm not some delicate princess who needs protecting from the harsh realities of combat. I'm the girl who rank 10 bonded with a scumbag system user because I'd rather burn beside him than freeze alone in my perfect ice palace. The words came out harsher than intended, edged with the kind of desperate conviction that made everyone in the room take a step back. Emmy made another small distress sound, and Natalia realized she was scaring the healer again. She forced herself to breathe. In through the nose, count to 4. Out through the mouth, count to 6. The meditation techniques her father had drilled into her since childhood, back when her biggest worry was controlling her temper during sparring matches rather than controlling her power during life-or-death situations. "Sorry," she muttered, though apologies still felt unfamiliar. "I'm just terrified," Akari supplied helpfully, examining the perfect oval of her nails like they held secrets, which is completely reasonable when fighting someone who could legitimately kill you if the safety protocols fail. "I'm not terrified. Your hair is literally glowing right now. The white streaks. They only do that when you're either extremely emotional or about to do something terrible." Akari's emerald eyes flicked up, sharp and knowing. "So which is it?" Natalia touched her hair reflexively, fingers encountering the familiar texture of the platinum streaks that had appeared after her bond with Satori deepened. "Cinchuredo, her aspect directly counters mine, since electricity can arc around ice barriers. And she is going to be angry after Satori absorbed her entire lightning assault like it was a fun afternoon snack." The memory of that moment still made her stomach flutter. Satori, standing there like lightning, couldn't touch him. Like Rhaenys' most devastating attack was nothing barato than a mild inconvenience. The sheer audacity of it had been simultaneously terrifying and unsettling in ways she didn't want to examine too closely. "So you're playing defense," Skylar said, her voice flat and matter-of-fact. "Let her waste energy trying to break through your ice while I dismantle her from the shadows. When she is exhausted and confused, you hit her with everything at once. That could take too long. The match has a 30-minute time limit. Then we make her angry enough to get sloppy before the timer becomes an issue." Natalia's smile returned, cold and sharp as frozen steel. "You know exactly how to make her angry. I know how to make everyone angry. It's a gift." Skylar's own smile held the edge of someone who perfected cruelty as an art form. Emmy stood suddenly, startling everyone by the sheer abruptness of the movement. Her sapphire eyes had gone hard in a way Natalia had only seen once before, when a D-rank monster had tried to grab her in a gate and Emmy had made a terrifying threat against it. "You're both going to win," Emmy stated, her voice carrying absolute conviction that brooked no argument. "Because if you don't, I'm going to march down there and heal you both so you can go fight again until you do win. And that would be embarrassing for everyone involved." Chapter 524. The scumbag's Saint silence fell like a hammer blow. Then Akari started laughing. That bright, dangerous sound she made when something genuinely delighted her dark sense of humor. "Holy cow, the quiet one is Claus." Emmy's face turned scarlet, her pale skin flushing from hairline to collarbone. "I'm not that innocent. You literally brought homemade cookies to Satyr's parents. That's just being polite. You bake when you're nervous and reorganize your medical kit when you're stressed. Everyone has coping mechanisms." Natalia found herself smiling despite the tension coiling in her stomach like a living thing. She crossed to Emmy and pulled the smaller girl into a brief, tight hug that smelled like vanilla and antiseptic and safety. Emmy squeaked in surprise, her healing aura flaring involuntarily before settling into a warm, comforting glow that made Natalia's lingering injuries from yesterday's training session fade entirely. "Thank you," Natalia murmured against Emmy's blue hair. "For believing well when. For healing us when we break. For being exactly who you are." She pulled back before Emmy could get confused, as the complicated feelings between them and Satori were something nobody wanted to talk about. The bonds between them were tangled enough without adding romantic confusion to the mix. Cell checked something on her phone, her expression going carefully neutral in the way that meant she was delivering bad news. The bracket updated. "You're fighting in 20 minutes. 20 minutes. Natalia's hands trembled slightly before she forced them still through sheer willpower. 20 minutes until she walked into that arena and faced someone who could genuinely kill her if things went wrong. Someone trained by the best, sponsored by the wealthiest, and motivated by the same thing that drove Natalia herself. Pride. And underneath that buried so deep most people missed it entirely, the desperate need to prove she wasn't just her sister's shadow. That she existed as something more than an extension of someone else's legacy. Natalia understood that motivation deeply. She had spent 17 years as Lucas' daughter, the girl with the famous B-rank father, always introduced as his legacy rather than her own person. Every achievement measured against his, every failure reflecting on his reputation. Then Satori had looked at her and seen Natalia Kuzmina, telekinetic powerhouse and future S-rank, without her father's name attached. He'd seen her power, her potential, her willingness to burn the world down for the people she loved. It had changed everything. "I need a minute," she said abruptly, heading toward the door with quick, sharp steps that left frost in her wake. Natalia, alone. "Please." They let her go, which was probably a mistake. Alone meant her brain had time to spiral, to catalog every way this could end badly. Every possible failure cascading through her mind like dominoes falling in perfect, devastating sequence. She found an empty corridor 2 levels down from the prep room. Nothing but concrete and shadows and the distant vibration of 20,000 people screaming for blood. She leaned against the wall, concrete cold against her back even through the combat suit. Close her eyes. Breathe. The cryo-lich ring pulsed against her finger in rhythm with her heartbeat, its cold presence grounding her in reality rather than the spiral of worst-case scenarios. 2 months ago, she'd been desperate to buy this ring, convinced it would make the difference between success and failure at the academy. Now she barely noticed it, because somewhere between that first gate run and the cathedral where she nearly lost Satori to a death beam, Natalia had discovered something the ring couldn't teach her. Real power didn't come from equipment or training or pedigree or any of the things people use to measure worth. It came from a moment you looked at something impossible and decided you'd force reality to bend before you did. Footsteps echoed down the corridor, deliberate and unhurried. Natalia opened her eyes to find Skylar approaching with her hands in her pockets. Hood up. The picture of studied indifference that couldn't quite hide the concern in her violet eyes. "You good?" "Fine." "No way." Skylar stopped a few feet away, maintaining respectful distance while still close enough to matter. "Your hands are shaking." They were. Natalia shoved them into the pockets of her combat suit before the trembling could get worse. "What do you want, Skylar?" "To make sure my partner for this death match isn't about to have a panic attack and get us both fried by an angry siren." "I don't have panic attacks." "Everyone has panic attacks. Some of us just hide them better." Skylar pulled out a cigarette, the clove-scented kind that made Braxton threaten to confiscate her entire stash. She didn't light it, just held it between her fingers like a prop in a play only she understood. "Want to know why I agreed to this insane plan? Because Braxton assigned us together. Because you and I are the only ones in that entire prep room who actually understand what Satori is." Natalia's head snapped up, sudden alertness cutting through the anxiety fog. "What?" Skylar's violet eyes held hers without flinching, steady as stone despite the brutal honesty she was about to deliver. "Emmy thinks he's a hero who saves people because he is fundamentally good underneath all the sarcasm. Cell thinks he is some tragic figure fighting inner demons who just needs the right person to believe in him. Akari thinks he is an exciting bad boy with a mysterious past who sweep her off her feet into some romantic adventure." The words hit like ice water, shocking in their clarity. "But you and I," Skylar continued, her voice soft but implacable. "We know he is a scumbag who weaponizes everything, including us, and we're still here anyway. We see exactly what kind of monster wears his face, and we chose to stay." Natalia's throat went tight, the truth cutting deeper than she'd expected. "I'm not." "You absolutely are," Skylar interrupted, her tone gentle despite the brutal assessment. "You're the one who helped him recruit Emmy, who stood by while he enticed Cell in that death garden with poetry and starlight, who kissed him publicly in front of 20,000 people and declared him yours despite knowing exactly what kind of calculating predator lived behind those charming eyes." The corridor felt smaller, suddenly, the walls pressing in with the weight of acknowledgement. And you love him anyway, Skylar continued, softer now. Chapter 525. The two queens find common ground, do you? The question escaped before Natalia could stop it, raw and vulnerable in the empty space between them. Love him? Skylar was quiet for a long moment, turning the unlit cigarette between her fingers with mechanical precision. The silence stretched until Natalia thought she might not answer at all. Finally, Skylar shrugged with studied casualness that didn't quite land. I'm working on it. The whole falling for a manipulative jerk thing is new for me. Usually I'm smart enough to see the red flags and run before they can sink their hooks in. But you didn't run. No. Skylar's smile went sharp and self-deprecating, all edges and regret. I barrado him on a balcony and let him hook me on something intoxicating instead. Barrado, tier decision-making right there. Despite everything, the nerves, the fear, the weight of 20,000 people waiting for her to either triumph or fail spectacularly, Natalia laughed. It came out harsh and broken, but genuine. The sound echoed off concrete walls and somehow made everything feel lighter. Skylar joined in after a second, and suddenly they were both laughing in an empty corridor while the arena above them prepared for violence. Two girls who'd fallen for the same impossible man, finding something like friendship in shared recognition of their own poor judgment. When the laughter faded, Natalia found herself looking at Skylar differently, not as a rival for Satori's attention or competition for his regard, but as someone who genuinely understood the impossible position they all put themselves in by choosing to stay in orbit around someone who treated other people like chess pieces. We're going to win, Natalia said, and her voice carried absolute conviction now. Obviously, Skylar tucked her cigarette away with practiced ease. Reina's good, but she's predictable. Professional training does that to you. Makes you perfect but inflexible. All her responses are textbook, because textbook responses are what win against normal opponents. And Kira? Kira's a shadow dancer with excellent instincts but poor stamina. She'll tire herself out in the first 5 minutes trying to look impressive for the cameras, then become a liability Reina has to protect instead of an asset. Skylar's assessment came clinical and detached, the voice of someone who watched too many fights and learned to see patterns in violence. We neutralize her first, then it's 2-on-1 against La Serena. Natalia nodded slowly, the tactical picture crystallizing in her mind like ice forming on glass. They'll create an ice field the moment the match starts. Make the entire platform slippery and barrado them to focus on footing instead of offense. You use that distraction to get behind Kira with your smoke. Take her down hard. Understood. Non-lethal, but completely incapacitating. The pain will drop her instantly without risking permanent damage. And when Reina realizes what happened and comes at me with murder in her eyes, I'll be waiting with a wall of ice thick enough to stop a freight train. Natalia's hands had stopped shaking entirely now, steady with purpose. She'll waste energy trying to break through while you circle for another strike. We keep her reacting instead of acting until she makes a mistake. Then we capitalize and end it. Natalia agreed. Skylar extended her fist. Cinchureto Skylar said conversationally as they headed back toward the prep room. Satori is going to have a heart attack watching us fight. The whole protective instinct thing he pretends not to have, but can't actually hide. He already had Isabel promise to keep me safe during team exercises. Such a control freak. Completely. Natalia's smile turned warm despite herself, the kind of expression she reserved for thoughts of him. But he means well. That's the problem with falling for scumbags, Skylar observed, holding the door open with mock gallantry. They do one genuinely kind thing, and suddenly you're making excuses for all the manipulative nonsense. They enter to find the others exactly where they left them, though the atmosphere had shifted. The nervous energy had crystallized into something focused, determined. Carmen had materialized at some point, flask in hand, perched on the bench beside Akari like she'd been there the whole time. There you are, Carmen drawled, taking a long pull from her flask that smelled like expensive whiskey and poor decisions. Thought you'd run off to elope or something. Very romantic. The two ice queens finding common ground. I use smoke, not ice, Skylar pointed out with exaggerated patience. Details. Carmen waved her free hand dismissively, nearly sloshing alcohol onto Akari's pristine combat suit. Point is, you got about 12 minutes before you need to be in the tunnel. Braxton says if you're late, he's replacing you with Juan. Juan's asleep in the stands. Exactly. So don't be late. Natalia checked the time on her phone, the numbers glowing harsh and unforgiving in the fluorescent light. 11 minutes and 43 seconds. Her stomach twisted itself into knots, but they were different knots now. Not fear, but anticipation. The kind of tension that came before something important, something that would matter long after the bruises healed. Emmy appeared at her elbow with a protein bar that smelled faintly of chocolate and regret. You should eat something. Low blood sugar makes your telekinesis unstable. Me fine. You didn't eat breakfast or lunch. You've been running on coffee in spite since dawn. Emmy pressed the bar into Natalia's hand with a gentle insistence that had probably saved half the guild from starvation over the years. Please, for me. Natalia took the bar without argument, ate it mechanically while Emmy watched with those impossibly earnest blue eyes, the ones that saw the best in everyone even when they couldn't see it in themselves. The chocolate tasted like sawdust, but her stomach stopped its complaints after a few bites. Energy flowed back into muscles she hadn't realized were tense, steadying the last of her tremors. Better? Emmy asked, her healing aura unconsciously reaching out to soothe invisible hurts. Better. Sel appeared on her other side, carrying something wrapped in white cloth like a religious offering. She unfolded it with reverent care, revealing a pair of fingerless gloves made from some kind of reinforced material that gleamed faintly blue in the overhead lights. Were these combat gloves? Sel said simply, though her voice held pride in the craftsmanship. They conduct cold better than bare skin. Channel your aspect through them, and you'll increase your eye's formation speed by approximately 15%. Natalia stared, speechless. The gloves were beautiful, functional, but elegant, clearly designed with both aesthetics and effectiveness in mind. The kind of gift that spoke to understanding rather than obligation. You made these? Noah helped. She knows fabric manipulation better than anyone at the academy. Celeste's cheeks colored slightly with something that might have been embarrassment. I thought you might need an advantage. Natalia pulled them on with hands that wanted to shake again, but for completely different reasons. They fit perfectly, molding to her skin like they'd been designed specifically for her measurements, which they probably had been. She channeled a tiny amount of power through the cryo-lich ring, and ice crystals formed across the glove's surface instantly, spreading in intricate fractal patterns that caught the light like captured winter. 15% faster. Maybe more. The tactical advantage was significant, but the gesture behind it meant even more. In a world where everyone competed for the same prizes, Centuredo. Though her emerald eyes held fondness rather than genuine disgust. You're all being disgustingly supportive. It's making me nauseous. You helped Skylar pick out her outfit yesterday. Emmy pointed out with the kind of memory for details that made her such an effective healer. That was fashion advice, not emotional vulnerability. You spent 2 hours making sure her combat suit fit properly. Akari's tan skin flushed slightly, betraying the care she tried to hide behind sarcasm. Details. Carmen laughed, the sound rich and knowing and slightly drunk. Kids, you're all disasters and I love it. She checked her watch, which was expensive enough to buy a small car and probably had. 5 minutes. Move it, ladies. Natalia looked at the 4 women surrounding her. Skylar, who would fight beside her, without question despite their complicated relationship and shared recognition of their own questionable judgment. Emmy, who'd probably cry if Natalia got hurt, but would heal her anyway with steady hands and unwavering loyalty. Sel, who'd just given her an actual tactical advantage despite being competitors for the same man's attention. Akari, who talked big about not caring but had already placed ridiculous bets on Natalya winning. This was what Satori had built, she realized again. Not through grand gestures or dramatic speeches, but through small moments of genuine care. Through seeing what each of them needed and providing it, even when it cost him something. Through making them feel valued, not for what they could give him, but for who they were when no one else was watching. "Let's go hunt a siren," Natalya said, and frost spread from her footsteps as she walked toward the tunnel. The others fell in behind her like an honor guard, their presence solid and reassuring at her back. The tunnel to the arena stretched ahead, dark except for the volcanic sunlight bleeding in from the far end like molten gold. Each step brought the crowd's roar closer until it became a living thing pressing against her skin. 20,000 voices united in bloodthirsty anticipation. Nell's voice whispered in her mind, unexpected and slightly amused. "Your bond with Satori is transmitting emotional feedback." He watching from the stands, and his heart rate just spiked to 90 beats per minute. Natalya smiled despite the nerves eating her alive. Good. Let him worry for once. She'd spent enough time watching him throw himself at monsters and cosmic entities with reckless abandon. He could experience the terror of being on the other side for a change. They reached the tunnel's end, where shadow gave way to blazing light. Sunlight hit her face like a physical force, warm and blinding and absolutely unforgiving. The crowd's roar became deafening, a wall of sound that vibrated through her bones and made her teeth ache. 20,000 people chanting her name alongside Skylar's. The sound building into something that felt like worship or hunger or both. Maximus Hype's voice cut through the chaos like a blade through silk, his amplified enthusiasm making every word land with theatrical impact that could probably be heard in orbit. "Ladies and gentlemen, our second semi-final match. The Ice Queen and the Phantom Blade versus the Crimson Comet and the Shadow Dancer." Natalya stepped onto the platform, her boots finding purchase on volcanic rock that had been carved and shaped into an arena worthy of gladiators. The heat rising from the stone made the air shimmer, a perfect contrast to the cold she carried in her bones. Reina stood on the opposite side of the platform, and Natalya's breath caught despite herself. Crimson hair catching the light like actual fire, moving in waves that seemed to generate their own heat. Emerald eyes locked onto Natalya with the focus of a predator who found worthy prey, intelligent and hungry and absolutely unafraid. Her custom combat suit moved like liquid mercury, every line designed for maximum mobility and intimidation. She was beautiful in the way that dangerous things were beautiful, captivating, and deadly in equal measure. Behind Reina, Kira Tanaka waited in shadows that seemed deeper than they should be, her presence almost ghostly compared to her partner's blazing intensity. Skylar materialized at Natalya's side, close enough that their shoulders brushed. "Ready?" "No." "Good. Me neither." Professor Haney walked to the center platform, her small frame somehow commanding immediate silence through sheer presence alone. The crowd's roar died to whispers, then to nothing, 20,000 people holding their breath in unison. "Standard tag rules," she announced, her voice carrying clearly despite its conversational volume. "Non-lethal force only. Match ends when both members of one team are unconscious or yield. No aspect attacks to the head or spine. No killing blows. Try not to destroy my arena, because repairs come from my budget and I have expensive tastes." Reina never looked away from Natalya during the announcement, her attention absolute and unblinking. Her smile widened into something genuinely excited, like she'd been waiting for this specific matchup since the tournament began. "Been looking forward to this," Reina called across the platform, her voice carrying that distinctive accent that mixed Spanish and English into something uniquely hers. "The Ice Queen versus La Sirena. Let us see which one of us is actually worth the hype." Natalya felt something ignite in her chest. Not fear or nervousness, but pure, crystalline rage that burned cold as winter and twice as sharp. The kind of anger that came from being underestimated by someone who should know better. She raised one hand, channeling power through the new gloves and the cryo-lich ring simultaneously. Ice spread from her fingertips across the entire platform in a wave of frost that made the crowd gasp in unison. The temperature dropped 20 degrees in 3 seconds, her breath misting in the suddenly frigid air. Volcanic rock became a skating rink in the space between heartbeats. "Come find out," Natalia said, her voice carrying across the sudden silence with perfect clarity. Professor Haney raised her hand, the gesture sharp and final. The entire arena held its breath, 20,000 people waiting for violence to begin. Begin. Chapter 5:27. Just you and me now. Queen Natalia's ice spread across the volcanic platform like a living thing, frost climbing in fractals and geometric patterns that would make mathematicians weep with joy. The sudden temperature drop made the crowd's collective gasp visible, 20,000 plumes of white breath rising into the afternoon air. Reina moved immediately, her body blurring with the kind of speed that came from Olympic-level training since childhood. Lightning crackled around her hands as she summoned 2 marionettes on either side of Natalia, 8-foot-tall constructs of pure electricity that hummed with enough voltage to fry a grown man. But Natalia had spent 17 matches worth of footage learning Reina's patterns, cataloging every micro-expression and tactical preference. She knew Reina defaulted to a defensive double marionette formation when pressured from the left because it allowed her to reposition right while maintaining offensive capability. So Natalia deliberately gave Reina the opening she wanted. Natalia threw a telekinetic spike toward Reina's left side, intentionally telegraphing the attack enough that any professional fighter could read it coming. Reina responded exactly as predicted, manifesting a third marionette to intercept while she shifted right, which meant Skylar's smoke already wrapped around Reina's throat before she finished the movement. The phantasm smoke appeared from nowhere, indigo mist that smelled of cloves, cigarettes, and bad decisions. Skylar solidified just enough to press a blade against Reina's carotid artery, the threat clear without being lethal. "Got you," Skylar whispered, and her voice carried that flat, dangerous quality she used when she was genuinely serious about violence. Reina didn't panic like most people would when a knife pressed against their throat. Instead, she smiled, that wild grin that said she had been hoping for exactly this level of threat. "Did you, though?" The marionette Reina had created to block Natalia's decoy attack suddenly reversed direction, its electrical form compressing into a single point before exploding outward in a flashbang burst of light and sound. Skylar yelped and dissolved back into smoke, her concentration shattered by the unexpected counterattack. Reina spun and launched a straight kick at where Skylar had been standing, her boot connecting with empty air as Skylar reformed 3 meters away, her face flushed and her violet eyes blazing with something between fury and grudging respect. "Okay," said Chiredo, and Natalia's telekinesis caught Kira mid-strike, invisible force wrapping around her wrists and yanking them sideways. The daggers carved harmless arcs through empty air while Natalia spun, frost spreading from her palms and climbing up Kira's arms. "Not today." Natalia slammed Kira into the platform hard enough to crack volcanic rock, then reinforced the ice forming around Kira's body. Within 3 seconds, the shadow dancer was encased from neck to ankles in crystalline blue eyes, her daggers frozen to her palms. "One down." The crowd's roar became deafening, chanting Natalia's name with religious fervor. She felt Satori's presence through Sovereign's mandate, a warm pressure at the back of her mind that said he was watching and proud and probably also terrified. "Good. Let him worry." Reina's smile widened into something genuinely dangerous. "Nice. Kira, you good?" The ice muffled Kira's response, though her middle finger raised clearly enough through the frozen prison. "She'll live." Reina summoned 4 new marionettes, surrounding herself in a crackling cage of electricity. "Just you and me now, Queen." Skylar reformed beside Natalia, her breathing slightly elevated but her grip on her knife steady. Plan? Same as before. Make her angry. My specialty. Skylar dissolved into smoke again, but this time she spread across the entire platform in a thick fog that obscured everything beyond arm's reach. The crowd noise became muted and distant. The volcanic heat dulled to a memory. Natalia felt rather than saw Reina's confusion through the mist. The marionettes flickered, their electrical forms destabilizing slightly without clear targets to lock onto. Good. Confusion led to mistakes, and mistakes led to openings. Natalia channeled power through the cryo-lich ring and the new glove Cell had given her, watching ice crystals form in the air itself. She pulled moisture from the atmosphere and shaped it into jagged spears that hung suspended in the fog like sleeping dragons. Then she sent them flying toward where Reina's heat signature blazed through the mist. 3 ice spears converged from different angles, forcing Reina to move or die. Reina chose movement, her marionettes interposing themselves to block 2 of the attacks while she dodged the third with acrobatic grace that spoke of years of professional training. But that dodge put her exactly where Natalia wanted her. Skylar materialized directly behind Reina, close enough to strike, her blade pressed against Reina's spine. Second time, the charm. Reina's elbow snapped backward faster than thought, catching Skylar square in the solar plexus. The phantom blade gasped and stumbled, her concentration breaking enough that the smoke dissipated entirely. Sunlight flooded back across the platform, revealing Reina standing in a defensive crouch with all 4 marionettes positioned around her like a fortress wall. You're good, Reina admitted, her emerald eyes finding Skylar's. Better than your file suggested. Files lie. Skylar coughed, pressing one hand to her stomach where the elbow had connected. Just like people. True. Reina's attention shifted to Natalia. But I don't think your ice princess is lying about what she can do. I felt that cold. You almost flash froze my marionette's energy signature. Natalia stepped forward, the platform's ice responding to her presence by thickening and spreading in concentric circles. Almost doesn't T count. Doesn't T it? The temperature around Reina spiked as lightning gathered around her body in a corona of crimson electricity. Her marionettes grew brighter, more solid, their forms condensing from vague, humanoid shapes into actual, defined musculature made of pure voltage. Natalia recognized the technique from match 17. Timestamp 3 minutes 40 seconds. Reina was transitioning from defensive positioning to overwhelming offensive assault, planning to end the fight through sheer destructive power before Natalia could freeze her constructs, which meant Natalia had approximately 4 seconds before Reina unleashed devastation. Natalia reached for Skylar without looking, their hands connected through the muscle memory developed over 3 weeks of training together. Trust me? No. Good. Do it anyway. Natalia took hold of Skylar's wrist and channeled telekinetic energy directly into Skylar's aspect, transferring power the way Satori had taught her to share strength through their training bond. Skylar's phantasm smoke exploded outward with enough force to shake the entire platform. Indigo mist flooding the arena in a wave that consumed everything. But this time the smoke carried Natalia's ice within it, every particle of moisture freezing instantly and creating a fog of suspended ice crystals that refracted light in impossible ways. The crowd couldn't see anything through the frozen mist. Neither could Reina. Her marionettes fired blindly, electrical bolts arcing through the fog in random directions as Reina attempted to compensate for her sudden loss of visual information. Lightning struck the platform, the railings, even carved scorching lines across the volcanic rock itself. But none of it found Natalia or Skylar, who moved through their own fog with the confidence of people who planned for exactly this situation. Natalia channeled everything through the cryo-lich ring, feeling the artifact pulse with cold approval against her finger. She didn't target Reina directly. Instead, she went for the marionettes themselves, reaching out with telekinetic tendrils and grabbing hold of their electrical signatures. The constructs resisted, their energy fighting against her grip with the force of a hurricane, trying to tear free from invisible chains. But Natalya held on, gritting her teeth as sweat beaded on her forehead despite the freezing temperature. She channeled ice directly into the marionette's cores, watching frost spread through their crackling forms. Electricity and ice fought for dominance. Voltage versus absolute zero, chaos versus order. Natalya won. The marionettes froze solid, their electrical forms locked into crystalline stasis that turned them from active threats into beautiful statues of captured lightning. They shattered when Natalya released them, dissolving into sparkling particles that rained down across the frozen platform. Reina's voice cut through the fog, sharp with genuine surprise. "What a world!" Natalya didn't answer. She dispersed the frozen mist with a gesture, revealing herself standing alone at the platform's center with frost spreading from her boots in spiraling patterns. The cryo-lich ring blazed with cold white light, her hair as platinum streaks glowing in response to her emotional state. Reina stood 10 meters away, breathing hard but grinning like this was the best fight she'd had in months. Her crimson hair whipped around her face in a wind that shouldn't exist in an enclosed space, and her hands crackled with raw electrical power that made the air itself protest her existence. "You froze my marionettes. My perfect A-rank marionettes that I've been developing for 6 years. They were fragile." Reina laughed, genuine and delighted and absolutely unhinged. "I like you. Shame I have to destroy you." She summoned 8 new marionettes in a formation that made Natalya's stomach drop. Not defensive positioning or offensive assault, but a tactical pattern designed to control space and deny movement. Each construct positioned itself at a critical angle, creating overlapping fields of fire that would electrocute anything trying to cross between them. Reina had learned from Natalya's counter and adapted immediately, her genius-level combat instincts finding the solution in real time. This was what fighting an actual prodigy felt like, Natalya realized. Not someone like Julian who relied on pedigree and equipment, but someone who had earned every scrap of their reputation through sweat and talent, and refusing to accept anything less than perfection. Skylar appeared at Natalya's side, breathing hard from the earlier exertion. Her violet eyes tracked the marionette positions with professional assessment. "That's bad. I noticed. Ideas? Working on it." Chapter 528. The dragon made of ice and the lance made of lightning. Natalya's mind raced through options, discarding each as quickly as they formed. She couldn't freeze all 8 marionettes simultaneously without leaving herself completely vulnerable to Reina's personal assault. She couldn't dodge through the overlapping electrical fields without taking hits that would drop her immediately. She couldn't rely on Skylar to distract them because the smoke would conduct electricity beautifully. They were trapped in a cage of lightning with a siren who'd already proven she could adapt to anything Natalya threw at her. Natalya felt Satori's presence pulse through Sovereign's mandate, a wordless question that asked if she needed help. She almost laughed. He was about to intervene, probably planning to vault into the arena and solve her problems with that bat and his suicidal grin. Absolutely not. Natalya sent a spike of rejection back through their bond. Cinchuredo shed torn reality apart rather than lose him. A siren with some electrical constructs wasn't going to make her yield. Natalya barrado Skylar's hand and met her violet eyes with her own purple ones. "Can you make illusions of me?" "Obviously. How many? How many do you need?" 8. Cinchuredo, each moving with Natalya's exact posture and bearing. Reina's emerald eyes widened slightly as she realized the problem. 8 targets and 8 marionettes meant she couldn't cover them all simultaneously anymore. But creating 8 solid illusions while maintaining each of their motions required concentration that left Skylar vulnerable. She swayed slightly, her face going pale as the strain hit her system. Natalya felt it through their brief contact, the way Skylar's consciousness spread too thin across too many projections. She did what Satori would have done without hesitation. She poured her own energy into Skylar through their clasped hands, channeling telekinetic power directly into the phantasm smoke aspect and reinforcing the illusions with her own mana. The duplicates solidified, becoming more real and more convincing as Natalia's strength flooded into them. Skylar's eyes went wide. That's cheating. Learn from the best. The 8 copies of Natalia moved in perfect synchronization, all raising their hands as frost gathered around their palms. Reyna's head swiveled between them, her tactical genius working overtime to identify the real threat among the fakes. She chose wrong. Reyna sent 4 marionettes toward 4 of the illusions, the electrical constructs moving with lethal intent. They struck home, their voltage surging into the duplicates, who shattered into harmless smoke the moment the electricity made contact. Natalia had already moved, using the distraction to close distance with the real Reyna. She channeled everything through the cryo-lich ring, pulling ice from the frozen platform and shaping it into chains that wrapped around Reyna's ankles and wrists. The siren looked down at her bindings, then back up at Natalia with genuine respect written across her features. Okay, that was clever. Thanks. Can we finish this now? My feet are cold. Reyna's laugh rang across the arena, bright and unrestrained. Then she flexed, and pure electrical power erupted from her body in a sphere that vaporized Natalia's ice chains instantly. The remaining 4 marionettes converged on Natalia's position from 4 different angles, moving with synchronized precision that spoke of hundreds of hours of practice. Natalia threw up a telekinetic barrier, but electricity didn't care about invisible walls. It arced around her defenses, seeking the path of least resistance, which happened to be directly through her body. The voltage surged through her barato like a wave of fire, every nerve firing in protest as her muscles seized. Natalia's vision blurred at the edges, her knees buckling as the current tore through her. But she had endured worse before. In the necropolis, when she burned out her mana circuits, trying to stop a death beam. In the Black Gate, when Satori had nearly died and her power broke reality itself to prevent it. This was just electricity, just pain, just another obstacle between her and victory. Natalia gritted her teeth and channeled her aspect through the agony, pulling moisture from the air itself and flash freezing it into armor around her body. The ice conducted electricity away from her vital organs, grounding it harmlessly into the platform beneath her feet. She stood up through the assault, frost spreading from her skin in waves that pushed back against Reyna's marionettes. The cryo-lich ring blazed cold enough to make the air itself crystallize, her platinum hair streaks glowing like captured moonlight. My turn. Natalia grabbed 2 of the marionettes with her telekinesis and slammed them together with enough force to destabilize their electrical signatures. They dissolved into sparks, leaving only 2 constructs plus Reyna herself. Better odds. Skylar recovered from the flashbang, her vision clearing just in time to see Kira break free from her ice prison through shadow manipulation. The shadow dancer emerged from darkness wearing frost like a second skin, her daggers already moving towards Skylar's exposed back. Skylar twisted and parried with her trench knife, metal ringing against metal in a sound that cut through even the crowd noise. The 2 fought in tight, vicious exchanges that spoke of genuine skill on both sides. Neither had the raw power of their partners, but both compensated through speed and technique that made them equally dangerous. Natalia couldn't help Skylar without leaving herself open to Reyna's assault. She had to trust that the Phantom Blade could handle herself, the way Satori had trusted Natalia to fight her own battles despite his protective instinct screaming otherwise. Hard to let people you care about bleed when you could stop it. Harder still to recognize that sometimes they needed to bleed to prove they could survive without you. Natalia focused on Reyna, channeling her full power through every enhancement she possessed. The temperature dropped so rapidly that frost formed on the crowd's breath, ice spreading across the entire arena section where her supporters sat. She pulled moisture from everywhere at once, and shaped it into a massive construct above her head, a dragon made of ice and telekinetic force, its crystalline form refracting light into rainbow patterns. The creation stood 15 feet tall, with wings spread wide enough to cast shadows across half the platform. The crowd went absolutely silent. Even Maximus Hype's amplified voice stuttered mid-commentary. The announcer rendered speechless by the sheer scope of what he was witnessing. Natalya felt the drain immediately, her mana circuits burning with the strain of maintaining something this large and complex. She'd have maybe 10 seconds before exhaustion forced her to release the construct. 10 seconds to end this fight. Reyna stared up at the ice dragon, her emerald eyes reflecting its crystalline beauty. Then she started laughing, that wild, unrestrained sound that said she was having the time of her life. "You're insane. I love it." Reyna summoned 6 more marionettes in rapid succession, her crimson hair floating around her face as electrical power surged through her body. 10 electrical constructs total, each blazing with enough voltage to power a small city. She was matching Natalia's escalation with her own overwhelming power, turning this into a pure contest of who could channel Barado destructive energy before collapsing from exhaustion. Exactly the kind of fight Natalya had been training for since childhood. The kind her father warned would kill her if she pushed too hard. The kind Satori had watched her nearly die from twice already. Natalya didn't care. She sent the ice dragon forward with a roar that shook the arena's foundations, its jaws opening wide enough to swallow a truck. Reyna met it head-on with her electrical army, 10 marionettes converging into a single concentrated lance of pure lightning. The two attacks collided at the platform's center, and reality screamed in protest. Ice and electricity annihilated each other in a catastrophic explosion of steam and ozone that sent both fighters flying backward. Natalya hit the platform hard, the impact driving air from her lungs. Her mana reserves bottomed out completely, the empty feeling in her chest like having her soul ripped away. But she achieved her objective. Through the clearing steam, Natalya saw Reyna on her knees, breathing hard and visibly shaking from mana depletion. The Crimson Comet's marionettes had all dissolved from the massive expenditure, leaving her defenseless and exhausted. Natalya tried to stand. Her legs refused to cooperate, muscles trembling from the strain of channeling so much power. She made it to her hands and knees, frost still spreading from her palms in weak, flickering waves. Across the platform, Reyna attempted the same maneuver with identical results. They were both spent, both running on fumes and spite. Skylar and Kira's fight had devolved into a wrestling match on the far side of the arena. Both women too exhausted to use their aspects anymore, just grappling and trying to choke each other out with desperate strength. Professor Haney approached with her small frame, somehow, commanding despite the chaos around her. "Well, this is awkward." Natalya forced herself upright through sheer stubbornness, ignoring her screaming muscles and empty mana pool. She took one step toward Reyna, then another, each movement feeling like wading through concrete. Reyna matched her step for step, both women stumbling toward each other like wounded soldiers refusing to acknowledge defeat. They met at the platform's center, close enough that Natalya could see the sweat beading on Reyna's forehead and the way her hands trembled from exhaustion. "Good fight," Reyna said, and the words carried genuine respect rather than condescension. "Not done yet." "Yeah, me neither." They both swung simultaneously, Natalya's fist meeting Reyna's jaw as Reyna's knuckles connected with Natalya's cheek. The twin impacts rang across the suddenly silent arena. Both women dropped like puppets with cut strings, hitting the platform hard and lying motionless. The crowd held its breath. Professor Haney knelt between them, checking pulses with professional efficiency. She stood and addressed the arena with a voice that carried despite its conversational volume. "Both team captains are unconscious. Checking secondaries." Skylar and Kira were still grappling, but both had passed out from exhaustion at some point during their struggle, wrapped around each other like sleeping children. All 4 combatants unconscious. Professor Haney shook her head, looking genuinely impressed for the first time all day. Match declared draw. Both teams advanced to finals. Chapter 529. The ripple effect. The silence lasted exactly 3 heartbeats. Then the Crucible Arena lost its collective mind. 20,000 people surged to their feet like a single organism responding to electric shock, their voices merging into a roar that rattled the ancient volcanic stone beneath their seats. Signs waved frantically above heads, half declaring allegiance to the Onyx Hounds and half proclaiming devotion to the Scarlet Phantoms. Someone in the student section ignited purple and crimson flares that sent smoke spiraling toward the artificial sky dome. Up in the broadcast booth suspended high above the arena floor, Park Hyun-jae slapped both hands against his desk hard enough to make his co-anchors flinch. "Are you kidding me right now? Are you actually kidding me?" His voice cracked on the last word, raw with genuine shock. That was the single most intense tag match I've witnessed in 17 years covering this tournament, and it ended with both teams unconscious on the platform. Sterling Weaver leaned into his microphone, his usual composed demeanor shattered. The Ice Queen just created a dragon. An actual dragon made of ice and telekinetic force, 15 feet tall. And the Crimson Comet countered with 10 lightning marionettes converging into a killing lance. He paused to catch his breath, his hands gesturing wildly. Then they both knocked each other out with simultaneous hooks. Like this was a street brawl instead of a formal duel. Isaiah Foster pulled up the replay footage, freezing it at the moment Natalia's fist connected with Reina's jaw, while Reina's knuckles crushed against Natalia's cheek. Look at this. Perfect timing. Perfect form. Both fighters completely spent their mana reserves, running on pure spite and stubbornness. Neither one willing to yield first. And this is only day one. Hyun-jae's voice climbed an octave. Tomorrow we have individual competitions across 6 different categories. If this is the quality we're seeing from the tag matches, the solo events are going to be absolutely nuclear. Down on the arena floor, medics in white coats rushed onto the platform, while Emmy broke from the competitor section before anyone could stop her. Her healing aura flared bright green as she reached Natalya first, dropping to her knees beside the unconscious fighter and channeling energy into Natalya's depleted body. The crowd noise swelled even louder when they recognized the blue-haired healer who'd been trending alongside Satora for weeks. Professor Haney watched the medics work with an expression that balanced amusement and concern. She caught Carmen's eye from the sidelines, and her fellow instructor raised that half-empty flask in a mock salute before taking a long drink. Braxton appeared beside Carmen, his scent cigarette hanging from his lips as he observed the carnage. "Thoughts? My girl just created a dragon and used it as a missile weapon. Your boy absorbed enough electricity yesterday to power Valoria for a month." Carmen grinned behind her flask. "I think we're doing pretty good. They're going to burn themselves out before graduation. Probably, but they'll look incredible doing it." In the VIP section overlooking the arena's eastern edge, Serafina Vance sat with her hands folded precisely in her lap, while her mind cataloged every detail of what she just witnessed. Her sister Celeste stood 2 rows down among the Onyx Hound supporters, her silver-white hair catching the afternoon light as she leaned over the railing with obvious concern. Commander Graves materialized at Serafina's elbow like smoke condensing into human form. "Mom, thoughts on a match?" Kuzmina shouldn't be capable of manifesting constructs of that complexity at 18. The mana expenditure alone should killed her. Serafina's voice remained perfectly level despite the chaos erupting around them. Yet she stood up afterward and tried to keep fighting. "The ring helps regulate her output. The gloves my sister gave her enhanced conductivity by 15%. Celeste Vance's contribution came from below, her periwinkle eyes still tracking the medics as they tended to Natalya. But mostly she just refused to lose. Serafina's gaze shifted to her sister, noting the way Celeste's hands gripped the railing hard enough to whiten her knuckles. "You care about these people. They're my guild, my team, your friends." Celeste turned to meet Serafina, his eyes directly, her posture straightening into the perfect composure their mother had drilled into them both. "Yes, my friends." The words hung between them like a challenge, and Serafina recognized the shift in her sister's demeanor. 3 months ago, Celeste would VE denied such emotional attachment, would VE framed relationships in tactical terms and political utility. Now she stood publicly claiming friendship with the stray dog-s pack of disasters, her expression daring Serafina to object. Serafina filed this development away for later analysis and returned her attention to the arena floor, where MES healing was already showing results. Natalia's eyes fluttered open, her purple irises glowing faintly as consciousness returned. The crowd noticed immediately and cheered with renewed vigor. Across town in a penthouse suite overlooking New Vein City's financial district, Marcus Valerius stood before floor-to-ceiling windows with his phone pressed against his ear. His reflection in the glass showed a man in his early 50s wearing a suit that cost more than most people earned in 6 months. His golden hair going silver at the temples and his sapphire eyes hard with calculation. "I don't care what it costs, Dimitri. I want the Nakano boy." His voice cut through the ambient noise of the city below with surgical precision. "Yes, I'm aware he is currently enrolled elsewhere. I'm aware the Hounds have first claim on recruitment. I'm also aware that money can overcome most institutional loyalties." He listened to the response from his contact at Aegis Prime, his jaw working as irritation mounted. "Then offer more. Double the standard recruitment package. Triple it if necessary." Marcus turned from the window and crossed to his desk, where tablet screens displayed real-time tournament footage and betting statistics. "I don't care if he is officially C rank. Did you watch him fight my son? Did you see him absorb kinetic energy and convert it to strength? That is a rank minimum utility, possibly higher." Another pause while Dimitri raised objections about the boy's late manifestation and questionable background. Marcus's knuckles whitened around the phone. "His background is precisely why he is valuable, you idiot. He is hungry in ways Julian has never been. He has fought for everything he has instead of having it handed to him." Marcus pulled up footage of Satori breaking through Julian's quantum disruption with that ridiculous bat, his dark eyes blazing with something feral and uncontained. This boy took down an A rank with improvised weapons and survived a Black Gate by making plants rebel against their cosmic gardener. He's either the next coming of Kaido Ishiguro, or he's the most dangerous fraud in Academy history. Marcus zoomed in on Satura's face, studying the small cut on his barato and the red streak running down his jaw. "Either way, I want him on our side before someone else gets smart. Make contact through intermediaries. Casual interest only. Feel him out about post-graduation plans, sponsorship opportunities, equipment upgrades." He paused, considering angles. "And find out what his relationship actually is with the Kuzmina girl. If she's leverage, I need to know." Chapter 530. This idiot. He disconnected and immediately dialed another number. This one answered on the first ring by a woman's smooth voice that identified itself as Vance Ishiguro Tech's recruitment division. Marcus smiled, though the expression held no warmth. "Sandra, Marcus Valerius. I'm calling about the Nakano situation we discussed last week. Across the ocean in a penthouse suite that made Marcus's office look like a janitor's closet. Veronica Cabana stood at her window overlooking the Bermuda coastline while tournament footage played on multiple screens arranged across her wall. Her crimson dress matched her sister's hair perfectly, and her amber eyes tracked every movement as Reina and Natalia traded devastating blows. "Sí, así se hace, hermanita." Veronica punched the air when Reina's marionettes formed that killing lance. "Show that purple-haired princess what real power looks like." Behind her, 3 assistants exchanged concerned glances. The one holding a tablet cleared his throat nervously. "Ms. Cabana, the match has been called a draw. Both fighters are unconscious. A draw is a win for Reina." Veronica spun to face him, her smile bright enough to blind. "That ice dragon was impressive, sure, but my sister matched it with 10 marionettes." 10? And teens? That S rank coordination, and she S only 18. The assistant nodded quickly, making notes on his device while his colleagues maintained diplomatic silence. They learned early in their employment that contradicting Ms. Cabana when she was in full protective sister mode resulted in termination or worse. Veronica turned back to the screens, rewinding to the moment where both fighters collapsed simultaneously. Her expression softened slightly as she watched Reina's chest rise and fall with the steady rhythm of unconsciousness. She pushed herself too hard. Should we arrange medical transport? The academy healers are competent, but our private physicians could know. Veronica's voice cut sharp enough to draw blood. Reina stays exactly where she is. She wouldn't forgive me for interfering, and she shouldn't need her big sister swooping in to fix her problems. She pulled up different footage, this time showing Satori absorbing Reina's electrical assault during their crucible duel from days prior. The boy stood calm while enough voltage to stop a herd of elephants poured into his Barato, his expression suggesting mild amusement rather than mortal terror. This Nakano boy, though, this stubborn kid, Veronica's smile turned predatory. He absorbed Reina's signature attack like it was a light snack, made her look almost amateur, which nobody has ever done before. The lead assistant consulted his tablet. Our analysts believe he possesses some form of electromagnetic manipulation or absorption ability not listed in his official file. Possibly a secondary aspect manifestation, though that would be unprecedented. Or he is lying about what his real aspect actually is. Veronica zoomed in on Satori's face, noting the way his eyes tracked threats with the awareness of someone who'd been fighting far longer than 6 months. Find out everything about him. Family history, financial records, medical files, girlfriend situation. Everything. Ma'am. The VHC has classified portions of his file under Level 7 protocols. Centuredo, that purple-haired telekinetic, just declared him hers in front of the entire nation. He has an S-rank potential, an illusionist, a healer who could charge a fortune for her services, and a chainbinder who comes from old money. She tapped the screen where Satori stood at the center of his formation. Bat on his shoulder, and that infuriating grin plastered across his bloody face. Boys like this either become legends or they burn out spectacularly. I want to know which category he falls into before Reina gets any more attached. Ms. Cabana, with all due respect, your sister fought him to a draw just now. That suggests rivalry, not. Veronica's laugh cut him off, bright and sharp. Mijo, you don't understand women at all if you think that's what I saw down there. She rewound to Reina's expression when Satori absorbed her lightning. The way her emerald eyes went wide with shock that transformed rapidly into something fierce and dangerous. My sister has been looking for someone who can actually match her since she was 14. Everyone else breaks or bends, but this boy. She let the sentence hang unfinished while pulling up betting statistics, showing Satori's popularity had surged another 20% after his victory over Julian. Schedule a meeting with Olympus Rising S-Board. If Reina won't bring him involuntarily, we'll make an offer he can't refuse. In a modest apartment in Viridian Hills overlooking the city's southern edge, Luca Kuzmina sat on his worn couch with Kimiko tucked against his side, both of them watching the tournament broadcast with expressions that shifted between pride and terror. The coffee table held evidence of their anxiety: 3 empty mugs, a mostly demolished bag of chips, and Kimiko's phone showing a pause video of Satori's earlier match. The broadcast replayed Natalia's unconscious form being tended by medics, and Kimiko made a small wounded sound in the back of her throat. Luca squeezed her shoulder gently. She's okay. Look, she's already waking up. She created a dragon. Luca, our daughter, manifested a construct the size of a building and used it as a weapon. Kimiko's voice shook slightly. The mana expenditure alone should put her in a coma for days. She is strong. Always has been, ever since she was little and accidentally made all the silverware float during tantrums. This ISNT floating silverware. Kimiko gestured at the screen where Natalia sat up slowly, Emmy's healing aura washing over her in waves. This is combat on a level I never reached during my active years. This is beyond what most B ranks can accomplish. Luca's expression grew distant for a moment, his veteran hunter's mind analyzing what he witnessed. The ring helps regulate her output, sure. But mostly she just wanted it badly enough that her body bent reality to make it happen. He shook his head with something between wonder and concern. She got that stubbornness from you, you know. I was never that reckless. You fought a gate solo when you were 23 because your team abandoned you and civilians needed protecting. Don't tell me about reckless. Luca kissed the top of Kimiko's head, his massive frame making her seem even smaller by comparison. Natalia's fine. Better than fine. She just proved herself against one of the country's top prospects and held her own. Chapter 531. The mother's gaze and the rival's grin. The broadcast shifted to show Savura surrounded by his fiberato, all of them talking over each other, while Emmy continued healing Natalia in the background. Kimiko reached for Luca's hand and held it tightly. Look at him, Luca. Look at our boy. Because that's what Satori had become, somewhere between the first awful family dinner and the moment he stepped between death and everyone Luca loved. Not Kimiko's biological son, or even her late husband's legacy, but theirs. The kid who been invisible for 17 years and now stood at the center of a storm he somehow created through pure force of will. He fought smart today, absorbed Julian's attacks, and turned them into strength. Luca's voice held genuine approval. That's advanced combat theory, not something you learn in 6 months of academy training. He is hiding something. Kimiko's words came quiet enough that only Luca could hear. My son is hiding something big, and everyone's starting to notice. Luca glanced at his wife. Cinchuredo, a nervous habit from their early dating years. And I think those 5 girls would burn the academy down if anyone tried to hurt him. On screen, Natalia had recovered enough to stand with Emmy's support. She immediately looked toward the stands where Satori sat, her eyes finding him across the distance with the accuracy of someone following a compass north. Even through the broadcast cameras, the bond between them was obvious in the way Natalia's entire posture shifted when she located him. The way frost stopped spreading from her footsteps the moment she confirmed he was safe. They're in love. Luca said it like a revelation despite having known for weeks. Actually, genuinely in love. Not just teenagers being dramatic. I know. Kimiko's voice went soft. I've known since the night I caught them together. The way he looked at her, like she was the only real thing in a world of ghosts. The way she already decided she'd follow him into hell if he asked. You're okay with it? I'm terrified of it. She turned to face Luca fully, her red hair falling around her shoulders. But I remember being a single mom and falling for a man everyone said was dangerous. A hunter who fought monsters for a living and could die on any random Tuesday. Her smile turned sad around the edges. My parents told me to choose someone safe and stable. I chose you anyway. Luca pulled her closer, wrapping both arms around her small frame. The warmth of her body against his chest felt like the safest place in a world that had become increasingly complicated. Best decision you ever made, he murmured into her hair. Worst decision I ever made was thinking I could protect him from this life. Kimiko's voice carried the weight of years of worry as she nodded toward the screen where Satori stood and stretched, showing off his regenerator brace beneath the torn fabric of his shirt. The device's faint glow was just visible through the ripped material. He was always going to be a hunter. That aspect of his guaranteed at the moment it manifested. I just prayed, really, that he'd be the kind who works support roles. Analysis. Research. Something behind the lines where the monsters can't reach him. No such thing as a safe hunter. Luca's voice was gentle but firm, speaking from 2 decades of experience in the field. No, but I could wished. She let out a breath that trembled at the edges. I could tried. The broadcast cut to commercial, and Luca reached for the remote to lower the volume. The apartment fell into relative quiet, broken only by the distant hum of the city filtering through their windows' car horns, the occasional siren, the ever-present background noise of New Vane's heart beating far below. Kimiko's phone buzzed against the coffee table with a message notification, the screen lighting up. She glanced at it briefly before setting it aside. Face down. Satori? Asking if we're still watching. Telling me not to worry. She showed Luca the message, simple and direct in that new way her son had started communicating. He says tomorrow's individual events will be easier because he only has to worry about himself. No teammates to coordinate with. That boy couldn't tell a convincing lie if his life depended on it. Luca's laugh was fond but tinged with concern. He has gotten better at it recently. Kimiko's expression flickered with something complicated pride mixed with unease. Love threaded through with a mother's instinct that something had changed. That's what scares me most. He used to be terrible at hiding things. Now I can't always tell when he is performing. Back at the Crucible Arena, the crowd continued its celebration while cleanup crews worked to repair the platform's cracked surface. The damage was extensive deep gouges where lightning had torn through stone, scorch marks from superheated plasma, and most impressively, the thick coating of ice that still clung to large sections of volcanic rock. The ice melted slowly under the afternoon sun, creating puddles that refracted light into rainbow patterns across the arena floor. In the Scarlet Phantom's prep room, Takamura stood over Reina with his arms crossed while a team medic checked her vitals. The guild's medical staff had descended the moment the match ended, but the old instructor had waved most of them off. The girl's crimson hair had lost some of its usual perfect styling, sticking to her forehead with sweat and traces of a recent headwound where Shed hit the platform hard enough to crack the stone beneath her. Well, his voice rumbled like distant thunder, patient but demanding an honest answer. How do you feel? Reina's eyes snapped open. Emerald irises focusing immediately on his face with the sharp clarity of someone who'd been playing possum. Like I got hit by a truck made of ice and spite, then run over by the same truck in reverse just to make sure I got the message. Good. That means you're alive and your brain still works. He pulled up a chair and sat backward on it, his scarred hands folding across the backrest. The wood creaked under his weight. Kuzmina's better than you expected. She's better than anyone expected. Reina pushed herself upright despite the medic's protests, ignoring the way her head spun from severe mana depletion. Her hands trembled slightly as she braced them against the examination table. That dragon construct required S-rank, level coordination, and output. The amount of mana control needed to maintain that many independent functions while keeping the structural integrity stable. She shouldn't be capable of that for another 3 years minimum. Maybe 5. Yet she did it anyway. Takamura's expression gave nothing away. Yeah, she did. Reina's mouth curved into something between a grimace and a grin, showing teeth. Guess I'm not the only prodigy on this island after all. Chapter 532. 2 queens and a shared obsession. Takamura studied his student with the methodical focus of a master craftsman examining a blade for stress fractures, cataloging every micro-expression, every subtle shift in body language, every unconscious tell that revealed the truth beneath the surface. His eyes, sharp despite his age, missed nothing. You liked fighting her, he said finally, the statement delivered with the flat certainty of observable fact. I like that she didn't break. Reina swung her legs off the medical cot with deliberate care, testing whether her battered body would cooperate with her commands. Every muscle fiber screamed in protest. A symphony of pain that sang of violence survived and battles fought to their absolute conclusion. Everyone else folds when I push hard enough. Julian froze solid in the necropolis when the real monsters came out to play. Aaron yields the moment things get genuinely difficult, and his simple tactics stop working. Even Diego and Leo, for all their talent and bravado, have their limits thresholds where they step back and reassess. She stood carefully, allowing her balance to waver for a single heartbeat before her core strength reasserted itself, and she stabilized, planting both feet firmly on the cold tile floor. But Kuzmina looked directly at my Barato lance and attack, specifically designed to punch through A-rank defenses, and responded by creating a massive Barato made of ice and willpower. That's completely insane. That's absolutely beautiful. That's dangerous thinking, Takamura warned, his tone carrying the weight of experience and hard-won wisdom. Good thing I've always liked danger. Takamura sighed with the deep, bone-weary exasperation of a man watching his favorite student deliberately walk toward a cliff's edge while juggling knives. The Nakano boy operates the exact same way, you know? Refuses to break no matter how hard reality hits him square in the face. The screen displayed Satori's face during the precise instant Julian's quantum disruption crashed against his body like a tidal wave of destabilizing energy. Look at his expression. He was smiling. Actually, genuinely smiling, while reality itself tried to tear him apart at the molecular level. Reina leaned over his shoulder to watch the clip more closely, her crimson hair falling forward to frame her face as her expression shifted into something more thoughtful, more analytical. Her emerald eyes tracked across the screen with bravado focus. He got excellent instincts. Genuinely better than Julian's despite all those private tutors and expensive training regimens that arrogant aristocrats had access to since childhood. She reached out and zoomed in on Satoru's eyes with 2 fingers, noting the way they tracked threats with an almost supernatural awareness, processing information and calculating angles faster than conscious thought should allow. But there is something else there, though. Something deeper that doesn't quite add up when you look at the full picture. You want to figure him out, Takamura observed, recognizing the particular intensity that entered his student's gaze when she identified a puzzle worth solving. I want to fight him again when we're both at absolute full strength. No tournament brackets, no arbitrary rules, no professors jumping in to stop us the moment things escalate. She straightened fully, rolling her shoulders to work out the persistent stiffness that had settled into her muscles. Lightning crackled faintly across her skin for just a moment, her aspect responding to her restless energy. Tomorrow's individual events will give me another opportunity to see what he's really capable of when there's no team to fall back on. Assuming you both manage to make it through the preliminaries without collapsing. Reina's laugh came sharp and bright, carrying genuine amusement rather than mere bravado. Please, like anyone else in this entire tournament, can actually stop us when we decide to move. In the separate medical bay located beneath the main arena floor, Emmy finished carefully healing the worst of Natalia's accumulated injuries, while Skylar watched from the corner with her arms crossed over her chest and her usual mask of bored disinterest firmly in place. Natalia's distinctive platinum hair streaks, the physical manifestation of her bond with Satori, had finally stopped glowing with that eerie inner light, returning to their usual lustrous white color that marked her status like an invisible brand only those who truly knew could read and understand. That was monumentally stupid, Skylar said bluntly, her voice holding no particular venom or judgment, just the exhausted honesty of someone stating observable reality. You almost killed yourself making that dragon construct. Your mana circuits were literally smoking. Worth it, Natalia replied without hesitation, testing each of her limbs one by one with careful precision, confirming that everything still worked properly despite her entire body feeling like she'd been hit by a meteor traveling at terminal velocity. Did you see Reina's face when I first manifested it? That moment of pure, unfiltered shock before she adapted? Absolutely priceless. I also saw you collapse immediately afterward because your mana circuits literally caught fire from the strain and nearly burned out completely, Skylar countered with her trademark deadpan delivery. Less priceless, more potentially fatal. Minor details. Emmy placed both hands firmly on Natalia's shoulders, her normally warm blue eyes holding unusual seriousness despite their characteristic kindness. Promise me you won't do anything that extreme again tomorrow. The individual events are 6 completely different competitions spread across the entire day. You absolutely cannot afford to burn yourself out completely in just the first one. Natalia wanted to dismiss the concern immediately, to assert her capability and fierce independence with the casual arrogance she perfected over years of proving herself. But Emmy had spent the entire brutal match with her healing aura actively deployed and ready, steadily burning through her own considerable reserves to keep Natalya functional and standing despite being forced to watch helplessly from the sidelines. I promised to try my absolute best not to create any more dragons. Natalya offered, the compromise genuine despite its limited scope. That South not even remotely close to what I asked for. It's the best you're getting from me right now. Emmy sighed heavily, but accepted the insufficient compromise with practiced resignation, her glowing hands finally dropping away as her radiant healing aura faded completely to nothing. The moment her aspect deactivated fully, she swayed noticeably from the accumulated exertion, and Skylar materialized instantly at her elbow with supernatural speed to steady her before the exhausted healer could actually fall. "Thanks," Emmy murmured, her voice coming out small and genuinely tired in a way she rarely allowed others to see. "Don't mention it," Skylar replied quietly, her usual sardonic edge notably absent. The medical bay door suddenly burst open with enough force to bang against the wall, and Satori entered the space like a contained storm given human form and barely restrained purpose. His dark eyes immediately found and locked onto Natalya among all the sterile medical equipment and monitoring devices. He crossed the intervening space in exactly 3 long, purposeful strides and pulled her directly into his arms hard enough to make her abused ribs protest sharply, his entire face buried deeply in her distinctive hair. Natalya felt him trembling ever so slightly against her, the subtle tremor being the only outward sign of the genuine fear he'd been carefully suppressing and containing while forced to watch her fight from a distance. Cinceredo, functionally the same thing in my book. Not even remotely close to the same thing by any reasonable definition. I didn't lose. That is the only part that genuinely matters. She pulled back just enough to properly see his face, immediately noting the split lip that had reopened and begun bleeding again, plus the spectacular bruises already blooming across his sharp jaw in vivid purple and blue. "You look absolutely terrible. You created an entire dragon construct from pure will and ice, then immediately passed out from the catastrophic effort. We're both complete disasters." "Yeah," Natalya agreed with a tired but genuine smile. "But we're winning disasters." Chapter 533. The stray dog-esque logic, the medical bay, door slams shut behind us with that satisfying bang that says private conversation incoming. I'm still holding Natalya against my chest, feeling her heartbeat against my ribs, when Professor Haney clears her throat like she's announcing the apocalypse. "We have a problem." I turn my head just enough to see her standing there with that clipboard that never leaves her hand, looking like she'd rather be grading papers than dealing with whatever bureaucratic nightmare the tournament organizers just dumped in her lap. "Let me guess," I say, not releasing Natalya from my death grip. "The VHC didn't plan for a 3-way tie in the semifinals." "Correct. The bracket system assumes clean eliminations. We now have 3 teams advancing to finals when the format only accommodates 2. Skylar snorts from her corner. Shocking that the people who charge 50,000 credits for admission didn't think this through. The tournament committee has decided to offer the team with the most individual points accumulated across both preliminary matches the right to choose their opponent for the final. My stomach drops like I just stepped off a cliff. The math runs itself in my head automatically, and I already know what those numbers look like before Haney opens her barato again. Team Nakano Okoye scored 47 points across both matches. Team Kazuna Main scored 39 points due to the draw classification. Team Cabana Tanaka scored 31 points for the same reason. Barato. "So we get to pick?" I say slowly, my brain already running the calculations and not liking any of the results it's producing. "You and Miss Okoye have 30 minutes to decide. The finals begin in 2 hours." Haney exits without ceremony. Cinceredo, her purple eyes hold that particular shade of intensity that usually means someone is about to get hypothermia. "You're going to choose us," she states. Not a question. a fact delivered with the confidence of someone who knows me better than I know myself. That would be the logical, tactical decision. Isabel says from her position near the door, her wine-red hair catching the harsh medical lighting. Cabana is operating at perhaps 60% capacity after that display of electrical brutality. Tanaka appears to be suffering from mild concussion symptoms. Meanwhile, you two are both functional despite your injuries. Functional is generous, Emmy mutters, her hands still glowing faintly with residual healing energy. Natalia's mana circuits look like someone took a blowtorch to them. I can fight, Natalia insists with the stubborn determination that makes me want to kiss her and strangle her simultaneously. Of course you can fight. The question is whether you should. Skylar pushes off the wall with that fluid grace that makes her look like she's floating. What is the actual choice here? Fight the team that just went nuclear and exhausted themselves? Or fight the team where one member can barely stand? It's not that simple. The words come out before I can stop them. And suddenly everyone's staring at me like I just announced my intention to join a monastery and take a vow of celibacy. Explain, Isabel commands in that tone that suggests refusing isn't really an option. I run my hand through my hair, try to organize thoughts that feel like they're moving through molasses. If we choose Natalia and Skylar, we're fighting fresh against depleted. Easy tactical victory, assuming we don't mess it up somehow. But Natalia prompts, her eyes narrowing. But everyone watching will know we chose the easier path. The commentators, the recruiters, the VHC executives sitting in their fancy boxes. They LLC it as playing it safe instead of taking on the best competition available. So, Skylar asks with that particular brand of disinterest that means she's south, actually paying very close attention. So I'm supposed to be the stray dog, the kid who looks at the hierarchy and spits in its face. The underdog who fights the scariest monster in the room because that's what proves you belong. Emmy fidgets with her healing supplies. But if you choose Reina, you might lose. She's really, really strong, Satori. Like scary strong. I know exactly how strong she is. I absorbed her entire electrical arsenal and turned it into a light show. But that was when I had preparation time and knew what was coming. The room goes quiet except for the hum of medical equipment and the distant sound of crews repairing the arena outside. I can practically hear everyone's brains working through the implications. There's something else. I continue because apparently I enjoy making my life more complicated. Nike's quest requires me to place top 3 in at least 4 of the 6 individual events tomorrow. The team finals are just the warm-up. Wait, Natalia's grip tightens on my arm. You never told us about specific requirements. Because I was hoping to handle it without dragging everyone else into my particular brand of divine harassment. Too late for that, Skylar observes dryly. We're already neck-deep in whatever cosmic nonsense follows you around like a lost puppy. Isabel steps forward with that regal bearing that makes her look like she's about to deliver a royal decree. What does Nike want you to do in the finals specifically? Win, obviously. But bravado than that. She wants me to prove something. That I'm not just lucky or riding on borrowed power. That I can stand toe-to-toe with genuine S-rank potential and come out on top. Fighting an exhausted opponent doesn't prove that, Natalia says quietly, and I can hear the resignation in her voice. No, it doesn't but fighting me when I'm running on fumes and spite doesn't prove it either. She's right, and we both know it. Fighting Natalia and Skylar, while they're depleted, would be like claiming victory over a wounded Barado. It might be tactically sound, but it wouldn't mean anything where it matters. Barado it. I lean back against the medical cabinet hard enough to rattle the supplies inside. I hate it when the right choice is also the stupidest choice. Welcome to leadership, Isabel says with dark amusement, where every decision is wrong until it works, and then it was obviously the only reasonable option all along. Emmy bounces slightly on her toes. That nervous energy she gets when she asks, trying to work up the courage to say something important. What if there's a third option? Here's the expanded text. I'm listening, I say, giving Emmy my full attention despite the pounding in my skull. What if you choose based on what you actually want to fight for? Her voice carries that earnest quality that cuts through all the noise and strategy. Not what makes sense politically, or what Nike wants, or what is tactically optimal. What do you actually want, Satori? The question hits different than I expected. It's not about tactics, or strategy, or divine quests, or proving points to goddesses who think mortals are entertainment. It's something more fundamental than any of that calculus. It strips away all the layers I've built up, all the careful reasoning and risk assessment, and goes straight to the core of who I actually am beneath all the scheming. I want to fight the strongest opponent available, I hear myself say, and there's a clarity in those words that surprises even me. Not because it's smart or safe or politically advantageous. Not because it serves some grand plan or advances my position. Because that's who I am. That's what I do. The admission hangs in the air like a challenge. That S. Reina, Natalia says softly, and there's something in her voice resignation, maybe, or acceptance of something she has known all along. That S. Reina, I agree, meeting her eyes. Even though she might actually kill you if she gets lucky, there's genuine concern there beneath the question. Especially because she might kill me if she gets lucky. I feel a grin tugging at my mouth despite everything. What's the whole point otherwise? Skylar makes that particular sound she reserves for moments when she's simultaneously impressed by something and completely convinced I've lost whatever fragile grip on sanity I had left. It's somewhere between a laugh and a sigh. You realize this is exactly the kind of protagonist nonsense that gets people bravado in the real world. The I need to fight the strongest opponent mentality is how heroes end up as cautionary tales. Good thing this isn't the real world, I counter. This is a tournament where 20,000 people are watching to see who wants it more. Who is willing to put everything on the line for the crown? And you want it more than your own survival instincts? There's a challenge in Skylar's tone now. I want to prove I belong here more than I want to play it safe. The words come out harder than I intended. I didn't claw my way up from the bottom of the barrel to take the easy path when it matters most. The medical bay falls into silence again. Emmy fidgets with her supplies, reorganizing things that don't need reorganizing. Skylar examines her fingernails like they hold the secrets of a universe encoded in the purple polish. Isabel studies my face with that penetrating stare that makes me feel like she's reading my soul, cataloging every weakness and strength, every truth and lie. It's Natalia who finally breaks the silence, her voice carrying a knowing resignation. You're going to choose her regardless of what any of us say, aren't you? Probably, I admit. Because you're an idiot who equates unnecessary risk with masculinity and thinks proving a point is worth dying for. Because I'm exactly the kind of idiot who crawled out of the gutter and decided to take a swing at royalty. She sighs with the particular exasperation of someone who fell in love with a walking disaster and can't quite bring herself to regret it. Fine, but I have conditions. E.M. listening. Chapter 534. Cinchuredo, don't get so focused on the lightning princess that you forget to coordinate with the woman who has been keeping you alive. Isabel nods approvingly. I appreciate being remembered as more than decorative support. Third, Natalia continues, her voice dropping to that dangerous register that makes smart people reconsider their life choices. If you die because you chose pride over pragmatism, I will personally drag your ghost back from whatever afterlife claims you and murder you again. Twice. Noted and logged for future reference. I'm serious, Satori. The way she says my name makes something twist in my chest. Not fear exactly, but recognition that this woman would actually follow through on her threats if I pushed her far enough. I know you are. That is why I love you. The words slip out before I can catch them, hanging in the air like smoke from a cigarette nobody meant to light. Emmy makes a small sound that might be a squeal, or might be her aspect misfiring from emotional overload. Skylar's eyebrows climb toward her hairline. Isabel's expression shifts into something that might be approval, or might be her planning my funeral. Natalia stares at me for a long moment, her purple eyes searching my face like she's looking for signs I'm joking or lying or having some kind of mental breakdown. You love me, she repeats slowly. Apparently, in a medical bay. after I nearly got myself killed fighting your ex-girlfriend. Reina, that's not my ex-girlfriend. Your potential future girlfriend, then. Also not accurate. The girl you're about to risk everything to fight because you think she's worth proving yourself against. I open my mouth to argue, then close it because that description is uncomfortably close to accurate, and denial would just make me look like more of an idiot than I already am. It's complicated. I settle on instead. It really isn't. Skylar interjects with her usual brutal honesty. You want to fight strong opponents because you have a competition obsession, and you want to be with strong women because you have a power obsession. The psychological framework is embarrassingly simple. Thank you for that analysis, Dr. Freud. You're welcome. Now can we focus on the part where you're about to get electrocuted to death by a teenage girl with anger management issues? She doesn't have anger management issues. She has appropriate responses to insufficient challenges. Same thing with better marketing. Emmy raises her hand tentatively. Can I say something? Always. I think you should choose based on what makes the best story. The statement catches me off guard enough that I actually pause to consider it instead of immediately dismissing it as naive optimism. Explain. You're not just fighting for yourself anymore. All those people in the stands, they're not cheering for the Onyx Hounds or the tactical advantages or the political implications. They're cheering for the story you're telling with your choices. She takes a breath, gaining confidence as she finds her rhythm. The story of the Zero who became a king. The boy who looked at the system that rejected him and decided to break it instead of letting it break him. The stray dog who chose loyalty over ambition, love over safety, and courage over comfort. That is surprisingly poetic for someone who runs a ramen blog. I read a lot of romance novels. The good stories all have the same structure. The protagonist has to choose between the easy path and the meaningful path. And the meaningful path is the one that scares you most. Zhang. She's right, and I hate that she's right. Because it means I was always going to choose Reina regardless of the tactical considerations or the risk assessment or the logical arguments against it. The easy path is fighting us while we're depleted, Natalia says quietly. The meaningful path is fighting her at full strength, which means you get to spend tomorrow watching from the stands instead of standing beside me on the platform, which means I get to watch you prove you belong here the hard way instead of taking shortcuts. The intercom crackles to life with Professor Haney's voice. Team Nakano Okoye, please report your decision to tournament control within the next 5 minutes. I look around the room at the 4 women who somehow become the most important parts of my world. Emmy with her boundless optimism and healing hands. Skylar with her brutal honesty and sharp knives. Isabel with her royal bearing and unshakable loyalty. Natalia with her fierce devotion and ice that burns like fire. Any final arguments before we proceed? Several. Isabel replies calmly, her wine-red eyes steady on mine. But none that will change your mind. You've already made your decision. I can see it in the set of your shoulders, in the way you're looking at us like you're memorizing this moment. You're preparing yourself for what comes next. Darn right they want. I push myself upright, feeling every bruised rib and strained muscle protest the movement. The medical gel has done its job, but there's no pill that can repair the kind of damage Kira inflicted in those final seconds. My body is screaming at me that I need rest, recovery time, maybe a week in bed with nothing more strenuous than watching old movies. Too bad. The dragon is waiting. I extend my hand toward Isabel. She takes it without hesitation, her grip firm and unwavering despite knowing exactly what we're walking into. There is something deeply reassuring about that, about the fact that she is not trying to talk me out of this, not offering me tactical alternatives or strategic considerations. She is simply accepting my choice and standing beside me as I make it. Ready to go poke the dragon? I've been ready since the day I walked away from the Argent Sentinels and chose the pack of strays instead. Her lips curve into something that is not quite a smile, more like the expression of someone preparing for a sacred duty. Besides, someone needs to ensure you don't get yourself killed before you've had a chance to prove your worth. Then let us go inform tournament control that we choose the hardest possible path, because apparently that is who we are now. That is who you've always been, Natalia corrects from her position on the couch, her voice cutting through the room with absolute certainty. You just finally found people crazy enough to follow you. People who see the same thing I do when they look at you, not the zero who couldn't team manifest an aspect. Cinceredo when I pull back. Her purple eyes are blazing with that particular combination of pride and worry that means she's simultaneously impressed by my choices and convinced they're going to get me in serious trouble. See you in the stands, Barato. Try not to get yourself hurt. Lightning rod. Her voice is sharp, but her hand comes up to rest against my chest, feeling the steady beat of my heart beneath the bruises. I have plans for you that require you to remain alive and functional. No promises. Satori, but I'll do my best. That seems to satisfy her, or at least as satisfied as she is going to get under the circumstances. Her hand falls away, and I straighten up, turning toward the door where Isabel is already waiting with the patience of someone who has spent years learning how to stand like a statue while others made their goodbyes. We walk toward the door together, and I can feel the weight of their gazes on my back. MES worried optimism. Skylar S. dark amusement at my choices. Natalia S. fierce devotion wrapped in layers of protective anger. The tournament control booth is just down the hall, where Professor Haney waits with her clipboard and her bureaucratic authority to make our choice official. We're going to fight Reina Cabana and whatever S left of Kira Tanaka in front of 20,000 screaming fans and millions of viewers worldwide. We're going to do it while I'm running on spite and painkillers, while Isabel is operating on 3 hours of sleep and royal stubbornness that one tea let her admit she needs rest. We're going to win because the alternative is admitting that the stray dog doesn't belong in the same arena as the Crimson Comet, and that's not a conversation I'm interested in having. Not with her. Not with Julian Valerius watching from whatever luxury box daddy S money bought him. Not with the entire academy waiting to see if I'm legitimate or just another flash in the pan who got lucky once. Nell S. voice slides through my consciousness like smoke under a door, carrying with it that particular tone that means she is simultaneously impressed and concerned about my life choices. You realize you just chose the path with the highest probability of catastrophic failure. I've run the numbers, darling, and they're not pretty. Reina at full strength, with a partner who knows her fighting style, against you in your current condition? The odds are, let us generously call them challenging. I realize I just chose the path that makes the best story. Apollo S going to be insufferable if you pull this off. He is already composing victory speeches in 17 different languages, complete with dramatic pauses and theatrical lighting cues. Apollo S always insufferable. At least this way, I'll have earned it. The tournament control booth looms ahead, its sliding door open to reveal Professor Haney's office. Through the doorway, I can see her checking her watch with the weary patience of someone who has dealt with teenage stupidity for far too long, who has seen countless students make choices that range from merely questionable to actively suicidal. She looks up as we approach, and something in her expression suggests she already knows what decision we're about to announce. Of course she does. Anyone who knows me, really knows me, would know I was always going to choose the lightning over the ice. Time to make it official. Time to choose the dragon over the depleted team. Time to prove that sometimes the meaningful path and the suicidal path are exactly the same thing, and that's what makes them worth walking. Chapter 535. How to Kill a Dragon. Professor Haney looked up from her clipboard when we walked in, took one look at my face, and set it down. Cabana, I said. She wrote it down without comment. She'd seen enough tournaments to know that arguing with the student who just broke Julian Valerius' hand in front of 20,000 people was a waste of everyone's time. Final start in 90 minutes. Don't be late. We walked back out. Isabel fell in a step beside me, her spear resting against her shoulder at an angle that would have looked casual on anyone else. On her, it looked like a queen carrying her own scepter. She didn't say anything for a long moment. The corridor smelled like disinfectant and old stone. You know, she'll have spent the last hour adapting. Yeah, she fought Natalia and Kira simultaneously. Created 10 marionettes at once. That is not just talent. That is professional conditioning. She'll come in fresh enough to be dangerous. I know, and you're choosing her anyway. Isabel. Yes. Were you building toward a point, or were you just narrating things I already knew? She was quiet for exactly 2 seconds. I was deciding whether to be impressed or frustrated. Let me know when you figure it out. The corridor opened into the larger prep area, and my team was exactly where ID left them, arranged around the space like people who were very deliberately not hovering while hovering aggressively. MES healing kit was open on the bench beside her, already reorganized twice at minimum. Skylar's headphones were around her neck instead of over her ears, which meant she was pretending not to listen while listening to everything. Natalia stood by the window with her back to the room, her reflection looking out at the arena grounds. "Cabana," I said to the room. Nobody looked surprised. That was either a good sign or a terrible one. "I told you he'd do this," Skylar said to no one in particular. "You did," Emmy agreed quietly. "You were right. I'm always right. It's exhausting." Natalia turned from the window. Her eyes found mine immediately. She didn't look angry, which was somehow worse. She looked like a woman who accepted an inevitability and was in the process of deciding exactly how she felt about it. 90 minutes, she said. 90 minutes. Emmy needs to finish your treatment before you go anywhere near that platform. Natalia owned. You have cracked ribs, a split lip that keeps reopening, and whatever's happening with your left shoulder that you've been pretending isn't happening for the last hour. Emmy heals you completely, or I drag you off that platform myself and fight Cabana in your place. I looked at Emmy. She was already standing, her healing aura pulsing that soft green around her palms, her expression somewhere between professional calm and thinly veiled terror about what happened when Natalia issued commands and didn't get compliance. "Okay," I said. Emmy practically sagged with relief. She crossed to me immediately, her hands finding my ribs first, the aura washing over the cracked areas in warm, steady waves. I sat on the bench. She stood close by, working methodically, her brow furrowed with concentration. She was in healer mode, which meant the nervous bouncing was gone, and what was left was this quiet, focused version of her that always caught me off guard. The healing felt like warmth that started from the outside and moved inward. Not exactly painful, but not comfortable either. More like pressure being applied from inside my own body. "Your ribs are worse than yesterday," she said quietly. "They're survivors. They're stress fractures. Multiple. If Reyna hits you in the same spot with full output, they'll shatter completely. Good thing I'm not planning to let her hit me there." She looked up at me with eyes that were doing the thing where they were both soft and devastating at the same time. "You're not as invincible as you pretend to be. I'm exactly as invincible as the situation requires. That doesn't mean anything. It means exactly what I need it to mean, which is that I'll figure it out when the time comes." She held my gaze for a moment, searching for something, then looked back down at her work. Her hands moved carefully to the Barado, and whatever had been grinding wrong in that joint for the past hour loosened, bringing a wave of relief. "There," she said softly. "That was nearly a dislocation." "I know. I've been ignoring it. I noticed." She moved to the split lip last, one thumb resting very lightly against my jaw to angle my face toward her. Close enough that I could see the faint smudge of concealer she'd been wearing all day, the small beauty mark near her left eye that she usually covered and today hadn't bothered with. The aura closed the split skin carefully, knitting tissue back together, and then her hand dropped. She stood there a second longer than the healing required. "When," she said. Just that. No qualifiers, no conditions, no desperate speech about being careful. Just the one word with everything she couldn't say packed inside it like light in a sealed room. "Yeah," I said back. Natalia's hand came down on my shoulder from behind, her cold touch filtering through my jacket. Not comfort, an anchor. The kind of touch that said, "I see you clearly. Every terrible decision you make, and I'm still here." "On your feet," she said. "We need to talk about Cabana." What followed was 45 minutes of the most focused tactical conversation ID had since the Arborist. Natalia ran it like a military briefing, pulling up footage on her phone, pointing out patterns, dissecting timing sequences. Skylar contributed her own observations about how Kira positioned herself relative to Reyna, how the shadow step created a specific vulnerability window in the transition moment. Isabel added structural notes about the platform, weight distribution, how to use the arena's volcanic rock surface when the fight inevitably moved into close range. I listened, actually listened, not just waited for them to finish talking so I could do what I was already going to do anyway, because they were right about things I hadn't clocked. The way Reina's marionettes clustered slightly tighter when she was genuinely threatened rather than testing. The micro delay in Kira's shadow materialization when she was operating on low stamina, that quarter-second gap where she was visible. The fact that Reina's lightning output correlated with her emotional state, hotter when she was excited, more controlled when she was cold, and that there was a sweet spot between those states where her accuracy dropped without her ever noticing the drop. Information was a weapon. I had 6 abilities that should have made this fight winnable. I had Isabel, who fought with the kind of ruthlessness that came from refusing to be born into a life that didn't deserve her. It was going to be enough. Chapter 536. The stray dog steps into the light. Nell hovered somewhere in the back of my consciousness like a cat watching a bird from a window, mercifully quiet through most of it. She surfaced once, briefly, to tell me that Nike's satisfaction levels were running high and that the divine betting pools had shifted significantly in my favor since ID announced the Cabana choice. Then she retreated. Even the gods knew when to let a man think. Maki was conspicuously absent, which meant she was either sulking somewhere because ID refused her request to ride to the finals on my shoulder in cat form, or she found someone to terrorize in the stands. 50-50 odds either way. At the 60-minute mark, Braxton appeared in the doorway. He looked at the tactical display on Natalia's phone, at the diagram Isabel had drawn on the back of a tournament bracket, at the ring of women arranged around me, with expressions ranging from focused to ferocious. He looked at me. "Don't lose," he said. Then he left. Emotionally complex mentorship, right there. The tunnel to the arena was longer the second time. Not physically longer, but there was a quality to the walk that hadn't been there before, something pressing down on my shoulders or expanding in my chest, a weight that had nothing to do with gravity and everything to do with what waited at the end of it. The crowd noise was already building somewhere above us, filtering down through layers of stone and steel and reinforced concrete, a distant roar that grew louder with every step forward. My Torai sense prickled constantly at the edges of my perception because 20,000 people represented a lot of moving bodies generating a lot of unpredictable kinetic energy, and my ability didn't know the difference between a thrown punch and a thrown commemorative foam finger. It was registering everything as a potential threat, which meant my brain was fielding a constant low-level alarm that I had to consciously suppress. Isabel walked beside me, her posture perfect, her expression serene. Her footsteps were completely silent on the concrete, which was just showing off at this point. "Ready?" she said, her voice quiet enough that it wouldn't echo. "No." "Good." Approval, packed into a single word. Overconfidence is the leading cause of preventable deaths among prodigies. What is the leading cause among former guild leaders who abdicated their throne to hang out with the reject pile? She glanced at me, and for just a fraction of a second something that might have been amusement flickered in those deep red eyes. "Excellent taste in company," she said, and there was something in her voice that might have been warmth if it weren't so carefully held back. I made my choice with full knowledge of its consequences. I assessed the variables, calculated the cost, and acted accordingly. I'm exactly where I chose to be. Philosophical, accurate, she corrected, and her tone suggested there was a meaningful difference between the two. The light changed ahead. The tunnel mouth was bright with afternoon sun pouring in, and through it I could hear the crowd properly now, not muffled and filtered but raw and immediate. Maximus Hype's amplified voice was already working the stands, building energy, laying out the narrative. The final match of today's team events, ladies and gentlemen, the unprecedented third finalist situation that nobody saw coming, 2 teams that earned their way here through blood and ice and spite. Isabel slowed slightly at my side. "How did you want to play the Barado?" "Like I own the place." You didn't tee on the place. The crowd didn't tee know that. Her expression tightened briefly. Not quite a smile. Something adjacent. Walk in front, she said. I'll follow 3 steps back. Let them see you clearly before they see us as a unit. I stepped into the light. The sound hit first. A wall of noise that was more physical pressure than anything else at that volume. 20,000 people recognizing something they'd been waiting for all afternoon. My name came back at me from 1,000 different directions, different cadences, different pitches. Stray Dog from the upper sections. Nakano from the eastern stands where the more formal crowd sat. Unintelligible screaming from everywhere else. I walked toward the platform without hurrying. Reina was already there. She changed her jacket, the crimson combat suit freshly adjusted by a team that had clearly spent the intermission doing touch-ups. Her hair was back in a tight braid rather than loose, which meant she was thinking about close-range possibility. Smart. Her emerald eyes found me the moment I cleared the tunnel entrance. And she did the thing where she looked at me the way a problem solver looked at an interesting problem like the issue wasn't whether to engage, but how. Kira stood 2 steps behind her and to the right. Paler than before, moving slightly too carefully, which meant the concussion protocols were doing work. Reina was going to carry this fight. Isabel materialized at my shoulder with that specific silence that made people in her vicinity feel vaguely haunted. Maximus Hype was describing our combined record. I tuned it out. Reina said something to Kira, low and in Spanish. Kira nodded once. Then Reina looked back at me and did something I didn't expect. She grinned. Not the sharp, predatory grin of someone preparing to dismantle me, but a real one, honest and a little reckless. The kind of grin that said this was the fight she'd been waiting for since the Crucible, and she was genuinely glad to be standing in it. Something about it punched through my careful read of her and landed as something almost like respect. Almost. Professor Haney walked to the center of the platform. The crowd quieted with impressive speed, the silence falling over 20,000 people like a collective held breath. Standard rules apply, she said, her small voice somehow carrying to every corner of the arena. Non-lethal force. No aspect attacks targeting the head or spine. Match concludes when both members of one team are incapacitated or yield. She paused. Try to leave the platform structurally intact. The repair budget for this year is already significantly exceeded. She stepped back. The arena held its breath. Reina shifted her weight to the balls of her feet. I tightened my grip on the bat. Isabel's spear ignited at the tip with green wind energy, the sound of it a high, clean note cutting through the silence. Haney raised her hand. In my ear, through the bone conduction piece Natalia had insisted I wear, I noticed 5 women shifting forward in their seats. A collective intake of breath. The sound of a railing being held tightly. Hannah's hand fell to her side. Chapter 537. Veronica can wait her turn. Reina moved the instant Hannah's hand finished falling. Not the telegraph charge Julian liked. Not the showy opener designed to intimidate the crowd. She went low and sideways simultaneously, her body doing something that didn't quite obey the usual rules of momentum, and 3 marionettes erupted from her hands like thrown knives. They hit the platform at different coordinates and exploded upright, crackling with electricity that made my back teeth hum. My Torai sense screamed in 4 directions at once. I went right, then immediately switched to left because my body knew something my brain was still catching up to, and the first marionette's fist passed through the space my ribcage had just vacated. I used the bat to redirect the second one's arm mid-swing, felt the shock rattle all the way up to my shoulder socket, and ducked under the third by dropping into a low slide across volcanic rock that absolutely wrecked my knees. Behind me, Isabel's spear sang through the air and took the third marionette clean through its electrical core. Green wind scattered the construct into fizzing sparks. 1 down, 2 still active. Reina herself closing the distance on my right. I came up out of the slide, and she was already there, her right hand wrapped in crackling light, aiming for my ribs with the surgical focus of someone who had watched exactly where Emmy kept pressing her hands during medical treatment. She declocked the injury. Of course she had. The punch was perfect. Textbook. The product of 17 years of professional coaching and whatever unholy dedication it took to be this good at 18. I let kinetic absorption take it. The impact was a full-body event. My ribs compressed, my vision widened at the edges, something that might have been bone flexing in a way bones weren't designed to flex. The aspect conversion rippled through me immediately, 10% to strength, another 8 to agility, the familiar rush of stolen momentum flooding my limbs. Raina stepped back to reassess. "You're insane," she said, and it wasn't an insult. It was a scientific observation delivered with genuine admiration. "Neurologically, I'm probably fine," I said. "Structurally, jury is out." She launched the 2 remaining marionettes simultaneously. This was the thing about fighting Raina that the footage hadn't fully communicated. Julian threw everything forward like a man, trying to bludgeon a problem into submission. Raina orchestrated. Her marionettes weren't distractions or support. They were extensions of her actual thought process, made physical, real-time tactical decisions given crackling electrical form. When one fainted high, it was because Raina had already calculated that I'd drop low and leave my left side open for the other one S strike. I dropped low. The second marionette's elbow caught me across the ear. My world rotated sideways for about a second. More kinetic absorption. More stolen power. My strength stat was climbing like a market crash in reverse. "You're getting hit on purpose," Raina said, and now she sounded less like a scientist and more like someone who found something genuinely unexpected in the data. Her eyes were doing that thing again, that hungry analytical focus, looking for the principle underneath the behavior. "Every hit makes you stronger. It's a training approach," I said. "Very focused." She hit me again. Harder this time, deliberate, testing the idea. Her fist connected with my barato, and I absorbed the impact without flinching. Added another 12% to the growing buffer and smiled at her. Her expression shifted. I moved. The bat came around in a horizontal arc aimed at her midsection, enhanced by the dragon, which S-ring running heat through the metal. And Raina pivoted with a half-step that turned what would have been a solid hit into a glancing blow off her forearm. She winced. Not much, just a fractional tightening around the eyes, but it was there. She felt it. Good. I pressed forward, closer than she wanted me, because her aspect was most devastating at range, and in close quarters she was relying on speed and training rather than electrical artillery. She was fast, genuinely fast in a way that made my Torai sense work overtime, but my agility was sitting somewhere in the high hundreds now, and climbing, and the gap between us was narrowing with every hit she landed. Raina recognized the math. She stopped hitting me. Smart. She went to the marionettes instead. Not 2 this time, but 5. Someone with a gesture that made the air around her crack with static. 5 constructs spreading wide, forcing me to track 5 simultaneous threat vectors, and Raina herself dropping back to give herself range. I activated Lightning Rod. The electromagnetic field expanded from my body in a sphere, invisible except for the way the marionette's crackling trajectories bent toward me like metal shavings toward a magnet. All 5 redirected mid-strike, their electricity pulling away from their original targets and pouring into me instead. I held it, channeled it, felt my mana channels burn slightly from the throughput. Raina watched her entire formation collapse into my outstretched hand. "Te lo juro," she breathed, and I didn't speak Spanish, but the tone communicated everything. "Y points it, My turn. The stored electricity released in a focused beam. Not as controlled as Raina's constructs, not as elegant. More of a here is all of this power back at enormous velocity than any kind of tactical precision instrument. Raina's body was already moving sideways before it left my hand because she'd seen me do this exact thing in the Crucible and her muscle memory had cataloged it. She dodged it cleanly. The beam took out a section of platform railing instead. Maximus Hype made a noise like a man who just watched something expensive get destroyed. On the other end of the arena, Isabel and Kira were doing something intricate and dangerous with shadows and wind. Isabel S. Fujin had the platform floor near them coated in a constant churning current that made Kira S. shadow materialization less reliable. Kira kept appearing slightly off target, her daggers finding air instead of Isabel S. vital points, and Isabel kept pressing her with a spear in a rhythm that was slowly, methodically wearing the other girl down. Isabel wasn't trying to finish Kira quickly. She was conserving Kira's energy as a tactical resource and spending it as slowly as possible. Cold. I loved it. Reina reformed her marionettes. 6 this time, and she arranged them differently, not in the aggressive forward cluster she'd used before, but in a spatial formation that covered angles, denied my approach vectors, created overlapping fields. She adapted. In real time, in the middle of a tournament final, after 3 previous matches had already drained her reserves, she clocked my ability, clocked my tactic, and rebuilt her strategy from scratch. I had a problem. The problem was this. I could absorb kinetic force, I could drink lightning like it was water, but Reina had now stopped feeding me either of those things. She corrected course. The marionettes held their positions, not attacking, just controlling space. Reina herself stood in the gap they created, unreachable, without running a gauntlet she controlled completely. You hit like a truck, she said, but you can't get close enough to do it. Philosophically accurate, I said. Practically, give me 30 seconds. A 1T40? She almost smiled. The corner of her mouth did something complicated. You're funny. You know Veronica wants to meet you? She can get in line. I started circling. The marionettes tracked me, adjusting. Long line. She doesn't do lines. First time for everything. Chapter 538. Bring your sister. I was looking for the pattern in the formation. Natalia's briefing had been precise and thorough, 17 matches annotated and time-stamped. And somewhere in the data, she denoted that Reina's constructs clustered inward on the left when she was genuinely concerned about a threat getting through. The tells were subtle, a half-degree shift in the nearest marionette's shoulder angle, a fractional delay in the adjustment timing. I feinted hard left. The 2 leftmost marionettes moved inward. A gap opened on the right for exactly 3/4 of a second. I was already going right. The bat came through the gap with everything the absorbed kinetic buffer had built up behind it. Dragon Witch's ring burning the metal white-hot, and it caught the nearest marionette dead center and detonated it in a shower of electrical sparks. The formation wavered, a cascade disruption as the spatial geometry collapsed, and I was inside it before Reina could close the gap. She was right there. Her eyes went wide, not with fear, with something that looked much Barado-like recognition. I swung. She raised her forearm. The bat connected. Something in her arm made a sound I felt more than heard, and Reina's body curved away from the impact on pure athletic instinct, momentum carrying her sideways, turning what might have been a clean knockout into a stumbling retreat that still left her standing. Barely. Her arm hung slightly wrong at the elbow. I'd broken something in there. She looked at it, and she looked at me. Okay, she said, which was a fascinating response to having a bone damaged. Reina. I held the bat down, not posturing, just watching. Her mana reserves were low, the marionettes thinning, the electrical glow around her hands flickering with the specific instability that came from running on fumes. You can yield. I can, she agreed. I 1T. Your arm. Both my arms have always worked, she said. I've never needed to. And she raised the damaged one anyway, crackling light gathering around the hand despite the angle being wrong, despite the obvious strain in her expression from the effort. I've been wanting a real fight since I was 14. You hit as hard as I hoped. I almost said something honest, which would have been embarrassing for both of us. I said same? Instead, which was only slightly less honest. Then Isabel's voice cut across the arena from the far end. I have Tanaka. I glanced right. Kira was down on one knee. Isabel's spear pressed lightly against her shoulder in the universal gesture for I could end this, and we both know it, and Kira's hands were raised. Isabel raised an eyebrow at me across the distance. Tag team rules meant both members had to be incapacitated or yielded. Reina heard it. Her jaw shifted. She looked at Kira, at Isabel, at the state of her own arm, at the marionettes guttering out one by one as her mana finished its slow collapse. She looked at me. "One-on-one," she said. "Right now. No constructs. Just you and me." I considered this for approximately half a second. Then I looked at Isabel, who looked back with an expression that said she had Kira completely controlled and could hold that position indefinitely if I needed her to. "Tell me something," I said to Reyna. "You ask because you want to prove something, or because you actually want to know?" She didn't answer immediately. She was honest enough that lying would have taken longer. "Both," she finally said. I rolled my neck. My ribs were complaining. My ear was still ringing slightly from the elbow. My shoulder had a quality to it that promised interesting physiotherapy conversations in the near future. "One condition," I said. Her chin lifted slightly. "You stop holding back." Something shifted in her face, and for a moment Reyna Cabana wasn't La Serena or the Crimson Comet or Veronica as little sister performing on a stage built for her. She was just a girl who trained her entire life to fight people worth fighting and finally found one who ain't broken yet. "Deal," she said. The remaining marionettes dissolved. She hit me in the face with her good hand, and I blocked with the bat, and the impact was significant enough that both of us staggered slightly. We fought without tricks for 60 seconds. It was brutal and honest, and completely devoid of strategy in the way that the purest moments of violence sometimes are. Both of us at the edge of our reserves, running on kinetic absorption buffs and athletic conditioning and the kind of specific human stubbornness that has no tactical justification and makes complete sense anyway. She was faster than me. Genuinely, technically faster, the product of 17 years of professional training. I was stronger, the product of a divine cheat system and accumulated punishment. She hit me 6 times. I absorbed every hit. My stats climbed. I hit her twice. The second time she didn't get up immediately. She got up anyway, because of course she did, one hand braced on a volcanic rock, and her crimson braid coming loose, and her emerald eyes fixed on me with fierce determination. I was breathing hard. She was breathing hard too. We looked at each other across 3 meters of damaged platform. "Yield," I said. "Make me," she said, and she was smiling. I pointed the bat at her, Dragon Witch S-ring glowing faintly in the afternoon light. She raised her good fist. Professor Haney's voice cut between us like a blade. "Tanaka has yielded. The match continues as a 2-on-2 until conclusion. Cabana, on my count of 5, if you cannot continue, I will call this." Reyna's eyes didn't leave mine. "I can continue." "1," said Haney. Reyna's knees were shaking. Not much, but they were shaking. 2. I lowered the bat. 3. "Reyna," I said. She heard something in my voice she wasn't expecting. Her expression changed. 4. "You fought well," I said, which was inadequate and also the only true thing I had available. The shaking in her knees got worse. Her good arm lowered fractionally. 5. She looked at the platform, at her arm, at the 12,000 people in her sight line who had watched every second of this. She looked back at me. "Cabana yields," she said, and her voice was steady, which told me more about her than an hour of fighting had. Haney announced the result. The arena didn't erupt the way it had for the preliminaries. This was quieter, the crowd processing what they'd seen, the specific kind of silence that follows something worth remembering. Reyna walked toward me. I walked toward her. She stopped 2 feet away and extended her good hand. I shook it, and she gripped with real pressure despite everything her arm had been through in the last 3 minutes. "Tomorrow," she said. "Individual events. I'll be waiting. Bring your sister," I said. "I'll say hi." Chapter 539. That stupid bat Reyna Cabana walked off the platform with her back straight, and her jaw set, and her broken arm sending lightning bolts of pain from elbow to shoulder with every step. She did not cry. She did not wobble. She did not look back at the stray dog standing in the center of the arena, holding that stupid bat like a scepter while 20,000 people lost their collective minds. Not once. Takamura fell into step beside her as she entered the competitor's tunnel, his massive frame blocking the worst of the camera flashes. He said nothing. Good. If he said one word about how she fought well, or how it was a good effort, or how she should be proud of herself, She would electrocute him through the floor and accept whatever suspension came from it. The tunnel swallowed the crowd noise. Concrete walls, fluorescent lights. The chemical smell of the medical station ahead. Reina's combat boots left scuffs on the polished floor with each step, and every single scuff felt like a personal insult. I yielded, she said. Nobody had asked. Kira limped beside her on Takamura's other side, holding her ribs where Isabel's spear had found a gap. Diego and Leo waited at the end of the corridor, both of them wearing expressions that said they'd watched the whole thing and were now desperately searching for something to say that wouldn't get them killed. Diego opened his mouth. Don't, Reina said. Diego closed his mouth. Smart boy. The medical bay was a small white room with a padded cot, a cabinet of supplies, and a medic who took one look at Reina's arm and made a sound like someone had stepped on a small animal. The medic, a woman in her 40s with short gray hair and steady hands, guided Reina to the cot and began examining the damage. Hairline fracture in the radius, the medic reported. Not a full break. Lucky. Reina's teeth ground together so hard she felt enamel protest. Lucky was not a word she associated with losing. The medic wrapped Reina's forearm in a temporary splint and activated a low-grade healing accelerator that hummed against her skin like a trapped bumblebee. The pain dropped from 9 out of 10 to a manageable 6. Reina flexed her fingers experimentally and found them responsive, if slow. No training for 48 hours, the medic said. Minimum. Tomorrow I have 6 individual events. The medic's face did something complicated that landed somewhere between pity and professional resignation. Then I suggest you don't block anything with that arm. Reina stood from the cot. The room tilted slightly, her mana reserves still scraping the bottom of the barrel after manifesting those last marionettes. She steadied herself on the edge of the cabinet and breathed through her nose until the world decided to remain horizontal. Kira sat on the other cot with an ice pack pressed against her temple. A concussion, not severe, but enough that the shadow dancer's usual cat-like awareness had been replaced by a vaguely confused expression and a tendency to track objects a half-second too slow. Isabel Okoye had done that with patience and a spear and absolutely nothing resembling mercy. She was good, Kira murmured, sounding almost drunk. The queen. She was really good. I know, Reina said. The room emptied out gradually. The medic finished her notes. Takamura checked on both of them and then vanished to handle post-match logistics, because the man had exactly 2 modes: terrifying combat instructor and meticulous bureaucrat, with nothing in between. Diego and Leo hovered in the doorway until Reina glared them into leaving. Kira fell asleep. The ice pack slipped from her fingers and landed on the floor with a damp thud. Reina sat alone on the medical cot and stared at the opposite wall and replayed every single second of the fight in her mind until the memories blurred together into a collage of dark eyes and volcanic rock and the specific, infuriating sound of a baseball bat connecting with her forearm hard enough to fracture bone. Hidi told her to stop holding back. Hidi said it like he meant it, like he wanted the real Reina, not the version Olympus Rising broadcast to 50 million followers, not the La Serena persona that had been manufactured to sell energy drinks and combat gear in magazine covers. The real one. Centuredo, the brand ambassador, with the crimson hair and the perfect smile and the spotless record that had now been permanently marred by a draw against the telekinetic Ice Queen and a loss to a boy with a bat. The VHC didn't want the real Reina either. They wanted the poster child, the proof that the system worked, that training and investment produced champions the way factories produced widgets. Satoru Nakano looked at her across a ruined platform and told her to stop performing. And she had. For 60 seconds, she had fought without marionettes, without constructs, without the safety net of her aspect keeping opponents at arm's length. Just fists and speed, and the particular brand of violence that lived in the bones of a girl who'd grown up in Del Mar Heights watching street fights from her bedroom window. He'd hit her twice. She'd hit him 6 times. He won anyway, because his stupid aspect turned her punishment into his fuel, and every blow she landed just made him stronger, faster, harder to hurt. It was like fighting a video game boss that leveled up every time you damaged it. It was the most frustrating combat mechanic she ever encountered in her life. It was also, in a way she was not prepared to examine too closely, the most fun she had fighting anyone since she was 15 and first realized she might be the strongest person in any room she walked into. Reina looked down at her splinted arm. He and T aimed to cripple. The fracture was hairline, the damage minimal for the force involved. He could have hit her harder. She knew this with absolute certainty because she watched footage of him shattering Julian's golden gauntlet and breaking fingers underneath. He pulled the strike, not because he thought she was weak. If he thought that, he would have asked her to stop holding back. He pulled it because he wanted to keep fighting her, and he couldn't do that if she was in a hospital bed for 3 weeks. Which meant he was already thinking about the individual events tomorrow. Which meant he wanted to face her again. Her phone buzzed. She ignored it. It buzzed again, and 7 more times in rapid succession. Reina picked it up. Veronica. Of course. Chapter 540. My sister is typing. The first message was a screenshot of the match's final moment. Reina's good fist raised and Satori's bat lowered. Centurido the 4th through 11th were variations on a theme about how Veronica was going to deal with Satora for hurting her sister, interspersed with comments about his combat suit and whether it was custom-tailored. Reina typed back, my arm is fine. Don't send anyone. Don't come to the island. Don't contact him. Veronica, too late on at least one of those things, winky face. Reina stared at the winking emoji with the specific kind of fury that only an older sister could inspire. She started typing a response involving several words that their abuela would have washed her mouth out for using. Then deleted it, then typed it again, then deleted it again. She put the phone down. The wall continued to be a wall. The fluorescent lights continued to hum. Kira continued to sleep. Reina touched the splint on her arm and thought about Satori's face in the moment before she yielded. He and T looked triumphant. He and T looked relieved. He looked like someone seeing something he respected, which was infinitely worse because triumph and relief were emotions she knew how to dismiss. Respect was harder. The medical bay door opened. Diego stood in the hallway with his hands raised in surrender. I come in peace, he said. Takamura wants everyone in the common room in 20. Bracket for tomorrow's individual events just posted. Reina swung her legs off the cot. Her body protested this decision loudly and from multiple locations. Her arm throbbed. Her ribs ached where Satori's bat had caught her during the opening exchange. Her mana reserves sat at approximately 12%, which was enough to make a single marionette the size of a house cat and keep it active for about 6 seconds. What bracket? She said. 6 events across the day. Combat simulation, obstacle course, one-on-one duels, aspect demonstration, tactical challenge, and some mystery event they haven't announced yet. Diego pulled out his phone and showed her the screen. You and Nakano are in the same bracket for 3 of them. 3 separate events where she would stand across from Satoru Nakano and attempt to beat him in front of the cameras and the commentators and Veronica and the entire country. A tense, unsettled feeling stirred Barato. It was not quite anger, but something close to it. Occupying the same neighborhood, but living on a different street. Something that made her pulse quicken and her broken arm feel suddenly less important. Good, she said. Diego blinked. Good? He beat me in the tag match because his partner covered gaps while he absorbed hits. Tomorrow it's one-on-one. No isabelle. No squad coordination. Just him and that bat, and whatever he has hiding behind those stats that don't match his file. Reina. Diego's voice dropped to something careful. You lost today. Technically. I'm not saying you didn't fight well, but your arm is fractured, your mana reserves are in the toilet, and Emi Aoyama, who heals in between rounds, can apparently regenerate alone. Were you going to do that different tomorrow? Reina stood. The room tilted again. She ignored it. Tomorrow, she said, I'm not going to yield. She walked past Diego into the corridor. The distant sound of the arena crowd still echoed through the concrete, a persistent rumble that vibrated in her chest. Somewhere up there, Maximus Hype was probably replaying highlights and making terrible puns. Somewhere up there, Satori was surrounded by 5 girls who looked at him like he personally invented sunlight. She'd seen them in the stands during the tag match. All 5 of them, arrayed like a war council. Natalia with the purple hair and the frost and the expression of a woman who would stop at nothing for the right incentive. Skylar with the headphones and the knives and the carefully maintained boredom that concealed genuine lethality. Emmy with the bouncing blue hair and the healing aura and the sincerity that made Reina's teeth ache. Celeste with the silver hair and the political poise and the subtle, devastating intelligence behind those periwinkle eyes. Akari with the emerald gaze and the chains and the smile of someone who found the entire world deeply amusing. 5 women, 5 soul-bonded, ranked in, covenant-level connections to a single boy with a registered C-rank aspect and hidden stats that made professional analysts sweat. It should have been disgusting. It should have made Reina furious on principle. Instead, it made her think about the way Satori's eyes had looked when he told her to stop holding back. The absolute absence of condescension in his voice. The way he said same when she told him she'd been waiting for a real fight, and the way that single syllable had landed in her chest like something with weight and heat. Maldita sea. She was not doing this. She was not standing in a concrete corridor with a broken arm and depleted mana, thinking about a boy who had 5 girlfriends and a Barado snail, and the audacity to fight S-ring prospects with a baseball bat. She was Reina Blessed Cabana, La Sirena, the Crimson Comet. She had been on magazine covers since she was 16. She had a fan club with 17,000 members and a sponsorship deal with 3 separate combat gear manufacturers. She did not pine. She absolutely did not pine. The common room was warm and smelled like takeout when she got there. Someone had ordered enough food to feed a small army, and most of it had already been demolished by Leo, who ate under stress the way other people drank. Kira had been transported from the medical bay to a recliner, where she sat wrapped in a blanket and looking mildly concussed but comfortable. Takamura occupied the main chair, his scarred face split by an expression that hovered between amusement and the particular weariness of a man who had watched too many of his students make terrible decisions. He waited until Reina sat before pulling up the bracket on the common room's main screen. There it was. Chapter 541, Down Bad 6 Events. 6 columns. Names stacked in elimination-style trees that branched across the massive display board like the roots of some ancient predatory plant. Reina's emerald eyes moved with the precision of a hawk scanning a hunting ground. She tracked through the columns methodically, centuredo, which meant it was designed to be spectacular, unpredictable, or both. 3 out of 6. The tournament committee had clearly sat down in a conference room somewhere, looked at the preliminary viewership numbers from their first fight, and made the most commercially cynical decision possible. They were giving the crowd exactly what it wanted, which was more of the two of them trying to destroy each other while the ratings counter spun like a slot machine hitting jackpot after jackpot. They're milking it, Diego said from behind her, his voice carrying that particular blend of amusement and resignation that meant he already accepted the absurdity of the situation. Nakano versus Cabana Cells. The whole country just watched you two go at it for 10 minutes straight and then shake hands afterward like a pair of samurai having an honor duel in some period drama. We didn't shake hands like samurai. You literally bowed your head to each other. That was a nod. A nod is different. Mija. Diego sat down beside her with the specific gravity of someone about to say something annoying. You're the most competitive person I have ever met, and I grew up in a family of professional kickboxers. You just fought a boy who can absorb your strongest attack and convert it into a weapon. You lost. And right now, you're looking at tomorrow's bracket with the expression of someone who just received a Christmas present they really wanted. Reina said nothing. Diego waited. He told me to stop holding back, she finally said. I heard. Nobody says that to me. Ever. They say be careful. They say conserve energy. They say think about the brand. Veronica says smile for the cameras. My coach says protect the highlight reel. Her good hand curled into a fist on her thigh. He told me to fight for real. And then he took everything I threw at him and hit me back harder. Diego absorbed this with the thoughtful expression of a man who knew he was entering dangerous territory. So you want revenge? I want a rematch. Those are different things? Revenge is about ego. A rematch is about respect. She looked at the bracket again. Event 4. One-on-one. No team-ups. No constructs protecting either of them. Just Satoru Nakano and Reina Cabana and the distance between them. He respected me enough to break my arm instead of going easy on me. I respected him enough to yield instead of making him knock me unconscious in front of the cameras. That's a weird love language, Reina. The temperature in the room spiked. Say that again, she said. I will not, Diego said quickly. I value my eyebrows. Takamura watched the exchange from his chair without comment. His dark eyes tracked between Reina and the bracket with the patience of someone who had seen this particular species of denial many times before and found it reliably entertaining. Your arm, Takamura said, after Diego retreated to safety near the food. Hairline fracture. No stracture del compromise. I can fight. I didn't ask if you can fight. I asked about your arm. It'll hold. Will it hold against a boy who can hit hard enough to fracture bone through a reinforced combat suit? Reina met his eyes. If he hits the same spot twice, no. He won though. You sound certain. He pulled the strike today. If he wanted to shatter my arm, he would have. She touched the splint gently, feeling the healing accelerator hum through the material. He doesn't want me broken. He wants me fighting. Takamura's expression did something she couldn't read. He looked at the bracket one more time, then at Reina, then at a point somewhere behind her left shoulder that might have been the future. Get some sleep tonight, he said. Real sleep. Not 3 hours of footage review, followed by shadowboxing until your arm gives out. I would never. You did exactly that before the Crucible match. That was different. How? Because this time she wasn't fighting to prove something to the VHC or the sponsors or Veronica or the faceless mass of people who expected her to be what they decided she was. This time she was fighting because a boy with dark eyes and a scarred-up bat had looked at her across a broken arena and grinned like he'd just found the best fight of his life. And she wanted to see that look on his face again. She wanted to be the one standing across from him when he felt most alive. She wanted him to look at her across the platform tomorrow and know, with complete certainty, that she would make him pay for every moment of this. Reina stood from the couch. The room had gone quiet around her. Diego pretended to be very interested in his food. Leo studied the ceiling with academic intensity. Kira slipped beneath her blanket. I'm going to shower, Reina announced. And then I'm going to eat whatever Leo hasn't destroyed. And then I'm going to sleep for 8 hours. All extremely healthy decisions, Takamura said. And then I'm going to wake up tomorrow morning and remind Satoru Nakano that a draw and a yield don't mean he won. She walked toward the corridor that led to the dormitory showers, her broken arm cradled against her ribs and her crimson braid swinging with each step. The healing accelerator hummed. Her mana reserves trickled back at the grudging pace of an exhausted body rebuilding itself from near zero. Behind her, Diego muttered something to Leo in a voice he probably thought was quiet enough. Bro, she down bad. Reina kept walking.